Chapter 693. As one of the few Grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Dark Han dynasty, Xiaofan had studied the Tao of weapons refinement extremely deeply. It was precisely because of this that he knew what a Grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70% meant. As the Vice Guild Master of the Dark Han dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, Xiaofan's knowledge of the group of weapons craftsmen wasn't limited to the Dark Han dynasty and the various neighboring dynasties. After all, the Weapons Craftsman Guild existed in the distant foreign lands as well. It was even to the extent that every few tens of years, the Weapons Craftsman Guild in the foreign lands would send envoys to the Dark Han dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild to provide guidance in the Tao of weapons refinement. Those envoys were at least Grade 3 weapons craftsmen. Moreover, every time those envoys left the Dark Han dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, they would leave behind a piece of work, either a Grade 3 spirit weapon or a Grade 2 spirit weapon. The Dark Han dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild was the only place in the Dark Han dynasty that possessed Grade 2 spirit weapons. But the spirit weapons left behind by these envoys couldn't be used for personal use. No matter if it was the Grade 2 spirit weapons or Grade 3 spirit weapons of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, not to mention top grade amongst top grade spirit weapons, they didn't even have top grade spirit weapons. The Grade 3 spirit weapons collected by the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild mostly provided an amplification of 67%, and a small number were capable of providing an amplification of 68%. Yet now, he'd instead seen a Grade 3 spirit weapon here that was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. How could this not cause him to be shocked? The last time an envoy came seemed to be 30 years ago. At that time, Xiaofan was only a junior disciple of an ordinary clan in the Dark Han dynasty. Supposedly, that envoy could be considered to be a top figure amongst Grade 3 weapons craftsmen. But the Grade 3 spirit weapon he refined was only capable of providing an amplification of 68%. Besides that, the Grade 3 spirit weapon in young Miss Tian Wu's possession. When did the Feng clan possess a Grade 3 spirit weapon? When his feelings gradually calmed down, Xiaofan frowned and was slightly unable to wrap his head around it. According to his knowledge, even the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, only possessed a Grade 4 spirit weapon that could be considered to be top grade that was capable of providing an amplification of 59%. Now, a Grade 3 spirit weapon had appeared in the hands of Feng Wudao's daughter, and it caused him to be truly unable to wrap his head around it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He turned his head slightly and glanced at the purple-clothed youth sitting quietly in the back seat. Could it be because of brother Duan Lingtian? He knew that there was a Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind Duan Lingtian. Therefore, considering the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, he guessed that the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's hands was most likely refined by the Grade 3 weapon forger behind Duan Lingtian. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. However, he did not point it out for now because he wanted to confirm it further. If the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Miss Tian Wu's possession really came from brother Ling Tian, then brother Ling Tian must have a Grade 3 spirit weapon in his possession as well. Besides Xiaofan, there were many weapons craftsmen present. Presently, their gazes stared fixedly at the Grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand, and they seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to directly charge over and seize it for themselves. But when they thought of Feng Wudao who stood behind Feng Tianwu, all of them seemed as if they'd been splashed with cold water, and they completely lost their temper. No one in the Dark Han dynasty dared question Feng Wudao's strength. The Grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession caused a wave of excitement in the cage battle arena, and including the two old men that presided over the selection, most people were extremely shocked. If it was said that there was someone amongst the people present that was comparatively composed, that person was none other than Feng Tianwu herself, Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong. Because they knew beforehand, so they weren't surprised. Big brother. The Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, slightly lost his composure as he looked at Feng Wudao, and his voice contained slight trembling. The grade 3 spirit weapon in Tian Wu's possession, at this moment, he'd even tossed Feng Yunxiang that Feng Tianwu had just defeated to the back of his mind. That's a gift given to Tian Wu by a grade 3 weapons craftsman out of respect for my son-in-law. Feng Wudao spoke unhurriedly. Son-in-law? As soon as Feng Wudao said this, it wasn't just the Feng clan's patriarch, even the other higher-ups of the Feng clan were stunned. Subsequently, their gazes simultaneously descended onto the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated. More precisely speaking, their gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man. This Duan Lingtian has a grade 3 weapons craftsman behind him? For a time, the hearts of the Feng clan members shook greatly. They originally thought that the reason Duan Lingtian was able to become Duan Lingtian's son-in-law was because Duan Lingtian's luck was good, and they all felt that Duan Lingtian had climbed up the social ladder of their Feng clan. But now, they didn't think like this. What a joke. Even the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty would probably wish for nothing more than to betroth the princess to a figure that had a grade 3 weapons craftsman behind him, right? Duan Lingtian noticed the burning gazes of the Feng clan members at the first possible moment. In next to no time, he guessed what was going on, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission into the ears of Elder Kong and Feng Wudao. Uncle Feng, Elder Kong. Both of you sold me out just like this? Huh. Brother Duan, the eldest young master didn't sell you out. He only said that you have a grade 3 weapons craftsman behind you. Elder Kong's voice transmission was filled with a smiling expression. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. This was fine. If the matter of him being a grade 3 weapons craftsman were to be spread out, he could imagine that he would surely become the target of everyone. He didn't like the feeling of being looked at like a monkey. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. Where did this Feng clan's eldest young master obtain this spirit weapon? The Dark Han dynasty's emperor had a slightly serious expression. Even their Dark Han dynasty's imperial family only possessed a single grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was only capable of providing an amplification of 67%. Compared to the spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession, it was simply trash. In the Dark Han dynasty, only our imperial family possesses a single grade 3 spirit weapon that's openly displayed. Of course, most people that know clearly in their hearts that our Dark Han dynasty's weapons craftsman guild's main guild possesses many grade 3 spirit weapons, and there are even grade 2 spirit weapons. The black-clothed old man muttered. Could it be that the grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of this Feng clan's young master came from the weapons craftsman guild's main guild? It won't. The emperor shook his head and said with certainty, amongst the grade 3 spirit weapons in the weapons craftsman guild's main guild, there isn't a spirit weapon that can be called a top-grade spirit weapon with an amplification of 69%, let alone a top-grade spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. Moreover, not to mention a member of the Feng clan, even the guild master is unable to privately use a spirit weapon from the weapons craftsman guild's main guild. In this way, the grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of the Feng clan's young master was obtained from somewhere else? The black-clothed old man couldn't help but gasp. Looks like it's extremely likely that Feng Wudao has gone to the foreign lands and got acquainted with a grade 3 weapons craftsman. It's possible. The emperor nodded, and then he sighed. A spirit weapon like this in the hands of an 8th-level void initiation stage martial artist is truly a reckless waste of God's given gifts. Bai Hao, Zi Shang, and Zi Yen who sat nearby deeply agreed. Humph. As for the second prince, Bai He instead had an unhappy expression. Thinking about how he, the dignified second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon, yet now, a little girl possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it caused him to be extremely furious. Whoosh! In the sky above the cage battle arena, Feng Tianwu put away the grade 3 spirit whip that was the focus of everyone's attention, and she returned to the first-class spectating area where the Feng clan members were and stood in the sky. Now, the other 10 people can issue a challenge once more. The old man that presided over the second round of the selections reacted to this and reminded with a loud voice. Perhaps they hadn't recovered from the shock from before, and the other 10 young geniuses didn't react for a long time. Swoosh! In the end, it was Su Li who recovered from his shock first, and he flew out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. His gaze flashed past the 9 young geniuses that he could choose one by one. In the end, his gaze locked onto the only 8th level void initiation stage young genius amongst the 9 young geniuses. You. At this moment, Su Li still felt shocked in his heart. The daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master actually possesses a grade 3 spirit weapon as well, and it's even a grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. In terms of amplification, it far surpassed the grade 3 spirit sword in his possession. Besides that, the defensive martial skill executed by the Feng clan's daughter had similarly caused him to be extremely shocked. It was a defensive martial skill that could be executed by relying on a spirit weapon combined with origin energy and concept. I heard from Master that only a heaven-rank defensive martial skill is able to be executed perfectly when combined with a spirit weapon. But aren't martial skills at the heaven rank and above only capable of being executed with intermediate level concept and above? This caused Su Li to be unable to wrap his head around it no matter how he thought about it. Actually, it wasn't just Su Li, even Duan Lingtian was similarly puzzled. Because Su Li's master had told Su Li before, Duan Lingtian knew it clearly through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. The defensive martial skill you executed earlier, elder brother Duan, the defensive martial skill I executed earlier was formidable, right? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Feng Tianwu had already interrupted him via voice transmission, and her tone was filled with complacency. Formidable. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, Tian Wu, according to my knowledge, only a defensive martial skill at the heaven rank and above is able to be executed perfectly when combined with a spirit weapon. Whereas the concept you've comprehended now ought to be insufficient to execute a heaven rank martial skill, right? Elder brother Duan, what I executed wasn't a heaven rank martial skill. This defensive martial skill was obtained by my father by chance all those years ago, and it's a high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill that's close to a heaven-rank martial skill. Its greatest characteristic is that it can be executed by relying on a spirit weapon. Feng Tianwu slowly explained. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, yet he couldn't help but be slightly shocked in his heart. Even if an ordinary Earth-rank defensive martial skill is executed when combined with a spirit weapon, it's unable to perfectly merge its amplification into it. Only a heaven-rank defensive martial skill is capable of accomplishing this. Chapter 694. Elder brother Duan, if you're interested in this defensive martial skill, I can pass it down to you. This defensive martial skill can be executed by relying on any spirit weapon or concept. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. At the same time that warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he heard this, his gaze was extremely complicated. Perhaps the defensive martial skill Feng Tianwu executed earlier couldn't compare to a heaven-rank defensive martial skill, but to someone that hadn't comprehended intermediate concept, it was an extremely heaven-defying martial skill. Once this defensive martial skill was executed, so long as it wasn't executed by someone whose strength greatly surpassed the defensive martial skill was practically capable of defeating the defensive martial skill. Moreover, this martial skill wasn't present even in the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, and it was sufficient to show how precious it was. Now, Feng Tianwu wanted to pass down this martial skill to him with just a few words, and it was sufficient to show how important he was in Feng Tianwu's heart. There's no need. But Duan Lingtian still refused Feng Tianwu's good intentions. It wasn't that he was so great, but he felt there was no need. No matter how good his comprehension ability was, if he wanted to cultivate this defensive martial skill to the level Feng Tianwu executed, then no matter how good his comprehension ability was, it would at least require him to spend 2 or 3 years of time. Not to mention Duan Lingtian didn't have much time to cultivate this defensive martial skill. Even if he had the time, he wouldn't cultivate it. Because his greatest goal now was to successfully comprehend intermediate wind concept before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began 1 year from now. At that time, he would be able to directly cultivate the numerous heaven-rank martial skills in the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, and there was no lack of heaven-rank defensive martial skills that could rely on the amplification of spirit weapons. So there was utterly no need for him to waste time on this defensive martial skill now. Su Li, in next to no time, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze converged onto the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Su Li was in confrontation with another 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius. This 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius had already made a move once earlier, and he'd only comprehended 7th-level concept, causing him to be unable to pose the slightest threat to Su Li. But because Su Li hadn't revealed his true strength until now, this 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius, Su Li's opponent, didn't know Su Li's true ability. Suddenly, Su Li's opponent moved. Whoosh! His entire body flew out as if he had turned into a sharp arrow that had been released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Su Li. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, an azure-colored sword light condensed from his origin energy and 7th-level sword concept appeared swiftly, and it seemed to have transformed into a venomous azure snake that fiercely bit toward Su Li. Die! Su Li's opponent shouted angrily. The sword in his hand was pointed at Su Li's throat. It was obvious that he wanted to kill this person who challenged him. Humph! Sensing the killing intent on his opponent's sword, Su Li coldly snorted and attacked as well. Whoosh! A similar sword light was casually released from Su Li's hand, yet it contained an even stronger sword concept, and it was like a gangrene attached to the bone as it moved like a shadow to intercept his opponent's sword light. At this instant, it seemed as if 2 venomous snakes were about to bite each other. Some spectators with low cultivations hurriedly covered their ears when they saw this scene, as they were deeply afraid their eardrums would be shattered by the sound of the collision between the 2 spirit swords. In next to no time, they realized that their worries were truly unnecessary. Whoosh! Another ear-piercing sword howl sounded out. Subsequently, everyone present was able to clearly see Su Li's entire body flash out, and he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. Moreover, he and his sword instantly moved to the side when they were about to collide with his opponent's spirit sword. At the instant his opponent reacted, Su Li attacked once more. Whoosh! The spirit sword in Su Li's hand seemed as if it had eyes as it flashed directly towards his opponent. Swish! In the next moment, a hideous bloody hole appeared on the throat of Su Li's opponent, and dazzling and resplendent fresh blood sprayed out from it. After struggling for a moment, his opponent's body finally stiffened. After being carried by inertia for a distance, the figure of Su Li's opponent stopped and fell down. A corpse was hung on the cage of the cage battle arena once more. What a swift sword! Early on when Su Li killed his opponent, Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his face was filled with slight astonishment. At that instant, he clearly saw Su Li execute an extremely pure sword skill. Sword skills weren't flashy, and they emphasized straightforwardness. Once the sword was drawn, blood would be drawn. This was similar to his sword drawing technique, but Su Li's sword skill was obviously much stronger than the sword drawing technique. Perhaps I can only utilize the Tempest Point to be able to follow the speed of the sword skill Su Li executed earlier. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If Su Li had used a grade 3 spirit sword to kill his opponent, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be so shocked. But the problem was that Su Li only used a grade 4 spirit sword. In terms of strength, he only surpassed his opponent in terms of sword concept and possessed the strength of an extra ancient horned dragon. Killing his opponent with a difference of an ancient horned dragon in a single move was unbelievable in the eyes of any void initiation stage martial artist. Yet Su Li had done it, and he'd used his pure and direct formidable sword skill. Another 8th level void initiation stage young genius has died. After everyone in the cage battle arena recovered from their shock, they sighed successively. This young sword cultivator seems to be a member of the Darkstone Empire as well. The members of the Darkstone Empire are in the limelight this time. Yeah. Up until now, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian from the Darkstone Empire that had entered the second round of the selections, the other two people had similarly entered the second round of the selections. Duan Lingtian and this young sword cultivator would surely advance in the second round of the selections. I just don't know if the remaining person will be able to advance successfully. That person seems to be a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. I think it's unlikely. After all, after eliminating the 6 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses and the other 3 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses, only a single position remains in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. A single position, 9 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses fighting for it. It's indeed unlikely. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and the gazes of many people descended onto Long Yun as they shook their heads. When he heard these discussions, Long Yun's gaze was like a blade that flickered with ghastly cold lights. He was determined to obtain the final position. No, what he wanted to do today wasn't limited to this. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Su Li returned to the sky before the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were and stood by Long Yun's side. Su Li, congratulations. Meanwhile, everyone from the Darkstone Empire including King Yong congratulated Su Li successively. Who's next to issue a challenge? In next to no time, the old man's voice sounded out once more, and it struck the strained nerves of the other 9 young geniuses besides Su Li and Feng Tianwu. Swoosh! A wave of wind howls abruptly sounded out as a young man appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena. Long Yun. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Yun who was in the sky above the cage battle arena. He originally didn't think much of it, but when he noticed Long Yun's gaze had actually locked onto Feng Yunxiang who'd admitted defeat before Feng Tianwu earlier, he couldn't help but be shocked. Long Yun wants to surmount a realm to challenge Feng Yunxiang with a cultivation at the 7th level of the void initiation stage. At this instant, not to mention anything else, slight admiration faintly arose in Duan Lingtian's heart, and he admired Long Yun's courage. As one of the top figures in the younger generation of the Feng clan, Feng Yunxiang possesses a saber concept that's similar to Long Yun, but his cultivation is a level higher and possesses the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Even if Long Yun utilizes a grade 3 spirit saber, his strength would at most be equal to Feng Yunxiang. This battle is extremely dangerous to any one of them. Since Long Yun dared to make such a choice, he's either determined to save face, or he's really confident in defeating Long Yun. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I challenge you. Finally, Long Yun spoke out in a clear voice as he looked at Feng Yunxiang who'd admitted defeat before Feng Tianwu. For a time, the originally clamorous death arena was deathly silent. You want to challenge me? Feng Yunxiang was first stunned when challenged by Long Yun, and then he asked with slight uncertainty. At this moment, he even thought that Long Yun had mistaken him for someone else. Not only do I want to challenge you, I want to kill you as well. Long Yun slowly grinned as a wisp of an evil smile appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Whoosh! Long Yun's reply was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the silent cage battle arena to instantly become bustling. Numerous gazes shot over from all directions, and they passed through the sky to descend onto Long Yun as expected. At this moment, Long Yun had become the center of attention of everyone present. A 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist dares challenge an 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist and even threatens to kill the 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. No matter what, this courage is rare. Exactly. With the example of the Yi Clan's Yi Lu and the Dark Moon sect's Feng Yu, this young saber cultivator from the Dark Stone Empire actually dares to surmount a realm to challenge someone of a higher realm. He truly deserves praise for his courage. No matter what the outcome is. I support him. I support him as well. The atmosphere of the entire cage battle arena was completely lit up along with Long Yun threatening to challenge the 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young expert, Feng Yun Xiang. A 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist like you wants to kill me? Feng Yun Xiang started laughing, and as he finished laughing, his face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. If you're unable to kill me in this battle, then you'll surely die. That will depend on if you have the ability. Long Yun spoke indifferently. Humph. Feng Yun Xiang grunted coldly and was unable to restrain himself any longer, and he took the initiative to attack first. Oem. 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 Just like when he fought Feng Tianwu earlier, saber images that covered the heavens and the earth swept out, and they seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped Long Yun. In the sky above Feng Yun Xiang, 24 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with him. 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 7th level Saber Concept. Grade 4 Spirit Saber. This was Feng Yun Xiang's strength. Duan Ling Tian, how long do you think Long Yun will take to kill Feng Yun Xiang? Duan Ling Tian was originally concentrating on watching the battle when suddenly, a clear voice transmission sounded out by his ears. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was Su Li's voice transmission. Chapter 695. I'm guessing that since Long Yun makes a move, he'll be able to kill him within 10 breaths of time. Do you want to make a bet with me? Su Li's voice transmission continued to sound out. 10 breaths of time. Su Li's words caused Duan Ling Tian to realize Su Li's confidence towards Long Yun. He felt that Su Li ought to not be speaking without thinking. After all, Su Li's master and Long Yun's master were senior brothers, so perhaps Su Li knew some important things. For example, what shocking martial skill Long Yun had grasped now. Moreover, that martial skill came from Long Yun's master. You obviously have full confidence in Long Yun when you speak like this. If I still bet with you at this time, then wouldn't I be a fool? Duan Ling Tian scolded via voice transmission. Su Li was first stunned when he heard this, and then he revealed a bitter smile. He seemed to be too anxious, to the extent that Duan Ling Tian didn't fall into his trap. When he heard what Su Li said earlier, Duan Ling Tian was filled with interest towards the battle before him, and he started to concentrate and watch the battle. Presently, Feng Yun Xiang had executed the martial skill he'd executed before Feng Tianwu earlier, and it formed saber images that covered the sky and swept menacingly towards Long Yun. Every single saber image was filled with peerlessly fierce killing intent. On the other hand, Long Yun's eyes squinted abruptly when faced with the saber images that covered the sky and swept down, and with a raise of his hand, the spirit saber that Duan Ling Tian had seen before appeared once more in his hand. During the first round of the selections, Duan Ling Tian had once seen Long Yun use this spirit saber to resist the pressure that came from the two old men. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had discerned that this was a grade 3 spirit saber. Whoosh! Along with the origin energy in Long Yun's hand pouring into the spirit saber in his hand, a phenomenon abruptly appeared above him. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes swiftly condensed into form. In next to no time, the spectators noticed a shocking thing. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes that swiftly condensed into form above Long Yun wasn't much different than the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Feng Yunxiang. There were 23 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun, and it was only a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes less than Feng Yunxiang. Grade 3 Spirit Saber. This young saber cultivator from the Darkstone Empire has a grade 3 spirit saber as well. Instantly, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Grade 3 Spirit Saber. A grade 3 Spirit Saber. The previous grade 3 spirit weapon belonged to the Feng clan's Feng Tian Wu, whereas, this grade 3 spirit weapon belonged to this young man that was a blade cultivator from the Darkstone Empire. Up to this point, two of them, to Ling Tian to the point, to the end to Yun to the end. To spirit saber to long to the Yun long to Long Yuns to the long to long to be to long to the long to Yun to long. He clearly knew what a martial artist that possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon and was even a young man that was a little over 30 years of age meant. Exactly what's his background? For a time, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, and even his attack had stopped slightly. At this moment, he felt deep fear towards Long Yun's mysterious background. Oum. Long Yun struck out with his saber, and he swung out strike after strike like a bolt of lightning. For a time, origin energy saber lights that contained the amplification of a spirit weapon and saber concept tore through the sky as they swept out. Instantly, numerous condensed origin energy saber lights moved to intercept the saber images that covered the sky that had slowed down because Feng Yunxiang was distracted. Originally, no matter how swift Long Yun's attacks were, he'd made a move at the last moment after all, and it was equivalent to making a last-minute effort. In the end, he was unable to condense sufficient origin energy saber lights to resist the saber images that covered the sky. Right when most of the spectators thought that Long Yun was about to lose. Oum. After the origin energy saber lights that flashed out from the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand flew into midair, they actually split into three without exception. It caused these saber lights that had dispersed to still move without losing momentum to intercept the saber images that covered the sky. For a time, the two of them were on par in terms of quantity. Bang! 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 The saber lights and saber images collided and emitted a wave of oppressive sounds of air exploding. At the same time, numerous roiling waves of air swept out along with the collision and transformed into waves of violent winds that blew out in all directions. For a time, the clothes of most of the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena couldn't help but be blown up and flutter. Under the gazes of everyone present, Long Yun easily dealt with the saber images that covered the sky and perfectly resisted Feng Yunxiang's attack. In the next moment, Long Yun's actions caused many people to reveal bewildered expressions. Logically speaking, Long Yun ought to have seized the opportunity to pursue Feng Yunxiang in one go, yet he didn't do this and instead held the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand tightly before placing it horizontally above his head. Whoosh! Origin energy skyrocketed on Long Yun's body, and it contained the peerlessly fierce 7th level saber concept. At this moment, the people present even had the misconception that Long Yun seemed to have fused into one with the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand and transformed into an enormous saber. The reason they had this misconception was because the skyrocketing origin energy on Long Yun's body had formed into the shape of an enormous saber that enveloped Long Yun within it. Unity of man and saber. Suddenly, Long Yun spoke word by word with a low voice that didn't contain the slightest emotion. Unity of man and saber? Feng Yunxiang had already recovered from his shock, and at this moment, when he heard Long Yun's words, his face couldn't help but go grim as his heart shook greatly. As a saber cultivator as well, he naturally knew what these words represented. The unity of man and saber represented the supreme realm of saber cultivators. Man and saber were inseparable. The man was the saber, and the saber was the man. If the man lived, the saber would exist, and if the man died, the saber would break. In the next moment, the origin energy in the shape of an enormous saber that enveloped Long Yun suddenly trembled before pushing Long Yun to flash out, and it was like an enormous saber that flashed through the sky and split the airflow in the air into two. After it arrived nearby Feng Yunxiang, the enormous saber suddenly stood upright, and in the next moment, it aimed at Feng Yunxiang before whistling down abruptly while carrying the might to slash everything apart. As the enormous saber descended, an enormous saber light whistled out from the tip of the saber. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that it was the saber light that whistled out from the grade 3 spirit saber that Long Yun held with both hands, and it contained his origin energy, saber concept, and the amplification of his spirit weapon. When the enormous saber formed from origin energy that enveloped Long Yun descended, Long Yun's entire body tilted down along with it, and the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand slashed down towards Feng Yunxiang. This scene only occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point others were slightly unable to react to it. No! Feng Yunxiang seemed to have realized how terrifying this saber strike of Long Yun's was, and he shouted out with a grim voice as his figure flashed out with the intention of dodging. But would he be able to dodge it? The enormous saber that slashed down seemed to have firmly locked onto Feng Yunxiang, and no matter where he went, it still slashed down towards him. Gotcha! Feng Yunxiang didn't have the time to flee far when he was forcefully slashed into two by the saber light that whistled out from the tip of the enormous saber. The top figure in the Feng clan's younger generation had died halfway just like this. When Feng Yunxiang's corpse was about to be split into two and reveal a bloody scene, the enormous saber suddenly changed direction. Whoosh! The body of the saber tore through the sky and gave rise to an ear-piercing howl of the wind as it slapped towards Feng Yunxiang's corpse that hadn't been split into two yet. Slap! An enormous bang sounded out as Feng Yunxiang's corpse transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky and sprayed down into the sky, and not a single complete piece could be seen. Silence. The cage battle arena was deathly silent. Up until now, even though it wasn't the first time someone had died in the Dynasty Martial competition today, it was still the first time such a method of death that was even crueler than being torn into pieces had appeared. At the same time, in the sky above the cage battle arena, the enormous saber formed from origin energy gradually vanished, and only a young man remained standing there with his saber held horizontally. Drip! Drip! The tip of the spirit saber in his hand was still ceaselessly dripping with dazzling and resplendent fresh blood, and the fresh blood sprayed down into the sky as if transforming into numerous little roses that were speckled with stars. Numerous little roses ceaselessly descended onto the cage battle arena. Yunxiang. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, and a few higher-ups were the first to react, and their expressions went grim. Feng Yunxiang, the former number 1 genius in their Feng clan's younger generation, had been killed just like this? At this moment, they wished for nothing more than to make a move and kill Long Yun. But when they thought of the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession and the expert that might exist behind Long Yun, they completely lost their temper. Su Li, you knew since long ago that Long Yun had this ability? Duan Lingtian withdrew his shocked gaze and looked at Su Li as he asked curiously via voice transmission. Needless to say, Long Yun's ability from before had caused him to be surprised. Even though it was still a long distance away from the true unity of man and saber, it was truly rare for a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist to be able to accomplish this. To a certain extent, that saber strike even possessed the embryonic form of a heaven-rank martial skill. What do you think? Su Li didn't answer directly, yet it wasn't difficult for others to guess the answer in his heart. At the same time, the deathly silent cage battle arena gradually became bustling. As expected, numerous gazes converged onto Long Yun once more. It's difficult to imagine that the saber strike from before was executed by a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist. At the instant he transformed into an enormous saber and attacked with the grade 3 spirit saber, I even felt as if his entire body had really transformed into a saber. I have this feeling as well. He said unity of man and saber earlier. Perhaps that's the unity of man and saber of legend. It might not be the unity of man and saber. But the saber skill he executed has already surpassed the scope of most high-grade Earth-rank martial skills. Earlier, when he said he wanted to kill Feng Yunxiang, I thought he was boasting. Now it would seem that he wasn't speaking without thinking, and he really possesses the strength. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and the gazes they shot at Long Yun had completely changed. Duan Ling Tian, that sword cultivator young man, and this saber cultivator young man are all from the Darkstone Empire. Is the environment of the Darkstone Empire really so good to be able to produce so many monstrous geniuses? Suddenly, a spectator couldn't help but speak out like this. Whereas these words caused a wave of uproar in the cage battle arena. My wife is going to give birth next month. I've decided. Once my child is born, I'll bring my family along to settle down in the Darkstone Empire. My wife has already been pregnant for a few months. I intend to bring her to the Darkstone Empire to give birth to my child and benefit from the luck of the Darkstone Empire. Perhaps my child will be able to be as outstanding as the three of them in the future. Chapter 696. No matter what, the Darkstone Empire had become completely and utterly famous this time. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun. Any one of the three of them was an outstanding figure in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. Yet these three people had appeared at the same time in a tiny empire under the Dark Han dynasty. So long as it was an ordinary person, they would be shocked by this. There were even some people that felt, could it be that this Darkstone Empire has received the care of the gods? Besides Duan Ling Tian, the faces of the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire that sat in the spectating area flushed red and were extremely excited. At this moment, they felt proud for being a member of the Darkstone Empire. They'd never imagined that their hometown, the Darkstone Empire, would actually be able to obtain such honor on the vast stage that was the Dark Han dynasty. This was something they didn't dare imagine in the past. For a time, they couldn't help but look at Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun, and their eyes were filled with admiration. It was precisely because of these three people that the Darkstone Empire was able to obtain such honor. King Yong, your Darkstone Empire's name is going to shake the entire Dark Han dynasty this time. At that time, the Darkstone Empire might become the strongest empire under the Dark Han dynasty. Xiang Ying smiled as he spoke to King Yong. Vice President Xiang, you're too kind. King Yong spoke modestly. But the depths of King Yong's gaze seemed to be filled with excitement. As the Darkstone Empire's King Yong, even though he wasn't the emperor, yet his status surpassed the emperor. In a certain sense, he could be considered to be the guardian of the Darkstone Empire. Another grade 3 spirit weapon. How could someone from the Darkstone Empire possibly possess a grade 3 spirit weapon? On the spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, the emperor frowned, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. After all, even he himself didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even though their Dark Han dynasty's imperial family possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, that grade 3 spirit weapon was in the possession of his eldest imperial uncle. A member of a tiny empire, a mere 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist, is worthy of possessing a grade 3 spirit weapon? The second prince, Bai He, revealed greed in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people watching, he might have already impatiently rushed up and snatched the grade 3 spirit saber from Long Yun's hands and taken it for himself. Saber young master. Grade 3 spirit saber? It seems that he also had some fortuitous encounters. Zishang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he muttered to himself, "That's true. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to appear here today, let alone compete with the numerous young experts of the Dark Han dynasty." Zishang was extremely certain of this. As one of the 5 great young masters, Zishang was extremely clear about the background of the Saber young master who was also one of the 5 great young masters. "Zishang, do you know him?" Not a single word of Zishang's muttering fell into the black-clothed old man's ears. "Yes, master." Zishang nodded respectfully, and then he spoke of Long Yun's background in detail. Hearing this, the black-clothed old man came to a sudden understanding, and his eyes flickered with a bright light. In this way, the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand was either picked up from some ruins, or given to him by someone else. The possibility of the latter is greater. That's right. Zishang deeply agreed with his master's guesses. If the grade 3 spirit saber was picked up by Long Yun from some ruins, then it could only mean that Long Yun's luck wasn't bad, yet it was impossible for Long Yun to possess such a formidable cultivation and ability. After he confirmed this, even though the black-clothed old man coveted the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession, he didn't dare arouse the intention to seize it. What a joke! It was extremely likely that an expert that was capable of casually giving away a grade 3 spirit weapon existed behind Long Yun. There was no need to doubt the strength of that expert. Should he take the risk of offending such an expert to seize the grade 3 spirit saber by force? He knew that he didn't have the courage. At this moment, just like Feng Tianwu from before, the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession had become the center of attention as expected. Only when Long Yun put away the spirit saber did the numerous burning gazes in the surroundings move to another place. Whoosh! As he enjoyed the numerous gazes that were filled with respect from the surroundings, Long Yun flew back to the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were, and he stood in the sky by Su Li's side. Subsequently, the second round of the selections continued. At this moment, because another 2 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses had died, only Feng Tianwu and Su Li remained amongst the young geniuses at the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. The remaining 9 people, including Long Yun, were all 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists. But now, no one dared look down on Long Yun because he was a 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. At least, after the other 8 7th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses entered the arena successively, besides not daring to challenge Feng Tianwu and Su Li, they similarly didn't dare challenge Long Yun. Even though Long Yun was only a 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, his combat strength was even capable of killing an 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, and it caused the remaining 8 7th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses to feel both reverence and fear. Besides the 6 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young experts that occupy one of the 10 positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Amongst the remaining 4 positions, 3 of them belong to Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yun. Do the others have any objections? After the group of 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists challenged each other for a while, the old man that presided over the dynasty martial competition today asked. Of course, he was asking the other 8 7th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses besides Long Yun. No objections. No objections. Instantly, the 8 young geniuses indicated that they had no objections. They knew their limitations. Perhaps, the 8 of them could compete with each other. But if they were to drag Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yun into this, then they would absolutely be looking for a beating, so it was better to admit defeat now and save a great deal of time. Otherwise, once Feng Tianwu's group of 3 entered the arena and issued a challenge to them, they would similarly have to admit defeat. Obviously, the old man that presided over the dynasty martial competition today had the same thoughts as well. In this way, the 8 of you will decide on the final position. The old man continued. Your luck isn't bad. If it wasn't for 4 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses dying today, all of you might not have this opportunity. The 8 of them deeply agreed with the old man's words. Indeed. If it wasn't for those 4 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses being killed, it would be utterly impossible for them to have the chance to encroach on the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Sometimes, luck was really important. Besides that. Subsequently, the old man continued. Not only will the person amongst the 8 of you be able to obtain the position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Besides that, even if he's ranked last in the final ranking battle of the dynasty martial competition today, he'll still be able to obtain the reward of our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. The reward of the imperial family? For a time, the breathing of the 8 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses became hurried. Subsequently, the 8 young geniuses started competing. Time silently flowed by. In the end, the outcome was a blue-clothed young man that had comprehended 7th level spear concept, and he'd successfully obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. This blue-clothed young man wasn't a member of any power of the Darkhan dynasty, but was instead from an empire, and he was called Jingjun. If you have no intention of competing for the rankings at the top, you can forfeit now. You'll obtain the reward of our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, 100 low-grade origin stones. One of the 2 old men took the initiative to speak to Jingjun. 100 low-grade origin stones. Jingjun's breathing started to become hurried when he heard this. As a young genius that came from an empire under the Darkhan dynasty, origin stones were an existence of legend that was unreachable to him. Yet he was able to obtain origin stones now. 100 low-grade origin stones. Instantly, the eyes of many people in the cage battle arena went red with envy. Especially those young geniuses of the various empires, especially the 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses that had just been eliminated, all of their eyes went red with envy. Only a little bit more, and the person that remained behind might be one of them. Perhaps the few powers that stood at the top of the Darkhan dynasty wouldn't care about 100 low-grade origin stones, but to the people of the various empires, it was an extraordinary treasure that was impossible to measure with gold and silver. I'll give up the chance to compete for the ranking battle. Jingjun didn't hesitate in the slightest and spoke directly to the old man. He knew his limitations. Now, no matter if he gave up or not, he was bound to be the last person to be ranked today. Not to mention those 6 9th level void initiation stage young experts, even if it was the other 3 people, he was far from being a match for them. Yes. The other old man nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a spatial ring shot out and flashed directly towards Jingjun. This is your reward. Thank you, senior. After receiving the spatial ring, Jingjun thanked the old man before returning to the second-class spectating area where the group of people from his empire were. For a time, the spectating area was bustling with noise and excitement. Today, perhaps the results of the young geniuses of their empire in the dynasty martial competition were inferior to the Darkstone Empire, but they'd still stood out amongst the 36 empires present, and it was sufficient to be proud of. Do the 3 of you want to challenge the 6 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses? If you don't, then the 3 of you will directly enter into the ranking battle to determine the 7th, 8th, and 9th place, and you'll respectively obtain different rewards from our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. In the sky above the cage battle arena, after the old man's gaze left Feng Tianwu, it descended onto Su Li and Long Yun, who stood together. I won't challenge. Feng Tianwu was the first to shake her head. I won't challenge as well. Su Li shook his head as well. Same. Long Yun said. Very good. The old man nodded, and then he said, then now, we'll decide on the 7th to 9th place amongst the three of you. Young Miss Tian Wu, we'll start with you first. As he finished speaking, the old man looked at Feng Tianwu. May I know who you want to challenge? Feng Tianwu flew out like a ball of flames, and she arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in a short moment. Her gaze descended onto Long Yun at the first possible moment. I challenge him. The Darkstone Empire's Long Yun. Instantly, the two old men looked at Long Yun in unison. Chapter 697. When facing Feng Tianwu's challenge, Long Yun's gaze flickered a few times before directly admitting defeat. He'd already witnessed Feng Tianwu's strength. Even though he was extremely confident towards his ability, the gap in strength caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. Not only was this red-clothed young woman that looked to be shockingly young, her cultivation was higher than his, the concept she'd comprehended was stronger than his, and even the grade 3 spirit weapon in her possession was stronger than his. He'd seen the grade 3 spirit weapon in the young woman's possession, and it was a grade 3 spirit weapon that was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. It was much more formidable than the grade 3 spirit saber in his possession. Overall, his strength was far inferior to the young woman, and there was utterly no need to battle her. The young woman's strength was sufficient to crush him. Su Li. After Long Yun admitted defeat, Feng Tianwu's gaze moved on to Su Li, and she nodded lightly to Su Li. Compared to Long Yun, she was rather polite when looking at Su Li. All of this was naturally because she knew that Su Li was Duan Lingtian's friend. Unlike Long Yun who'd admitted defeat, Su Li wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing Feng Tianwu's challenge, and he flew out to stand in confrontation with Feng Tianwu. Young Miss Tian Wu. Su Li nodded to Feng Tianwu. I know you're a friend of elder brother Duan. But, I'm determined to obtain the 7th position in the dynasty martial competition today. Feng Tianwu spoke to Su Li with a tone that was filled with confidence. Me too. When facing a young woman like Feng Tianwu that was like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world, Su Li didn't have the slightest intention of being courteous, and it was as if he wasn't facing a peerless beauty but an ordinary person that couldn't be any more ordinary. The two of them stood in confrontation and successfully drew the gazes of everyone present. Feng Tianwu, the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, revealed her shocking strength for the first time today. Her cultivation was at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, she'd comprehended 8th level fire concept, and she held a grade 3 spirit whip that provided an amplification of 70%. Su Li, a young genius of the Darkstone Empire, and his cultivation and comprehension were both on par with Feng Tianwu. But up until now, in the eyes of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, the spirit weapon in Su Li's hand was only a grade 4 spirit sword. The cultivation and concept of this Darkstone Empire's Su Li isn't bad, and it isn't inferior to young Miss Tian Wu. But the spirit weapon in his hand is only a grade 4 spirit sword, and he'll surely suffer a loss. A grade 4 spirit sword is far inferior to the grade 3 spirit whip in young Miss Tian Wu's hand. Most importantly, the grade 3 spirit whip in young Miss Tian Wu's hand is a grade 3 spirit weapon that can amplify strength by 70%. The difference in spirit artifacts is too great. Su Li has no chance of winning this battle. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena practically didn't look favorably upon Su Li. However, Su Li's expression did not change in the face of the crowd's questioning. Su Li, I won't use a grade 3 spirit weapon to fight you. Feng Tianwu said to Su Li. Her words were magnanimous, and she was not inferior to a man. For a time, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Young Miss Tian Wu is worthy of being the daughter of Lord Wu Dao. She's magnanimous and isn't willing to take advantage of Su Li in terms of spirit weapons. I'm more and more envious of that Duan Lingtian from the Dark Stone Empire now. What ability does he possess to actually be able to marry such an outstanding woman like young Miss Tian Wu? What ability do you think Duan Lingtian possesses to be able to marry her? Compared to him, what are you? The discussions in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had unknowingly moved on to Duan Lingtian. Many people were targeting Duan Lingtian, and there were also many people that felt injustice for Duan Lingtian. The latter mostly admired Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. Tian Wu and this fellow Su Li are having a ranking battle, yet they're actually able to drag me into it. Duan Lingtian had a strange gaze, and he felt that he'd really been attacked while lying down. Who did I offend? There's no need. Su Li shook his head instead when he heard Feng Tianwu's frank words. Right when Feng Tianwu revealed a bewildered expression, a 3-foot-long blade that had flowing lights revolving around it had already appeared out of thin air in Su Li's hand. This isn't the spirit sword Su Li used earlier. In next to no time, someone noticed an inkling. Right at this moment, origin energy appeared on Su Li's hand before fusing into the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. Instantly, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared in the sky. First, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, followed by 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes, and another 4,000+ ancient mammoth silhouettes. An amplification of 68%. Grade 3 Spirit Sword. Su Li possesses a Grade 3 spirit weapon as well? My God! Is the gathering of Grade 3 spirit weapons today? Doesn't our Darkhan dynasty only possess a single Grade 3 spirit weapon? Moreover, that Grade 3 spirit weapon seems to be in the possession of the imperial family, right? Along with the appearance of a Grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's hand, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. If it was said that there was someone that didn't feel surprised, then it would be Duan Lingtian alone. He'd heard of the matter of Su Li and Long Yun possessing Grade 3 spirit weapons since long ago, so even when he saw Su Li withdraw a Grade 3 spirit sword with his own 2 eyes, he didn't feel anything. Brother Lingtian, the Grade 3 spirit weapons in the possession of the 3 of them were refined by the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind you? Duan Lingtian's composed expression entered into Xiang Ying's eyes in full detail, and Xiang Ying couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. His tone contained slight anxiousness mixed within. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he received Xiang Ying's voice transmission, and he only recovered from his shock after a short moment. He knew that Xiang Ying was thinking too much. Pavilion Master Xiang, you're thinking too much. Duan Lingtian replied truthfully. I'm thinking too much? Xiang Ying was first stunned, and then he asked a step further. Am I really thinking too much? No matter if it's the Feng clan's young Miss Tian Wu or Su Li and Long Yun, these 2 young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire, all of them seem to be related to you, right? It's like this. Duan Lingtian didn't deny this. The 3 of them are more or less related to me. But amongst the Grade 3 spirit weapons in the possession of the 3 of them, only the one in Tian Wu's possession was refined by the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. Su Li and Long Yun's aren't related to the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. Moreover, amongst these 2 people, I'm only friends with Su Li. Perhaps I can ask the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me to refine a Grade 3 spirit weapon for Su Li, yet it's impossible for him to help Long Yun. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken in a forthright manner. Xiang Ying didn't doubt this, but he still couldn't help but be shocked. Brother Lingtian, that Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind you is truly an extraordinary figure. He's actually able to refine a Grade 3 spirit weapon that's capable of providing an amplification of 70% like the one in young Miss Tian Wu's possession. It's alright. Duan Lingtian nodded. It was because he was thick-skinned, otherwise, he would have probably been unable to refrain from blushing from the praise since long ago. Another Grade 3 spirit weapon. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, the corners of the emperor's mouth twitched, and his dignity vanished. Even if his status in the Dark Han dynasty was lofty, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. It's another member of the Dark Stone Empire. The black-clothed old man couldn't help but gasp. The fortune of the members of the Dark Stone Empire is indeed extraordinary. On the other hand, Bai Hao, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, spoke out, and his tone contained slight surprise mixed within. As for Zi Shang and Zi Yan, they didn't say anything. But the greed in the eyes of Bai He, who sat by Zi Yan's side, was even greater than when Long Yun withdrew the Grade 3 Spirit Saber. Another Grade 3 Spirit weapon. Moreover, it's a Grade 3 Spirit sword. He himself used a sword, and he'd comprehended sword concept as well. Compared to a Grade 3 Spirit Saber, he wanted a Grade 3 Spirit sword even more. Su Li, right? Bai He's eyes were filled with yearning. But in next to no time, a sentence entered into Bai He's ears, and it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured onto Bai He. You better not even think about the Grade 3 spirit weapons in Long Yun and Su Li's possession. Bai He was able to discern that this was the voice transmission of his imperial father, the current emperor of the Dark Han dynasty. The emperor obviously noticed the greed that Bai He's eyes revealed. Why? Bai He frowned when he heard this, and he replied with an unwilling expression. Humph. The emperor grunted via voice transmission, and he spoke with slight disappointment. Why don't you think about it properly? Why would they possess Grade 3 spirit weapons? Do you think it's like a pie that fell from the sky? Moreover, they're only members of a mere empire, yet they possess such strength. Do you think there wouldn't be an expert behind them? The emperor's words that were extremely reasonable caused Bai He to hesitate slightly. At this moment, besides utilizing the Grade 3 Spirit Sword, Su Li had also directly revealed the 8th level sword concept he'd comprehended. After a short moment, Su Li chose to gain the initiative by making a move against Feng Tianwu first. Swish. 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 Sword images swept out horizontally and vertically, and they were like shadows that followed the body as they swept towards Feng Tianwu. On the other hand, the Grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand shook, and it moved rhythmically around her graceful figure before once again forming a crimson-red barrier of light. This crimson-red barrier of light was like an enormous fireball that protected Feng Tianwu's entire body within it. Clang! 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 The Grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's hand struck out over and over again, and specks of it descended onto the enormous fireball on the surface of Feng Tianwu's body. Every time the spirit sword descended, the enormous fireball would shrink slightly. Of course, if one looked at it with the naked eye, it would be extremely difficult to notice the changes in the fireball. Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, the fireball moved and moved to the distance. It was Feng Tianwu that realized she couldn't continue being passive, otherwise, it would practically be a situation where she would lose for sure. Even though a defensive martial skill was able to resolve an urgent situation, yet it was impossible to use it from the beginning until the end. What she wanted to do in this ranking battle wasn't to fight Su Li to a draw, but to defeat Su Li. Only in this way would she be able to occupy the 7th position in the dynasty martial competition this time. The 7th position was just as she'd said earlier. She was determined to obtain it. Swish. 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 Finally, Feng Tianwu made a move. The Grade 3 spirit whip in her hand flashed out, transforming into a dense expanse of whip images that tore through the sky and swept out directly towards Su Li. These whip images covered the heavens and the earth as they descended, and it was as if a rainstorm had descended. A rain of flowers that filled the sky. Chapter 698. Duan Ling Tian still remembered. All those years ago, when he met Tian Wu for the first time, it was on the combat arena before the Phoenix Nest City's city governor's estate. He'd fought Feng Tianwu the first time they met. During that battle, Feng Tianwu had executed a similar martial skill, and later on, he found out from Feng Tianwu that the martial skill was called Flower Rain. The martial skill Tianwu executed now doesn't seem to be the Flower Rain. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that even though the martial skill Tianwu executed now was similar to the Flower Rain from all those years ago, it was obviously much stronger than the Flower Rain. Coupled with her 8th level fire concept, when Tianwu attacked, the whip images that whistled out seemed to have transformed into numerous flaming meteors that covered the heavens and the earth as they enveloped down towards Su Li. Swish. 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 Needless to say, Su Li's strength was extremely strong. He'd relied on his cultivation and concept that was similar to Feng Tianwu, and the grade 3 spirit sword in Feng Tianwu's hand to forcefully block the attacks of Feng Tianwu that covered the heavens and the earth. Every single time Su Li's figure flashed out, he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that flashed out swiftly and gave rise to a wave of sword howls. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand was even swift like a bolt of lightning, and it formed an all-pervasive sword net that blocked the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand time and time again. The situation of the battle became even more intense. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the cage battle arena had become silent and heavy. This fellow Su Li has actually become so strong? Looks like the master behind him isn't simple. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be surprised in his heart when he saw Su Li relying on a strength that was weaker to Feng Tianwu and was still able to use simple sword skills to deal with Feng Tianwu without falling into the slightest disadvantage. For a time, he was filled with curiosity towards the master behind Su Li. Su Li's master should be a void transformation stage powerhouse without a doubt. To be able to teach Su Li to such an extent, his comprehension of the sword has already reached a certain level. At the very least, he should have comprehended the advanced sword concept. The advanced concept was also known as the void transformation concept. Generally speaking, only experts at the void transformation stage were capable of grasping such a concept. Of course, nothing is absolute. If it was a void interpretation stage martial artist whose comprehension ability far surpassed his innate talent, he would also have a chance to comprehend the void transformation concept. This kind of martial artist was much rarer than void transformation martial artists. Furthermore, any one of them was an extremely terrifying existence. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. Feng Tianwu and Su Li were evenly matched. Half an hour passed. The battle situation remained the same. At this time, some of the audience could not help but urge, if this continues, when will it end? The ranking battle for 9th level Void Initiation stage young experts will be carried out later. Exactly. If Su Li and young Miss Tianwu fight for an entire day and night, then wouldn't we have to wait for an entire day and night? In my opinion, there's no meaning in continuing to fight. Let's consider this battle as a tie. Many of the audience were slightly impatient, and some of them gave suggestions. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the 2 old men that were in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition glanced at each other before looking at the Dark Han dynasty's emperor in unison. The emperor nodded to them. Instantly, the 2 old men looked at Feng Tianwu and Su Li who were still fighting, and they intended to announce the result of a tie. Little Tianwu, one of the old men hadn't finished speaking when he stopped abruptly. It wasn't that someone had interrupted him, but it was he himself who opened his mouth, yet didn't make a sound as he stared blankly at the scene before him. Under the gazes of everyone present. Without the slightest sign, another ancient horned dragon silhouette had appeared in the sky above Feng Tianwu who was originally tied with Su Li. So long as it was a discerning person, they would be able to discern the reason with a single glance. At this moment, the strands of crimson-red energy within the origin energy on the grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand had obviously become even more material. 9th level fire concept. Duan Lingtian, who'd always been staring fixedly at the battle between Feng Tianwu and Su Li, couldn't help but be moved. Never had he imagined that Tianwu would comprehend 9th-level fire concept in one go at such a critical moment. As expected of the possessor of the fire spirit body, Tianwu is simply the darling of fire concept. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel shocked. On the other hand, the others were shocked as well. Even this is possible? Oh my god! How old is young Miss Tianwu this year? Her cultivation is at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage and has comprehended 9th level fire concept. I really feel that I've lived most of my life in vain. It isn't just you. Isn't it the same for me? The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and most people were dejected. After Feng Tianwu comprehended 9th level fire concept on the spot, her strength increased greatly, and as expected, she forced Su Li, who was originally equally matched with her, to retreat. Right when she intended to seize the opportunity to pursue and attack. I admit defeat. Su Li spoke out, and his tone had no lack of size. At this moment, Su Li felt it was slightly regretful. Originally, the difference in grade 3 spirit weapons caused his strength to be imperceptibly weaker to Feng Tianwu, but the sword skill he executed was undoubtedly slightly stronger than Feng Tianwu's martial skill. So in terms of true strength, he wasn't inferior to Feng Tianwu. But never had he imagined that right when he thought the battle with Feng Tianwu would end in a tie, Feng Tianwu would actually comprehend 9th level fire concept on the spot. Feng Tianwu, who had comprehended 9th level fire concept, was equivalent to possessing the strength of an ancient horned dragon, and it broke the balance between him and Feng Tianwu. Continuing the battle was completely meaningless. Because he didn't have the slightest chance of victory, and it was even to the extent that it wasn't possible for them to tie. Su Li, you're worthy of being elder brother Duan's friend. Your sword skill is extremely strong, and if it wasn't for my strength surpassing you, I wouldn't be a match for you. Feng Tianwu spoke sincerely when facing Su Li, who admitted defeat. Young Miss Tianwu, you're too kind. Your natural talent and comprehension ability are what truly surprised me. Su Li was slightly embarrassed as he spoke. Natural talent? Comprehension ability? When she heard Su Li, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes that originally flickered with a bright light instantly dimmed down, and she sighed in her heart. If it's possible, I'd rather not have this natural talent and comprehension ability. I only hope to be an ordinary person. Her natural talent and comprehension ability relied on the fire spirit body to be so monstrous, whereas as a possessor of the fire spirit body, the pressure she endured wasn't something an ordinary martial artist was capable of imagining. When a person knew since long ago that they would face a calamity of death at the age of 30, only someone that had truly experienced it would know what sort of feeling one would have. Young Miss Tianwu successively defeated Long Yun and Su Li. She was ranked at the 7th position in the Dynasty Martial Competition's ranking battle, and she obtained the reward of 1,000 low-grade origin stones from the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family. One of the old men passed a spatial ring to Feng Tianwu with a raise of his hand. 1,000 low-grade origin stones. Instantly, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar once more. 1,000 low-grade origin stones is an entire 10 times the reward of the 10th position in the ranking battle. If I'm able to obtain so many origin stones, I'll be able to wake up from my dreams with a smile. Stop dreaming. Ordinary martial artists like you and I might not even be able to gather 100 low-grade origin stones in our entire lifetimes, let alone 1,000 low-grade origin stones. Yeah, ordinary martial artists like us can only accept our fate in this aspect. Many spectators with ordinary cultivations couldn't help but sigh sorrowfully. On the other hand, the person involved, Feng Tianwu, didn't reveal the slightest happiness when faced with 1,000 low-grade origin stones, and she received the spatial ring with a calm expression before returning to the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan and sitting by Feng Wudao's side. Big brother Wudao, congratulations. The emperor of the Dark Han dynasty looked over at Feng Wudao and congratulated repeatedly. Feng Wudao raised his head to glance at the emperor before nodding indifferently. The emperor wasn't displeased in the slightest when facing Feng Wudao's casual attitude. Because he knew that this man nodding to him was already considered to be giving him a lot of face. If it was another person, then perhaps he wouldn't pay attention to it at all. Lord Wudao, congratulations. Patriarch Feng, congratulations. Meanwhile, there were many people from other powers that congratulated Feng Wudao and Feng Tiannan. Feng Wudao had a calm expression as if he didn't hear it and paid no attention to it. On the other hand, Feng Tiannan instead squeezed out a trace of a stiff smile as he nodded in reply. Obviously, he still hadn't been able to accept Feng Yunxiang's death. Feng Yunxiang was first defeated by Feng Tianwu, and it was nothing. But in the end, he actually died at the hands of the Dark Stone Empire's Long Yun, and it caused his Feng clan to lose face greatly. But his Feng clan just happened to be unable to do anything to Long Yun. At least, before they confirmed the background of the expert behind Long Yun that gave him the Grade 3 Spirit Saber, the Feng clan didn't dare act rashly. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the other old man looked at Su Li and Long Yun. Su Li, Long Yun. Now, the two of you will decide on the 8th and 9th position in the ranking battles. I admit defeat. Long Yun glanced at Su Li before admitting defeat once more. Even though there was unwillingness in the depths of his gaze, he knew that he wasn't a match for Su Li now. Master, don't worry. I'll defeat Su Li sooner or later and bring honor to you. Long Yun silently guaranteed in his heart. In this way, the 8th position in the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial competition today is Su Li. Su Li, you'll obtain the reward bestowed to you by our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, 500 low-grade origin stones. With a raise of his hand, 2 spatial rings appeared in the old man's hand, and he passed one of them to Su Li. The 500 low-grade origin stones were precisely within the spatial ring. Long Yun, you're the 9th position in the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial competition today, so you can obtain the reward of 200 low-grade origin stones. Subsequently, the old man passed the other spatial ring to Long Yun. After Su Li and Long Yun received the spatial rings, they flew towards the second-class spectating area where the members of the Dark Stone Empire were seated under numerous envious and jealous gazes. Su Li and Long Yun actually don't seem to be happy in the slightest after obtaining so many origin stones. Truly strange. Chapter 699. It's normal that young Miss Tianwu didn't have any reaction when she obtained 1,000 low-grade origin stones. After all, her identity is noble, and she doesn't lack origin stones. But Su Li and Long Yun are only from a tiny empire, yet they're actually so composed when facing low-grade origin stones. It's truly shocking. Many people sighed with emotion. Of course, there were also people that refuted these words, and they had evidence. Humph. Don't all of you forget that no matter if it's Su Li or Long Yun, both of them possess a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Exactly. That's a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Even if it's the most outstanding group of young geniuses in our Dark Han dynasty, besides young Miss Tianwu, there might not be a second person that possesses one. Compared to a Grade 3 spirit weapon, low-grade origin stones aren't worth mentioning. In the Dark Han dynasty, there was an origin stone vein that was abundant in low-grade origin stones. On the other hand, before today, only the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family possessed a Grade 3 spirit weapon that was openly displayed. Between the two, it was obvious which one was more precious. In next to no time, this topic came to an end. The other 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses are about to undergo the final ranking battle. It truly causes anticipation. Yeah, the main event of today is about to begin. 6 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young experts are about to carry out an intense battle. Unfortunately, young Miss Tian Wu said since the beginning that she wouldn't compete with the 6 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses. Now, she's comprehended 9th-level fire concept and originally had the chance to compete with a 7th-level Void Initiation Stage young expert, yet she's missed it now. Young Miss Tian Wu can't be blamed for this. Even if it's her, it's impossible for her to know beforehand that she would be able to smoothly comprehend 9th-level fire concept during the battle with Su Li. The atmosphere in the cage battle arena became bustling once more. The attention of everyone moved on to the 6 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young experts including Duan Lingtian. Of course, many people mentioned Feng Tianwu, and they felt pity for Feng Tianwu. Young miss, do you regret it? On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Elder Kong looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a light smile. Feng Tianwu gently shook her head. There's nothing to regret. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was the final stage. The ranking battle today was nothing before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The ranking is not important. A rare wisp of a gratified smile appeared on Feng Wudao's face when he heard Feng Tianwu. His daughter had grown up. Now, may the last 6 young geniuses enter the arena. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the voice of one of the old men was transmitted out, and it clearly entered the ears of everyone present. Whoosh! 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 As the old man spoke, 3 figures took the lead and flew out. It was obvious that they were prepared. These 3 people were respectively the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's second prince, Bai He, the young prince, Bai Hao, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao. Duan Lingtian, come back with first place. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned as he encouraged him. Su Li's words resonated with most of the young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, come back with first place. At that time, our Dark Stone Empire will really be in the limelight. If Duan Lingtian really seizes the first place in the ranking battle of the Dynasty Martial competition today, I feel excited just thinking about the scene at that time. Duan Lingtian, do your best. We think highly of you. Duan Lingtian shrugged and shook his head with a smile when facing the fervent and high spirits of the crowd of young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire. I don't dare guarantee that I'll be able to be ranked first. But I'll surely try my best. Just as he'd said, he didn't dare guarantee it. After all, he didn't dare rashly utilize his spiritual energy when being stared at by so many pairs of eyes that belonged to Void Interpretation Stage experts on the stage of the Dynasty Martial competition. Otherwise, if he utilized his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, with his spiritual energy, the other 5 young geniuses wouldn't even be able to touch the corners of his clothes. Now, he wanted to use his actual strength to compete with the other 5 young geniuses. Duan Lingtian, they're joking, don't feel pressured. King Yong spoke to Duan Lingtian. Yeah, we're joking. Seeming to have realized that their actions would bring pressure to Duan Lingtian, the group of young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. But they were thinking too much. Duan Lingtian wouldn't feel any pressure because of this. After all, he'd never thought of fighting for the honor of the Dark Stone Empire when participating in the Dynasty Martial competition. He, Duan Lingtian, only lived for himself and the people close to him. Brother Lingtian. Xiaofan turned around to look at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with encouragement. After Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile, he flew out of the spectating area and arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan's Zhang Shouyong and the Dark Han dynasty's imperial families Zi Shang had entered the arena successively. Including Duan Lingtian, the 6 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses stood at different places, and their gazes descended onto the two old men as they waited for them to explain the rules. In next to no time, the old man said, "The 6 of you will determine the top 6 rankings in the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial competition today. The higher you're ranked, the greater the rewards you'll obtain. There are no specific rules for the battle between the 6 of you. Just like the few people from before, you can freely choose your opponents. The person you choose your opponent to enter the arena isn't allowed to challenge any one of the 2 people that fought earlier. Besides that, killing isn't allowed in the battle between the 6 of you. Of course, this isn't to say that all of you aren't allowed to exert your full strength, and it's only to remind all of you that once the opponent of any one of you is in danger of death, the 2 of us will directly interfere. Of course, after the person that is in danger of death is rescued by us, it means that the person has lost the battle." The 2 old men supplemented each other. Duan Lingtian's group of 6 nodded successively when they heard this. Killing wasn't allowed in the battle for the top 6, and Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. After all, the 10 young geniuses that were determined to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties today would have to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year from now. Moreover, the performance of these 10 young geniuses in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was linked to the benefits of the Darkhan dynasty. Supposedly, the dynasties that some young geniuses that performed well in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties belonged to would be able to obtain grade 3 spirit weapons and precious grade 3 medicinal pills bestowed by the powers of the foreign lands after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties came to an end. All of this was the reason why the various dynasties flocked to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If there weren't any benefits, there would utterly be no dynasty that would be willing to exhaust their efforts for a baffling martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It was precisely because of this that it was impossible for the Darkhan dynasty to allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian's group of 6 during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Because every single one of them would be able to fight for glory and a certain amount of benefits for the Darkhan dynasty in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a year from now. As for the few 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses that were killed earlier, perhaps they could be considered to be outstanding in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, but if it really came to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then they were practically useless. Their deaths were of no importance to the grand scheme of the Darkhan dynasty. Now, the battle for the top 6 begins. Who amongst all of you will be the first to issue a challenge? One of the old men spoke out and asked Duan Lingtian's group of 6. Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, a figure had already flashed out to arrive at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. It was precisely the Yi clan's Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was the son of the Yi clan's patriarch and the eldest young master of the Yi clan. Moreover, he was the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Yi clan. It wasn't just that, Yi Xiao was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius in the Yi clan in the last 100 years. Yi Xiao's strength was extraordinary from this. Besides that, Yi Xiao was publicly acknowledged as one of the 3 strongest people in the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty by the members of the Darkhan dynasty, and he was equally famous with the Zhang clan's Zhang Shouyong and the imperial family's second prince, by Yi Xiao. When they saw Yi Xiao being the first to ascend the arena, besides Duan Lingtian and Bai Hao who had calm expressions, the eyes of the other 5 young geniuses flashed. At this moment, they were curious who Yi Xiao would choose as his opponent. Yi Xiao's gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian's group of 5, and he seemed to be considering who he should choose as his opponent for this battle. Who do all of you think Yi Xiao will choose? Meanwhile, the surroundings of the cage battle arena were bustling with noise and excitement. Based on his current appearance, he seems to be slightly hesitant. But I think the possibility of him choosing the Dark Stone Empire's Duan Lingtian is higher. I think so too. After all, Duan Lingtian killed the #2 expert in the younger generation of their Yi clan, Yi Lu. Yi Xiao will probably take revenge for Yi Lu. Many people discussed animatedly and guessed. Most people felt that Yi Xiao would challenge Duan Lingtian. Even if it was Duan Lingtian himself, when he heard the waves of discussion in the surroundings, he felt that it was very likely that Yi Xiao would really challenge him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Xiao's gaze was fixed on him. "It's not me?" When he noticed that Yi Xiao's gaze wasn't on him, he couldn't help but be stunned, and it was slightly unexpected. At this moment, Yi Xiao's gaze was fixed on a young man not too far away. "Zhang Shouyong. All those years ago, I fought you twice in succession and lost both times. Later on, when I wanted to defeat you and wash away my humiliation, you left the capital instead, and there was no news of you since then." Yi Xiao's gaze instantly locked onto Zhang Shouyong as he spoke slowly. "Today is the third time I'm fighting you. I want to defeat you and wash away my humiliation." Battle intent shot into the sky from Yi Xiao's body. Whoosh! Zhang Shouyong's expression remained unchanged when he was challenged by Yi Xiao, and his figure flashed out to instantly arrive at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena to stand opposite Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao." Finally, Zhang Shouyong spoke. "Do you know why you lost to me the last 2 times? During those 2 times, your strength was just like today, and it wasn't inferior to me." "Humph. It's not your turn to lecture me." Chapter 700. The spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand flickered with a faint white light, and it was like a real bright moon. When they saw Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyong standing in confrontation, Duan Lingtian and the others retreated successively to stand in the sky and watch the battle from afar. "Duan Lingtian, I'll take back the debt you owe me after I defeat them one by one." Suddenly, a voice transmission that was filled with confidence sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian didn't even have to turn around to be able to discern that this voice transmission belonged to Zishang. "I'll wait and see." Duan Lingtian replied unhurriedly. This Zishang wants to defeat everyone based on his words. Looks like the fortuitous encounter he obtained isn't simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such strong confidence. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. At the same time, Yi Xiao made a move. With a raise of his hand, the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand emitted a dazzling milky white sheen, and it was the origin energy that surged out from his body and ceaselessly gushed into the spirit saber in his hand that was bright like a moon. Not only that, there were strands of azure-colored energy flashing about within Yi Xiao's origin energy, and it was obviously wind concept. Whoosh! Along with Yi Xiao taking a step forward, the energy of the heavens and the earth surged in the sky above him, and a phenomenon appeared abruptly. 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first. This was the phenomenon formed from drawing upon the energy of the heavens and the earth from all the energy contained within the origin energy of a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist. Subsequently, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. This was the amplification of the Grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand. In the end, another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 9th-level wind concept. Yet all this didn't stop here. Along with the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand emitting a strand of fierce aura, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky above him. 1st-level saber concept. 2 concepts. When they saw the strength Yi Xiao revealed, the 4 young geniuses including Duan Lingtian revealed surprised expressions. Especially Bai He, his pupils constricted abruptly. Never had he imagined that unknowingly, Yi Xiao had actually left him behind in terms of strength. This caused him to feel disgruntled in his heart. Another 2 concepts. Moreover, one of them is even 9th-level concept. This Yi Xiao is worthy of being the number 1 genius of the Yi clan in the last 100 years. Yi Xiao and Zishang are the same, they've both comprehended 2 types of concepts. Looks like today's ranking battle will be very exciting. If Zhang Shouyong hasn't comprehended two types of concepts, then this battle would be slightly difficult. Even though he's comprehended Earth concept is utterly unable to draw support from the energy of the Earth in midair. I see that Zhang Shouyong's expression is very calm. Perhaps he has also comprehended two types of concepts. The surroundings of the cage battle arena were completely bustling. At this moment, Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao had become the center of attention. Most people were shocked by the two types of concepts Yi Xiao had comprehended. More people were curious about how Zhang Shouyong would deal with it. No one hoped for this to be a battle without suspense. After all, only when the two opponents were evenly matched would they be able to watch to their heart's content. Yi Xiao, looks like you haven't slacked off in these past few years. As he looked at the 29 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yi Xiao, Zhang Shouyong spoke slowly with a calm tone, and his face maintained a carefree expression from the beginning until the end. For the sake of defeating you, I naturally have to spare no effort to improve myself. As Yi Xiao spoke, his entire body flashed out as if he was taking a stroll. He seemed to be moving slowly, yet he was actually swift, and in the blink of an eye, he'd already arrived nearby Zhang Shouyong. At the instant Yi Xiao moved, Zhang Shouyong made a move as well. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, an exquisite wine gourd appeared in Zhang Shouyong's hand, and after he took out the wine gourd, Zhang Shouyong put his mouth towards the mouth of the gourd and started drinking. This scene caused many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena to be speechless. Even if Zhang Shouyong's addiction to wine has risen, he should at least consider the occasion, right? Didn't he see that his opponent had already made a move? Of course, practically all the people that were speechless were the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties. The members of the Dark Han dynasty weren't surprised. After all, when Zhang Shouyong made a name for himself in the Dark Han dynasty all those years ago, he had a nickname, and people called him Zhang Shouyong. The extent of Zhang Shouyong's addiction to wine was obvious from this. So long as it was a member of the Dark Han dynasty, they wouldn't be surprised that Zhang Shouyong was drinking under such an occasion. Big brother Zhang is really unrestrained. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw this scene. Moon Chaser. Zhang Shouyong hadn't finished drinking when Yi Xiao had already shouted out lightly, and his entire body flashed out instantly. Everywhere he passed, he pulled out numerous afterimages before vanishing after a short moment. OM. The grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand flashed out instantly, and it was like a bright moon that was moving swiftly. Behind the bright moon, amongst the origin energy that acted as the driving force, there were some parts that flickered with specks of starlight, and they were like numerous stars that hung in the night sky. Meteor Moon Pursuit was the martial skill that Yi Xiao was executing at this moment. When the bright moon flew out, the numerous stars that were originally quiet like virgins instantly moved like mad rabbits, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous shooting stars that followed behind the bright moon as they flashed towards Zhang Shouyong. Whoosh! When the bright moon was about to flash past Zhang Shouyong's throat, Zhang Shouyong, who was still drinking, moved, and he raised his leg and stomped towards the sky. At practically the instant his foot stomped down, an enormous brick condensed from milky white origin energy appeared beneath his feet, and earthen yellow-colored energy suffused the enormous brick. Obviously, it was Earth concept. Bang! Zhang Shouyong's foot stomped down and just happened to step onto the enormous brick. Instantly, the enormous brick shattered into pieces, and the dense cracks seemed to have transformed into a spiderweb. When Zhang Shouyong borrowed the force of the collision to rise up into the sky, the enormous brick shook and instantly exploded, transforming into nothingness as it completed its mission. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong, who'd borrowed the force of the collision, seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that shot into the sky, and he easily dodged Yi Xiao's bright moon that was pursued by the group of stars. But the bright moon didn't let it go, and it seemed as if it had eyes as it continued to chase after Zhang Shouyong with a menacing aura that didn't reduce in the slightest. it actually didn't consume any energy? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the bright moon that still pulsated with boundless origin energy on its body. Normally speaking, if it was an attack that was released from origin energy, then no matter if it was a spirit weapon that left the hand or pure condensed origin energy, it would more or less be consumed after flying for a certain distance. But Yi Zhao's grade 4 spirit saber didn't consume any energy. What's going on? The scene before him had completely aroused Duan Lingtian's curiosity. For a time, Duan Lingtian sized it up seriously. Swoosh! 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 When faced with the bright moon that flashed over swiftly, Zhang Shouyong, who was still ceaselessly pouring wine into his mouth, continued to stomp on the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet as he flew out, and he dodged with difficulty over and over again. Oem! 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 On the other hand, the bright moon seemed as if it never knew exhaustion as it fought Zhang Shouyong to the death, and it grew closer and closer to Zhang Shouyong. Compared to Zhang Shouyong's speed of dodging after borrowing strength, its speed was obviously swifter. So that's how it is. When Zhang Shouyong and the bright moon were playing hide and seek, Duan Lingtian was instead observing from the side, and after observing for a while, he finally obtained the answer. It turned out that the reason the bright moon possessed endless origin energy was because it was borrowing strength from the group of stars that followed behind it like a shadow. Whereas the origin energy within the group of stars was ceaselessly provided by Yi Zhao. It could be said that so long as Yi Zhao didn't take the initiative to stop providing origin energy, and so long as the origin energy within Yi Zhao's body was endless, the strength and speed contained within the bright moon formed from the spirit saber wouldn't change in the slightest. What a strange martial skill! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he looked at Yi Zhao, who was strolling leisurely in midair and freely controlling the spirit saber with a raise of his hand. Big brother Zhang hasn't finished drinking? When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong, who was still pouring wine into his stomach, he was slightly speechless for a time. On the other hand, the spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena was completely silent. Some people had even started to doze off. He's finished drinking. He's finally finished drinking. Suddenly, someone cried out excitedly. Instantly, the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena that were on the verge of dozing off seemed as if they'd taken stimulants, and all of them became spirited as they looked towards the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Zhang Shouyong had finally finished drinking, and he raised his hand to remove the wine gourd from the side of his mouth. Oem! The bright moon barely flashed past Zhang Shouyong's side and sliced off a corner of Zhang Shouyong's clothes. Slap! Under the gazes of everyone present, the origin energy in Zhang Shouyong's hand skyrocketed with a raise of his hand, and it was suffused with deep earthen yellow-colored energy as he directly slapped it towards the wine gourd. Instantly, raging origin energy and 9th-level earth concept instantly gushed into the wine gourd. The wine gourd shook as a white light flashed, and then it was directly tossed out by Zhang Shouyong. More precisely speaking, it was tossed out. Swoosh! The wine gourd was tossed out by Zhang Shouyong, and it flashed through the sky and contained an extremely formidable force as it moved to intercept the bright moon that Yi Zhao's grade 4 spirit saber had transformed into, and it seemed as if it wanted to go head-on against it. At the same time, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Zhang Shouyong first, and then another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. In the end, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and another 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. It increased his strength by so much? For a time, many people with discerning gazes reacted to this and exclaimed in shock. At this instant, the strength Zhang Shouyong revealed completely surpassed Yi Zhao, and it was an entire 4,000 ancient mammoths more than Yi Zhao. Bang! The wine gourd that tore through the sky collided with the bright moon that flashed towards Zhang Shouyong once more, and it emitted an enormous bang. Subsequently, strong waves of air swept out and transformed into waves of strong winds that swept out in all directions. Bang! After the wine gourd and bright moon collided, they suddenly split apart before colliding once more and emitting an enormous bang. Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. It's a Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. Not only is it a Grade 3 Spirit Weapon, it's a Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that's similar to the Grade 3 Spirit Weapon in young Miss Tian Wu's possession that's capable of providing an amplification of 70%. Chapter 701. A Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that provides an amplification of 70%? The spectating area where all the Zhang clan higher-ups were seated was deathly silent. After a short moment, the group of Zhang clan higher-ups looked at the Patriarch. Patriarch, the Grade 3 Spirit Weapon in the eldest young master's possession is, I don't know as well. The Patriarch shook his head slightly stiffly, and his gaze never left Zhang Shouyong's Spirit Weapon bottle gourd, and his heart was filled with shock. Where did this son of his obtain this spirit weapon? Even the Grade 3 Spirit Weapon in the possession of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family was probably far inferior to this spirit weapon in terms of amplification. Another Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. The pupils of Xiang Ying who sat by King Yong's side constricted, and for a moment, he couldn't refrain from sending a voice transmission to ask the violet-clothed young man that stood in the distant sky. Brother Ling Tian, this spirit weapon of Zhang Shouyong's, Pavilion Master Xiang, you're right. This Grade 3 Spirit Weapon in Big Brother Zhang's possession was personally refined by the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. Duan Ling Tian didn't even turn around to look at Xiang Ying when he heard Xiang Ying's voice transmission, and he guessed Xiang Ying's thoughts. As expected. Even though Xiang Ying had indeed guessed earlier, but when he heard Duan Ling Tian personally confirm it now, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked in his heart. Because of this, Xiang Ying realized a problem. That was the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind Duan Ling Tian. So long as he refined a spirit weapon, it would practically be a top-grade weapon amongst top-grade weapons, the Grade 3 Spirit Whip in Feng Tianwu's possession that could provide an amplification of 70%. The Grade 3 Spirit Weapon Bottle Gourd in Zhang Shouyong's possession that could provide an amplification of 70%. Besides that, he'd gotten acquainted with Duan Ling Tian all those years ago because of the Grade 4 Spirit Sword that Duan Ling Tian had left in their treasure-gathering pavilion, a Grade 4 Spirit Sword that could provide an amplification of 60%. Exactly what sort of existence is that weapons craftsman? At this moment, Xiang Ying was even more curious about the weapons craftsman behind Duan Ling Tian. As for the other people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, they were all surprised. This is the fourth Grade 3 spirit weapon that has appeared today. I originally thought that Zhang Shouyong would lose to Yi Xiao, but I never expected that he would take out a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Yeah, Zhang Shouyong who possesses a Grade 3 spirit artifact completely surpasses Yi Xiao in strength. The scene in front of them made the spectators feel like the situation had taken a turn for the better. Boom! Another enormous bang resounded out. After Zhang Shouyong's spirit energy gourd returned to his hand, it was smashed out by him once more, and it collided with the bright moon that Yi Xiao controlled. After a few head-on collisions, Zhang Shouyong's expression remained unchanged, whereas Yi Xiao's expression was slightly pale instead. Zhang Shouyong. Yi Xiao raised his hand and the bright moon flew back into his hand. I really didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, you would have such luck to obtain such a Grade 3 spiritual weapon. Originally, as far as he was concerned, the two concepts he'd comprehended were sufficient to completely crush Zhang Shouyong. But what he didn't expect was, Zhang Shouyong actually possessed a Grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was even a Grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide a 70% boost. After numerous head-on collisions, he felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. You're able to comprehend two concepts, so why can't I possess a grade 3 spirit weapon? Zhang Shouyong spoke with a composed expression. Zhang Shouyong. I know that I'm not a match for you when you possess this grade 3 spirit weapon. But if you don't have this grade 3 spirit weapon, or if your strength is equal to mine, then it's impossible for you to defeat me. Yi Xiao spoke with slight unwillingness. Is that so? Zhang Shouyong started laughing. At the same time, the origin energy on the spirit energy gourd in his hand faintly weakened slightly. At the same time, the 1,000+ ancient mammoth silhouettes above Zhang Shouyong that were more than Yi Xiao's gradually dispersed. 29 horned dragon silhouettes circled in the sky and stood opposite the 29 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Yi Xiao. What do you mean by this? Even though he asked like this, Yi Xiao's eyes revealed a strand of imperceptible delight. Nothing. Didn't you say that I relied on the might of my spirit weapon and my strength to defeat you? Now, I'll suppress my strength to the same level as you and battle you. Are you satisfied? Zhang Shouyong spoke slowly with a calm expression, and it was as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. For a time, the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar, and all of them felt that Zhang Shouyong was too arrogant. Zhang Shouyong, you'll regret it. The corners of Yi Xiao's mouth curled into an evil smile, and his legs lightly shook as he flashed towards Zhang Shouyong once more. Moonchaser. With a raise of his hand, the grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand flashed out once more to transform into a bright moon that flashed through the sky and coiled around Zhang Shouyong. Bang! At practically the instant that Yi Xiao attacked, Zhang Shouyong raised his leg and shook it in the sky, causing the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet to shatter and transform into nothingness, completing his mission. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong himself was like a cannonball that shot into the sky, and he soared up at the first possible moment. Zhang Shouyong had a solemn expression when facing the bright moon that flashed up towards him, and he muttered with a voice that only he could hear. Mount Tai Crush. At practically the instant that Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, with a raise of his hand, the wine gourd flew up into the sky by itself before expanding. Of course, it didn't really expand, but the origin energy in the surroundings of the wine gourd skyrocketed to transform into a wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain. On the other hand, the material earthen yellow energy swiftly coiled around the wine gourd that was condensed from origin energy, and it instantly set off the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain to the point it seemed real. When facing Yi Xiao's attack, the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain suddenly descended, and its speed grew faster and faster. Rumble. Everywhere the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain passed, it gave rise to waves of explosions that were like thunderclaps. At the same time, the others in the sky above the cage battle arena including Duan Lingtian felt that the scorching sun in the horizon was blocked out by the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain. Before this wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain, the bright moon that Yi Xiao's spirit saber had transformed into was like an ant. What ability is this? Yi Xiao's expression went slightly grim as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Right at this instant, the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain fiercely collided with the bright moon that pursued Zhang Shouyong like a shadow. Bang! An enormous bang resounded out as the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain trembled in midair, whereas, the bright moon flew out instead, and the origin energy and concept within it were instantly obliterated. Pooh! From the beginning until the end, Yi Xiao's origin energy had been connected with the grade 4 spirit saber through the martial skill, Moon Chaser. Now that everything on the spirit saber had been obliterated, it caused him to suffer a wave of backlash, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Right when Yi Xiao held the grade 4 spirit saber in his hand once more. Rumble. The enormous wine gourd descended towards Yi Xiao, and it was like an enormous mountain that enveloped Yi Xiao. For a time, with Yi Xiao at the center, the surrounding area was enveloped by a shadow. Humph. Yi Xiao's gaze went slightly cold as origin energy coiled around the spirit saber in his hand, and two types of concept were on the verge of erupting. Swoosh! In the next moment, Yi Zhao's entire body soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning as he moved to intercept the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain. Let me see how many strikes of mine a wine gourd condensed from mere origin energy and ninth-level earth concept can withstand. Yi Zhao shouted coldly, and in a short moment, the grade 4 spirit saber in his hand had already swung out no less than a few tens of strikes. Oam! 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 Numerous narrow and long saber lights flashed out to descend onto the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain, and they seemed as if they'd smashed onto firm ground as they easily entered into the wine gourd. It wasn't long before a few hundred hideous saber marks appeared at the bottom of the wine gourd, yet the speed at which the wine gourd descended didn't slow down in the slightest. How could this be possible? In the end, Yi Zhao was slightly numb. Bang! On the other hand, the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain finally smashed onto Yi Zhao, and along with an enormous bang, Yi Zhao's entire body swiftly descended to smash onto the cage in the cage battle arena with a bang. Huff huff huff, Yi Zhao lay on the cage as he gasped heavily for breath, and his eyes revealed slight terror as he looked at the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain that had stopped in midair. He was unable to wrap his head around how exactly Zhang Shouyong had accomplished this. The strength Zhang Shouyong utilized was obviously equal to him, but when Zhang Shouyong combined his origin energy with 9th-level earth concept to condense this wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain into the surroundings of the wine gourd, Zhang Shouyong possessed the strength to easily crush him. Up until now, he was still unable to wrap his head around what ability Zhang Shouyong had utilized. He dared confirm that this was absolutely not the might of a martial skill. Even if it was a high-grade Earth-rank martial skill that was infinitely close to a Heaven-rank martial skill, it was impossible for it to be so abnormal. Zhang Shouyong is victorious. When the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena returned to his senses and announced, the group of people including Duan Lingtian finally returned to their senses. Even though the martial skill Big Brother Zhang executed earlier wasn't simple, yet it wasn't sufficient to allow him to instantly crush Yi Zhao. His earth concept was actually capable of forcefully condensing the origin energy that was coiled around the wine gourd into a material expanse of earth. When the numerous saber lights of Yi Zhao's hundreds of attacks from before blasted onto the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain, more than half of their strength was neutralized by the earth in the surroundings of the wine gourd. In the end, when they collided with the wine gourd, they didn't have much strength left and were utterly incapable of affecting Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. According to the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, there was only a single possibility. That was, Zhang Shouyong had already touched the threshold of intermediate earth concept. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to rely on his 9th-level elementary earth concept to condense the origin energy into a true expanse of earth. The materialization of concept was something that only intermediate concept was capable of accomplishing. For example, once water concept was comprehended to the level of intermediate concept, then when combined with origin energy, it was even capable of condensing true water. Fire concept was the same as well, and it was capable of condensing true flames when combined with origin energy. But for any concept of nature, so long as it came into contact with intermediate concept, then so long as the person that comprehended concept of nature was willing, the person would be able to materialize their concept. Just like when Xuan'ai made a move that day. Her intermediate concept of ice combined with origin energy was capable of forming a true strong wind of ice that swept out and directly froze the target into a popsicle. Chapter 702. Looks like this Zhang clan's Zhang Shouyong has already come into contact with intermediate earth concept. Based on the ability he executed earlier, it wouldn't be long before he'll be able to officially comprehend intermediate earth concept and even break through to the void interpretation stage. There was no lack of void interpretation stage experts on the first-class spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and they'd seen through the ability Zhang Shouyong executed earlier. Exactly. Once a martial artist that had similarly comprehended 9th-level elementary concept came into contact with intermediate concept, their strength would obtain an extremely great improvement. At the very least, they'll practically be in an invincible position before someone with a similar strength. When facing an opponent like this, unless one's movement technique is able to far surpass him and avoid the material concept he executed with origin energy when attacking. Otherwise, it's extremely difficult to defeat him. Indeed. Many of the profound void martial stage experts watching from the sidelines voiced their opinions. Even though their voices weren't loud, yet it clearly spread out in the silent cage battle arena, causing everyone to hear it clearly. So that's how it is. This Zhang Shouyong has actually already come into contact with intermediate earth concept. Yi Shao, who'd consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly, soared into the sky, and he looked at Zhang Shouyong with a complicated gaze. He originally thought that he would be able to defeat Zhang Shouyong today and wash away his humiliation. Unexpectedly, the outcome was still the same as the last 2 times. He'd still lost to Zhang Shouyong. Intermediate Earth concept. He looked at Zhang Shouyong with a slightly grim expression. When he heard the discussions of those void interpretation stage experts, he understood that he wasn't a match for Zhang Shouyong. At least, he wasn't now. Because if he exerted his full strength, then his strength was even inferior to Yi Shao, and it was utterly impossible for his movement technique to be swifter than Zhang Shouyong. He suddenly noticed that since an unknown time, he'd actually become the lowest amongst the 3 publicly acknowledged most outstanding young experts of the Dark Han dynasty. This was something he was slightly unable to accept. In next to no time, his gaze moved on to Duan Lingtian, and after flashing past Duan Lingtian, it descended onto Zishang. Fortunately, there's still these 2 fellows at the bottom. In this way, even if I'm inferior to Bai Hao, Zhang Shouyong, and Yi Shao, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. At this moment, he didn't realize it in the slightest. Currently, he did not know much about the true strength of Duan Lingtian and Zishang. Although the 2 of them had fought before, they had killed their opponents in an instant. They hadn't even had time to form the heaven and earth phenomenon before everything was over. In the battle between Zhang Shouyong and Yi Shao, Zhang Shouyong won. Amidst the waves of praises from the surroundings of the cage battle arena, Zhang Shouyong's expression remained unchanged as he retreated to the side, and his gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian, Zishang, Bai Hao, and Bai He. He was very curious about who would appear next. Next, who is going to issue a challenge? At this time, one of the old men also looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Let me do it. With a light shout, the black-clothed youth had already arrived at the center of the cage battle arena. The person that entered the arena now was none other than the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's second prince, Bai He. It's the second prince. I never imagined that the 3 young experts that were publicly acknowledged in our Dark Han dynasty in the past would enter the arena so quickly. I wonder who the second prince will choose as his opponent. No matter who it is, the second prince's chances of winning are extremely great. His strength isn't inferior to Zhang Shouyong and Yi Shao. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Many people praised Bai He to the heavens, and it caused Bai He's face to be slightly hot. Perhaps his strength in the past wasn't inferior to Zhang Shouyong and Yi Shao. But now, he knew that he wasn't a match for Zhang Shouyong and Yi Shao. Of course, if he was challenged by Zhang Shouyong and Yi Shao, he would still make a move and would absolutely not admit defeat directly. As the second prince of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, he had his own pride and dignity. Even if he wasn't a match for his opponent, he would fight until the end and reveal his natural talent and strength that far exceeded ordinary young geniuses. Along with Bai He's gaze flashing past Duan Lingtian, Zi Shang, and Bai Hao, the cage battle arena was deathly silent, and everyone held their breaths. In the end, Bai He's gaze locked onto a person. A white-clothed young man. Zi Shang. The person Bai He challenged was precisely Zi Shang, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Zither Young Master. This caused many people to be surprised. After all, amongst the 3 people Bai He could choose to challenge now, 2 of them were members of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and they were on the same side as Bai He. Originally, even more people thought that he would choose to challenge Duan Lingtian. But the outcome was always unexpected. I've never heard of this Zi Shang in the past. But his strength is extremely strong, and he killed the Dark Moon sect's head disciple, Feng Yu, with a flick of his finger. The gazes of many spectators descended onto Zi Shang. The Dark Moon sect's head disciple, Feng Yu, possessed a cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage and had comprehended 9th level sword concept, and he could be considered to be a top 8th level Void Initiation stage young genius in the Dynasty Martial competition today. But it was precisely an existence like this that was annihilated by Zi Shang with a flick of his finger. From the moment Zi Shang made a move to Feng Yu's death, it had only occurred in an instant, and even the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form. It was sufficient to show how swift Zi Shang's attack was and how formidable his strength was. Whoosh! When faced with Bai He's challenge, Zi Shang flew out with a calm expression. Brother! On the spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, Zi Yan clenched her fists tightly, and her peerlessly beautiful face contained slight worry mixed within. Even though she knew that her older brother was a 9th level Void Initiation stage expert now. But the second prince, Bai He, had stepped into the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage since long ago. Don't worry, even if Zi Shang is inferior to He, his life won't be in danger. After the black-clothed old man noticed Zi Yan's nervousness, he couldn't help but smile as he consoled her. Exactly. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor nodded as well. Obviously, no matter if it was the black-clothed old man or the emperor, they didn't feel that Zi Shang was able to defeat Bai He. After all, Bai He had always been an outstanding figure in the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty. On the other hand, Zi Shang had just risen swiftly. As far as they were concerned, Bai He's foundation was much more solid than Zi Shang, and if nothing unexpected happened, Zi Shang would lose for sure. Zi Shang. On the spectating area of the Dark Stone Empire, Long Yun's gaze descended onto Zi Shang, and his eyes flickered with bright lights. As a figure that was once amongst the 5 great young masters like Zi Shang, Long Yun paid no less attention to Zi Shang than Duan Lingtian. He felt that his fortuitous encounters could already be considered to be shocking. But Zi Shang's fortuitous encounters seemed to be even more shocking. Exactly how strong is Zi Shang's current strength? He was extremely curious about this. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Lingtian and the others stood far away, and their gazes descended onto the 2 young men at the center area of the sky above the cage battle arena. A black-clothed young man and a white-clothed young man stood in confrontation with each other. Zi Shang, truthfully speaking, I'm truly extremely surprised when I saw you possess a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. But I still want to tell you that even if your cultivation is similar to mine now, you're still bound to be Bai He's, stepping stone in this lifetime. Bai He looked at Zi Shang and provoked via voice transmission, and he obviously wanted to infuriate Zi Shang. But unfortunately, Zi Shang had a calm expression when facing his provocation, and he replied indifferently via voice transmission. Second Prince, it's still unknown who's the stepping stone of who. But you'll know very soon. Zi Shang, you're courting death. Bai He, who originally wanted to provoke and infuriate Zi Shang, was instantly enraged when he heard Zi Shang's voice transmission that carried meaning, and his figure flashed out to directly charge towards Zishang. In the sky above him, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly condensed into form. Along with a 3-foot-long blade that flowed with flowing lights appearing in Baihe's hand, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. Whoosh! In the end, along with the 3-foot-long blade emitting a strand of a peerlessly sharp aura, another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky and coiled down. It wasn't just that. There was another aura mixed within the origin energy within the sword in Baihe's hand, and it was the aura of advanced force. 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form along with him. The strength of 28 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths was Baihe's entire strength after exerting his full strength. Swoosh! Baihe's speed was extremely swift like an arrow that left the bow, and he arrived before Zishang in a short moment. Die! Suddenly, Baihe's gaze went slightly cold as the grade 4 spirit sword in his hand drew a sword and flashed out swiftly. At the instant Baihe struck out with his sword. Swish! 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 Wave after wave of sword howls sounded out, rising and falling in succession without end. It was the grade 4 spirit sword in Baihe's hand that had condensed into form 10 sword lights that appeared out of thin air from all directions, and they pierced towards Zishang. Everywhere the sword lights passed, the airflow in the air flashed, and the light howls of the wind were slightly ear-piercing. Whoosh! Zishang didn't have the intention of dodging when facing Baihe's preemptive strike, and with a raise of his left hand, an ordinary zither appeared once more in his hand. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zishang suddenly raised his right hand as origin energy raged and coiled around his palm. It wasn't just that, strands of deep azure-colored energy and red-colored energy converged together at the center of his palm, and the red-colored energy showed signs of gradually increasing. The strength of the wind. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At practically the exact same moment, Zishang moved. He slapped out with his palm, and the origin energy of wind concept and fire concept condensed at the center of his palm instantly warped and revolved to form a deep vortex. He wants to. Zishang's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly puzzled. Because at this moment, the target of Zishang's palm strike wasn't Baihe, but the zither in Zishang's hand. Precisely speaking, it was slapping towards a row of strings on the front of the zither. Swish! 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 Right at this moment, the 10 sword lights Baihe condensed were only a foot away from Zishang, and they were about to pierce through Zishang's body. Finally, Zishang's right palm that twisted the vortex descended with a bang and slapped onto a row of strings on the front of the zither. Clang! Chapter 703. A.H. A.H. At practically the instant the enormous bang sounded out, many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were shaken to the point their eardrums ruptured, and some spectators with low cultivations and weren't prepared even bled from all 7 apertures and were in an extremely sorry state. Fortunately, I was prepared this time. On the other hand, many spectators that had hurriedly covered their ears when they saw Zishang withdraw the zither were filled with luck in their hearts when they saw many people in the surroundings bleeding from all 7 apertures. Along with Zishang's palm slapping onto a row of strings on the front of the zither, an enormous clang resounded out. Whoosh! With the point his palm descended as the center, an extremely terrifying energy instantly swept out towards the surroundings, and it was his origin energy and concept combined with the zither in his hand to execute a formidable group attack. Besides carrying along the raging milky white origin energy, the extremely terrifying energy was mixed with strands of azure and red-colored energy. The red-colored energy raged and rose explosively, and it actually rose by itself under the urging of the azure-colored energy. Borrowing strength from wind. The sudden scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be shocked. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed. Along with Zishang's palm descending onto the zither, before the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth had the time to completely condense into form, Zishang actually directly put away the zither in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the origin energy vortexes that contained wind concept and fire concept that revolved ceaselessly at the center of his palm were annihilated along with this. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that hadn't condensed into form in the sky above him had instantly dispersed. At this instant, Duan Lingtian only had a single thought remaining. He wouldn't think that this strike of his is sufficient to defeat Bai He, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked as a crazy thought arose within his mind. Whoosh! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian realized that he'd guessed correctly. Along with Zishang's palm descending onto the zither, the energy that swept out towards the surroundings had formed into an origin energy vortex that revolved without end, and when combined with the azure and red-colored energy, it was like a swiftly revolving wheel of wind and fire. Under the urging of the azure-colored energy, the red-colored energy within the vortex swiftly rose. Along with the rise of the red-colored energy, the energy contained within the vortex grew stronger and stronger. It wasn't affected in the slightest because Zishang had stopped. Boom! 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 The origin energy vortex ceaselessly spread out, and it carried along the might of wind and fire. It was as if the wind flame wheels had suddenly exploded, and it gave rise to waves of deafening sounds of air exploding. Not only that, apart from the one that was closest to Bai He, the 10 sword lights that were condensed from the 1-meter-long blade in his hand were all shattered into pieces by the origin energy vortex. Whoosh! After the essence energy vortex shattered the 9 sword lights, its momentum did not diminish, continuing to sweep out in all directions, enveloping Bai He in the blink of an eye. Boom! Another loud bang rang out. It was Bai He who was swept in by the essence energy vortex along with his sword. At this moment, even if Bai He mobilized the origin energy in his body in time, it was still difficult for him to resist the origin energy vortex. Under the gazes of everyone present, the spirit sword in Bai He's hand was quickly swept away by the origin energy vortex, and it fell onto the cage battle arena. On the other hand, Bai He himself was carried along by the origin energy vortex to spin a few tens of rounds, and it shook him to the point his countenance turned ghastly pale while blood sprayed out violently from his mouth. If this continued, he would obviously not be able to survive. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the 2 old men in the sky above the cage battle arena that were in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition made a move at the same time. One of them saved Bai He. The other person annihilated the origin energy vortex with a raise of his hand. Even then, the origin energy vortex still brought along a wave of violent winds that swept out in all directions of the cage battle arena, and it blew on the clothes of most people present to the point it fluttered with the wind. At this moment, only the sound of Bai He gasping for breath and the howling of the violent winds remained in the scene. Numerous gazes descended onto the white-clothed young man in the center area of the sky above the cage battle arena in unison. From the beginning until the end, the white-clothed young man didn't move in the slightest, and he stood there without moving like a mountain, and his expression remained unchanged even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Second prince lost just like this? The spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena recovered from their shock successively, and all of them revealed astonished expressions as they found it difficult to believe that everything they saw earlier was real. Some people even felt that they were dreaming. But when they stretched out their hands to fiercely pinch their thighs, the pain that came from their thighs seemed to be telling them they weren't dreaming. Zishang is victorious. Along with the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena speaking, the outcome was out. Meanwhile, everyone was jolted awake from their shock. Too terrifying. This Zishang is too terrifying. He isn't just terrifying. He's simply abnormal. When he killed the Dark Moon sect's head disciple, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form, and it was fine. After all, the Dark Moon sect's head disciple was only an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist. But earlier, when facing the second prince, one of the publicly acknowledged 3 great young experts of our Darkhan dynasty, he actually defeated the second prince in a single move. Moreover, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form as well. It said that a silent dog will bite. Looks like these words aren't wrong in the slightest. The entire cage battle arena was in an uproar because Zishang defeated Bai He with a single strike. The faces of many people even flushed red and were extremely excited. It was as if the person that defeated the second prince wasn't Zishang but them. This, on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, the black-clothed old man was completely stunned. Zishang was his personal disciple, so logically speaking, no one understood Zishang better than him. But now, the ability Zishang revealed caused him to feel unfamiliar. Especially the origin energy vortex that appeared in Zishang's hand with a raise of his hand. It was obviously an extremely formidable martial skill, and he felt that he'd never seen or heard of such a martial skill. Hiss! The Darkhan dynasty's emperor that sat by the side of the black-clothed old man couldn't help but gasp. Zishang is actually so strong? Perhaps, Zishang's strength isn't even inferior to Hao. The emperor couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he recalled the scene from before. At this moment, the emperor didn't arouse any displeasure towards Zishang when his son was defeated by Zishang. As far as he was concerned, it was a good thing for him and the entire imperial family that a young genius that was even stronger than his son had appeared in the imperial family. This meant that the members of the imperial family had an even greater chance to go even further on the stage of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At the beginning, the emperor had an expression of disappointment when he saw Bai He, who had a ghastly pale countenance. Subsequently, he seemed to have thought of something and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha! Zishang, you're really not bad. Your strength has truly given me a pleasant surprise. Let's not talk about the rewards of your ranking battle for now. I'll make the decision now. No matter what your ranking is, I'll bestow an additional 10,000 low-grade origin stones to you after the dynasty martial competition ends. The emperor's words suppressed the clamorous noise in the cage battle arena and clearly spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a time, the cage battle arena was deathly silent once more, and only the emperor's laughter remained. 10,000 low-grade origin stones? In the surroundings of the cage battle arena, numerous burning gazes locked firmly onto Zishang, who was in the sky above the cage battle arena, and they wished for nothing more than to replace Zishang. As expected of our Darkhan dynasty's emperor. Not only is he not enraged by the second prince's defeat, he even wants to reward the person that defeated the second prince. Your Majesty is wise, long live your Majesty. In next to no time, many spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena weren't stingy with their words of praise towards the emperor in the slightest. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zishang was slightly shocked when he heard the emperor, and after he recovered from his shock, he hurriedly thanked the emperor. Originally, even though he was mentally prepared since long ago when he defeated the second prince today, he was slightly perturbed by the emperor's attitude. After all, the second prince was the emperor's own son, whereas, he was only an outsider. Now it would seem that he'd thought too much. If it was in terms of whose expression was the most unsightly now, then it was undoubtedly the second prince, Bai He. After Bai He was defeated by Zishang, he felt ashamed to the point of being unable to show his face, and he hated to the point of drilling a hole in the sky and entering it. Just think about how he, the dignified second prince of the Darkhan dynasty, one of the 3 great young experts of the Darkhan dynasty, had actually lost at the hands of a person of lowly birth. How could he endure this? Most importantly, he'd humiliated and provoked Zi Shang numerous times via voice transmission earlier. At this moment, he felt that everything he'd done earlier was like slapping his own face. Now, Zi Shang was probably overjoyed in his heart, right? Unknowingly, Bai He's body started trembling lightly, and he was furious to the limit, yet he just happened to be unable to do anything. How could this Zi Shang possibly possess such a formidable strength in such a short period of time? But at the same time that fear arose in Bai He's heart towards the strength Zi Shang revealed, he was also filled with envy. Exactly what fortuitous encounter did he obtain? Why wasn't it me that obtained that fortuitous encounter? As far as Bai He was concerned, if he obtained the fortuitous encounter Zi Shang obtained, then perhaps he would have already broken through to the void interpretation stage now. He hated. He was envious. Unlike Bai He's hatred and envy, Duan Lingtian looked at Zi Shang and his eyes narrowed slightly. I truly never imagined that Zi Shang would actually possess such a formidable strength now. Especially his comprehension of wind concept and fire concept, it can be said to have reached the acme of perfection. As the saying goes, the connoisseur sees the skill, the layman sees the show. Earlier, after Zi Shang stopped attacking, his fire concept was still ceaselessly rising, and an ordinary martial artist was utterly unable to notice it. But Duan Lingtian had seen it clearly. Fire grows stronger with the help of wind. This is basic knowledge. But martial artists that have truly comprehended the two concepts of wind and fire and are able to utilize the wind concept to activate and improve the fire concept are extremely rare. This was something that Duan Lingtian was clearly aware of through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Supposedly, if the ability of utilizing wind with fire is utilized properly, then one is even capable of utilizing wind concept to temporarily improve the level of fire concept during battle. Duan Lingtian was extremely sure that when Zi Shang attacked, his fire concept had surely been activated by his wind concept to improve greatly. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat Bai He so easily. Besides that, the martial skill Zi Shang executed earlier wasn't ordinary as well. Chapter 704. After a short moment, Zi Shang and Bai He each left the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. Next. Meanwhile, the old man spoke out once more. Whoosh! Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, a figure had already flashed out to arrive at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena at the first possible moment. Yi Xiao. Instantly, the person that entered the arena drew the attention of most people. The person that entered the arena now was the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Up until now, 2 battles had been carried out in the top 6 ranking battles. The first battle was the battle between Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyong, and now, Yi Xiao had once again occupied the initiative in the third battle, causing everyone to be unable to refrain from being curious. Who will this Yi Xiao challenge this time? Under the gazes of everyone present, Yi Xiao's gaze directly locked onto a person. Duan Lingtian. When he saw Yi Xiao looking over and calling out his name, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and his figure flashed out to instantly arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena to stand in confrontation with Yi Xiao. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Yi Xiao challenging him. After all, he'd first taught Yi Xiao's younger brother, Yi Xiang, a lesson, and then killed the number 2 young expert of the Yi clan, Yi Lu. It was completely within reason that Yi Xiao wanted to get even with him. Duan Lingtian, you possess such a cultivation at such an age. Needless to say, your natural talent is extremely strong. But unfortunately, the path of the martial Tao doesn't only rely on natural talent, it relies on comprehension ability as well. Obviously, Yi Xiao didn't think that Duan Lingtian's comprehension of concept was very high. Are you teaching me a lesson? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. It's still unknown if you're able to defeat me, yet you're impatiently teaching me a lesson here. It seems to be slightly inappropriate, right? To put it bluntly, do you have the qualifications? Humph. You'll know if I have the qualifications or not very soon. Yi Xiao grunted coldly as his feet shook, and his figure moved along with the wind as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. In his hand, a spirit saber that was like a bright moon appeared out of thin air, and origin energy raged within it while concept followed behind like a shadow as he revealed his strength. Flying stars chasing moon. After Yi Xiao arrived near Duan Lingtian, he raised his hand and shook the spirit saber in his hand. He was about to swing it at Duan Lingtian. At practically the instant that Yi Xiao raised his hand, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. In the eyes of many martial artists with average cultivation, Duan Lingtian disappeared in an instant. As for some martial artists with profound cultivation, they could see that Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane, and was already close to Yi Xiao before he struck out with his blade. At this instant, an ear-piercing sound of wind and thunder suddenly rang out before it abruptly stopped. Whoosh! Soon after, a soft sword hum rang out before it was extinguished in an instant. If one did not have a high cultivation base, they would not be able to hear the sword whistle. What a fast sword! Many martial artists with high cultivations couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they saw the flash of purple sword light in Duan Lingtian's hand. Right at this moment, the grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand had already flashed out towards Duan Lingtian, who was close at hand, and it seemed to have transformed into a bright moon that shot out menacingly. Duan Lingtian seemed to have been prepared since long ago, and he moved to the side in a neither fast nor slow manner at the instant Yi Xiao struck out with his blade. In the eyes of the group of people with profound cultivations, Duan Lingtian had completed the actions of striking out and sheathing his sword in the blink of an eye, and at the instant he sheathed his sword, he seemed as if he'd foreseen the future and flashed to the side. The bright moon that flashed out from Yi Xiao's hand was pushed by the group of stars, and when it saw it had lost its target, Yi Xiao's gaze squinted as he wanted to control the bright moon to chase after Duan Lingtian. You've already lost. A flat and indifferent voice sounded out abruptly, yet it caused the nearby Duan Lingtian to speak slowly. Lost? Yi Xiao couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. When he noticed the numerous strange gazes from the surroundings, a bad premonition arose in his heart, and after he withdrew his spirit saber, he hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a low voice, "What do you mean by this?" Duan Lingtian didn't answer Yi Xiao, and his gaze moved down slightly to descend onto Yi Xiao's throat. There was a shallow sword mark on Yi Xiao's throat, and a clear and dazzling bloody mark hung on it, causing it to be gorgeous and resplendent. When he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, Yi Xiao faintly noticed that his throat was slightly cold, and when he stretched out his hand to wipe his throat, he saw that his hand was covered in dazzling fresh blood. You! How could this be possible? Yi Xiao looked at Duan Lingtian with a dumbstruck gaze and an expression of disbelief. Now, he'd guessed it as well. At the instant that Duan Lingtian approached him, Duan Lingtian had already made a move. Earlier, there was a moment when he felt a gust of cold wind blow onto his throat. At the beginning, he only felt that it was the wind in the air that suddenly became cold, but now when he thought about it, it was caused by the edge of Duan Lingtian's sword. Quick. Too quick. Never had Yi Xiao imagined that Duan Lingtian's sword strike would be so swift to the point he didn't even have the time to react before his throat was sliced open. At the same time, Yi Xiao broke out in cold sweat. He could imagine that if Duan Lingtian hadn't shown mercy earlier, then he would have already been killed by Duan Lingtian's sword strike. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's ability to slice open the throat with a single strike earlier. Their Yi clan's young genius, Yi Lu, had been killed by Duan Lingtian with a single strike of his sword. Now, do you still think you have the qualifications to teach me a lesson? Duan Lingtian stood at the side as he looked at Yi Xiao with a calm expression. His gaze was neither happy nor angry, and no emotions could be discerned from it. I admit that I indeed don't have the qualifications to teach you a lesson. But, thank you for showing mercy. Yi Xiao took a deep breath as his expression changed indeterminately before finally squeezing out a trace of a magnanimous smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao left the central area in the sky above the cage battle arena. This Yi Xiao's character isn't bad, unlike his younger brother. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw Yi Xiao admit defeat so easily. Duan Lingtian is victorious. Meanwhile, the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena announced. At this moment, the two old men that were in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition today looked at Duan Lingtian with slightly complicated gazes. This violet-clothed young man had entered their fields of vision when they followed the emperor over. This was a person that dared be disrespectful before their Dark Han dynasty's emperor. Originally, they thought that the violet-clothed young man only dared to be so unbridled because he was relying on his status as Feng Wudao's son-in-law. Yet now, they didn't think like this. With the natural talent and comprehension ability this violet-clothed young man revealed, he did indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. This Duan Lingtian. How could he possibly be so strong? After Yi Xiao returned to the first-class spectating area where the Yi clan members were, his second brother, Yi Xiang, had an extremely unsightly expression, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness as he looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood in the distant sky. Don't offend this Duan Lingtian in the future. You, me, and our Yi clan can't afford to offend him. Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Xiang with a warning gaze, and his words were obviously not spoken for Yi Xiang's ears. The Yi clan's patriarch and the remaining higher-ups had bitter smiles and helplessness on their faces now. They knew that Yi Xiao was right. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's terrifying natural talent and comprehension ability, just his background was sufficient to cause their Yi clan to be somewhat fearful of him. So it turns out that elder brother Duan concealed so much of his strength when he fought me that day. Even the number one expert in the Yi clan's younger generation, Yi Xiao, wasn't a match for him. After Feng Tianwu received the spatial ring sent over by the worker of the cage battle arena, she looked at Duan Lingtian from afar as she muttered to herself. From the moment Duan Lingtian moved to attacking and dodging to the side. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth and the sky didn't even have the time to condense into form. It could be seen from this that the speed Duan Lingtian attacked had already arrived at an extremely shocking extent. What a kid! He actually concealed his strength so deeply. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up, and a rare wisp of a smile appeared on his face. Young miss, how many origin stones did you help brother Duan earn this time? Elder Kong looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a smile. Over 8,000 origin stones. Feng Tianwu returned to her senses, and an exceedingly brilliant smile bloomed on her peerlessly beautiful face. Not bad. But there won't be such a good opportunity next time. Elder Kong nodded. Feng Tianwu deeply agreed with Elder Kong's words. She was able to earn so much this time because the people of the cage battle arena didn't know Duan Lingtian's exact cultivation. It was precisely because of this that in the battle between Duan Lingtian and Yi Xiao, the odds for Duan Lingtian was much higher than Yi Xiao. After the battle this time, it was obviously impossible for Duan Lingtian's odds to be so high. After all, he was an existence that could defeat Yi Xiao in a single move. This Duan Lingtian's strength is actually so strong. He's able to defeat Yi Xiao in a single move, so doesn't that mean he can defeat Yi Xiao in a single move as well? The brows of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor raised and he was slightly surprised. At this moment, he seemed to have completely tossed the disrespect Duan Lingtian had towards him at the beginning to the back of his mind. As expected of Zishang's old enemy. With his strength, he has the qualifications to become Zishang's opponent. The nearby black-clothed old man spoke with a serious expression. How could this be possible? How could this Duan Lingtian possibly possess such a terrifying strength? The beautiful face of Zi Yen, who sat by the side of the black-clothed old man, was covered in disbelief, and the space between her brows contained slight worry towards her older brother, Zi Shang. She knew clearly in her heart that the battle between her older brother, Zi Shang, and Duan Lingtian was unavoidable today. Moreover, during these past few years, the greatest driving force that urged her older brother forward was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Zi Shang himself looked at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that he revealed a surprised expression, his eyes revealed burning battle intent. I never imagined that you possess such a formidable strength. But, this is good as well. Otherwise, if you're too weak, then it would be too boring. Impossible. Impossible. How old is he? How could he possibly possess such a formidable strength? After he who was defeated by Duan Lingtian earlier consumed a healing medicinal pill, his injuries had completely healed. But now, after he witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, his eyes were filled with a sheen of disbelief. At the beginning, after he witnessed Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyong's strength, he knew clearly in his heart that he wasn't a match for Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyong. Chapter 705. At that time, he had taken Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang to be his stepping stones today. But now, the two people he took to be his stepping stones. One of them had defeated him in a single move. The other had defeated Yi Xiao, who was stronger than him, in a single move. How could he accept this? Could it be that I'm really going to be ranked at the 6th position in the ranking battle? At the bottom? The corners of Baihe's mouth were filled with bitterness as his eyes were filled with unwillingness, and his heart warped madly. This Duan Lingtian has surely obtained numerous fortuitous encounters since he's able to possess such a cultivation at such an age. Why? Why are Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang able to obtain fortuitous encounters, yet I, Baihe, have nothing? I hate it. I hate it. The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that his background was 1,000 times better than Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang. He was the son of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, the respected second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, and he was greatly respected. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang were only people from a tiny imperial kingdom. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian was even from a tiny kingdom under an imperial kingdom, and he was even more inferior to Zi Shang. Duan Lingtian, amazing. Too amazing. Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire praised excitedly. On the other hand, the young geniuses of the other empires were affected by this as well. Who said that there aren't any experts amongst us from the empires? The Dark Stone Empire's Duan Lingtian defeated the Dark Han dynasty's young expert, Yi Xiao, who'd made a name for himself for many years in a single move. Duan Lingtian, good luck. All of us who've similarly come from the various empires are proud of you. Right, we're proud of you. I hope you can point your sword at the first. Point your sword at the first. The young geniuses of the various empires in the 9 second-class spectating areas were seething with excitement. Presently, amongst the 6 great 9th-level void initiation stage young geniuses that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena, only Duan Lingtian was from an empire, and he was a young genius that was recommended by an empire. In the eyes of the young geniuses from the various empires, at this moment, Duan Lingtian represented the glory of these young geniuses from the various empires. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Lingtian had retreated to the side. Brother Lingtian, even though I was mentally prepared since long ago and felt that you would surpass me sooner or later. But never had I imagined that in the dynasty martial competition today, your strength has already surpassed mine. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze as he sighed. Big brother Zhang, you don't have to undervalue yourself. Your earth concept is much stronger than the concept I've comprehended, and it can already materialize. Duan Lingtian shook his head. So what if it can materialize? It's only 9th level elementary earth concept as well. It's fine when facing someone with a similar strength or a strength that's inferior to me, but when encountering a freak like you who far surpasses me in speed, even if my earth concept can materialize, it would be unable to affect you in the slightest. Zhang Shouyong spoke truthfully. No matter what. Based on the current situation, besides Bai Hao who hasn't made a move, you're surely the first amongst the 5 of us to break through to the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian continued. He was extremely confident towards Zhang Shouyong in this. Once Zhang Shouyong broke through to the void interpretation stage, it would be sufficient for him to easily crush all of these young geniuses that hadn't broken through to the void interpretation stage. I hope so. Zhang Shouyong nodded. Next. Meanwhile, the old man spoke out once more. At this moment, no one was the first to move, and the atmosphere became slightly strange. At this moment, even more gazes descended onto the white-colored figure in the sky above the cage battle arena, and it wasn't Zishang but Bai Hao. Bai Hao, a person recommended by the imperial family and the host of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. To most of the people present, he was completely filled with mystery. Up until now, amongst the 6 young geniuses that were competing for the top 6 positions in the ranking battles, only he hadn't made a move. Including Duan Lingtian, the other 5 9th-level void initiation stage young geniuses looked at Bai Hao in unison and anticipated Bai Hao to ascend the arena. Whoosh! Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, Bai Hao made a move and arrived at the central area of the cage battle arena. Bai Hao has entered the arena. I wonder who he'll choose as his opponent. We'll know soon. Numerous gazes never left Bai Hao from the beginning until the end. Finally, Bai Hao chose his opponent as well. Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong was stunned when he was challenged by Bai Hao, and then he moved out to stand in confrontation with Bai Hao. A wine gourd appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he started pouring wine into his mouth. After a short moment, Zhang Shouyong put down the wine gourd and looked at Bai Hao with a serious expression. Obviously, he'd realized that Bai Hao wasn't simple. Even though this Bai Hao made a move yesterday, it was only for a brief moment. But it was precisely during that brief moment that besides revealing a cultivation at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, he even revealed 9th level fire concept. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Bai Hao, and his expression became slightly serious. He kept having the feeling that besides not utilizing a spirit weapon, it was very likely that Bai Hao had held back when he made a move yesterday. Let's begin. Bai Hao spoke indifferently. Practically at the instant Bai Hao finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong moved. Bang! Zhang Shouyong raised his right leg and stomped abruptly, shattering the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet, and then he relied on the force of the collision to charge towards Bai Hao like a cannonball that shot out from the barrel of a cannon. Everywhere Zhang Shouyong passed, the howling of the wind and the sounds of air exploding rose and fell without end. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Shouyong tightly held the wine gourd with a raise of his hand, and then he stretched his shoulder backwards, causing his entire body to seem to have transformed into a strong bow. Along with the origin energy in Zhang Shouyong's hand being released and gushing into the wine gourd, his earth concept followed like a shadow, and it seemed as if the surface of the wine gourd was covered in a layer of earthen yellow clothes. Ha! Along with Zhang Shouyong shouting out explosively, his body that was stretched into the shape of a bow suddenly straightened, and the wine gourd in his hand left his hand with a swish. Everywhere it passed, it seemed to have transformed into an earthen yellow bolt of lightning that shot towards Bai Hao. At the same time, Zhang Shouyong flashed out and followed closely behind the wine gourd. In the sky, numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out along with Zhang Shouyong, and they seemed to be telling the surrounding people that he'd already exerted his full strength. A wine gourd and a person flashed towards Bai Hao one after the other. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian saw a 7-foot-long spear appear out of thin air in Bai Hao's hand, and flowing lights revolved around the body of the spear, and he knew with a single glance that it wasn't an ordinary weapon. Grade 3 spirit weapon? As a genuine Grade 3 weapons craftsman, Duan Lingtian discerned the grade of the spear in Bai Hao's hand with a single glance. Flame Cloud Spear. Bai He's pupils constricted as his expression became slightly unsightly, and the depths of his eyes were filled with envy. He was able to recognize that the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Bai Hao's hand was precisely the one and only Grade 3 spirit weapon in their Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and it was in the possession of the strongest person in the imperial family. Yesterday, he went to look for his imperial father and asked his imperial father to help him borrow this Grade 3 spirit spear, yet he was refused by his imperial father. Never had he imagined that the Grade 3 spirit spear he didn't borrow would be in Bai Hao's hands today. As far as he was concerned, if he possessed this Grade 3 spirit spear to rely on today, then perhaps he wouldn't have to be afraid of Zhang Shouyong and Yi Shao, and at the same time, he wouldn't have lost to Zishang in a single move. He was jealous. He hated. On what basis? On what basis can this Grade 3 spirit spear be lent to Bai Hao but not to me? This Bai Hao uses a spear. When he saw Bai Hao still had a calm expression when facing the wine gourd that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, Bai Hao moved. Bai Hao held the spear with a single hand as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and then strands of material red-colored energy appeared. When the red-colored energy covered his origin energy, the origin energy shook abruptly and transformed into a crimson-red color. For a time, Bai Hao and his spear were situated within a red-colored sea of flames that rose explosively. Its material concept again. As he looked at Bai Hao, who was enveloped by the red-colored flames that rose explosively and didn't suffer the slightest injury, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Bai Hao's fire concept had actually already come into contact with intermediate concept, and it wasn't inferior to Zhang Shouyong's earth concept. Swoosh! Finally, Bai Hao moved. His entire body flashed out like a large fireball that tore through the sky, and it caused the air to be covered in a scorching aura as he moved to intercept the enormous wine gourd that Zhang Shouyong swung and smashed down. Suddenly, Bai Hao held the spear with both hands and swung it above his head. In the next moment, whoosh! A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind instantly resounded out like thunder. It was Bai Hao who'd swung the Grade 3 spirit spear with both hands and smashed it towards Zhang Shouyong as if he possessed the help of the gods, whereas, the spear in his hand seemed to have transformed into a rod at this moment. Bang! The spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand descended and fiercely smashed onto the wine gourd that flashed over, and scorching flames swept out and instantly shattered the material earth on the surface of the wine gourd. It wasn't just that. After his spirit spear shattered the material earth concept in the surroundings of the wine gourd, it continued to descend onto the wine gourd, and another enormous bang sounded out before the wine gourd was directly blasted flying by him. Bang! On the other hand, the wine gourd that was blasted flying collided with Zhang Shouyong, who followed behind it, and it blasted Zhang Shouyong flying. Pooh! Zhang Shouyong was struck by the wine gourd while being caught off guard, causing his countenance to go ghastly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and he only stopped after he was blasted flying for a distance. On the other hand, Bai Hao had already put away the Grade 3 spirit spear in his hand, and the flames on his body were extinguished along with it. You're not a match for me. Bai Hao looked at Zhang Shouyong with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. Zhang Shouyong didn't deny Bai Hao's words, and he retreated to the side after putting away the wine gourd. Bai Hao is victorious. Meanwhile, one of the old men reacted to the situation and announced the outcome. On the other hand, the cage battle arena was clamorous as well. What happened earlier? This Bai Hao, who was recommended by the imperial family, used the spirit spear as a rod, and he smashed out with the rod to blast Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd flying? Not only did he blast the wine gourd flying, he even injured Zhang Shouyong. I only saw the ancient horned dragon silhouette appear in the sky above Zhang Shouyong when he attacked. I didn't see Bai Hao's attack clearly. I didn't see it clearly as well. Chapter 706. Just like Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang earlier, Bai Hao defeated his opponent in a single move. From the beginning until the end, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have time to condense into form at all. I feel that Bai Hao's strength is comparable to Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang, and he completely surpasses the other three young geniuses. Not only that, when Bai Hao attacked, that fire concept combined with his origin energy actually transformed into true flames. He's an existence that's half a foot into the void interpretation stage, just like Zhang Shouyong. His strength is even stronger than Zhang Shouyong. The surroundings of the cage battle arena were filled with animated discussion. Including Duan Lingtian, most people were shocked by Bai Hao's strength. Big brother Zhang, when Bai Hao swung that spirit spear earlier and smashed it towards your spirit weapon bottle gourd, did it contain another type of concept? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Zhang Shouyong via voice transmission. Because Bai Hao attacked swiftly, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form, and coupled with the material fire concept blocking Duan Lingtian's line of sight, Duan Lingtian didn't notice the second concept. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't notice it, but it didn't mean that Zhang Shouyong was unable to sense it. Exactly. Even though Zhang Shouyong lost at Bai Hao's hands, he wasn't dejected in the slightest. Besides fire concept, he used rod concept as well. According to my guess, his rod concept is at least at the second level or above. Rod concept? Second level or above? Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Hao with slight surprise when he heard this. Never had he imagined that Bai Hao's strength was actually so strong. Ninth level fire concept and rod concept at the second level or above, the combination of both, is already not inferior to the combination of my 8th level wind concept and 3rd level lightning concept. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Even though I've comprehended 1st level earth concept, who knows if his rod concept is only at the 2nd level? Perhaps it's at the 3rd or 4th level. After all, Zhang Shouyong had only roughly estimated that Bai Hao's stick concept was at the 2nd level or above, and he wasn't able to confirm exactly how strong it was. Bai Hao easily won the battle with Zhang Shouyong, shocking many people present. Based on the current situation, amongst the 6 young geniuses, Duan Lingtian, Zi Shang, and Bai Hao's strengths are the strongest. The other 3 are slightly inferior. If nothing unexpected happens, the top 3 of the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial competition today ought to be Duan Lingtian's group of 3. No matter if it's Duan Lingtian, Zi Shang, or Bai Hao. Up until now, they've attacked swiftly, causing the phenomena of the heavens and the earth to appear briefly, and I utterly don't know exactly how strong they are. Perhaps, only when the 3 of them face each other will we be able to determine their exact strength. I'm looking forward to it. The sounds of discussion rose and fell in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and many people were anticipating the battle between Duan Lingtian, Zi Shang, and Bai Hao. Bai Hao. Zi Shang looked at Bai Hao, who'd retreated to the side, and his eyes narrowed abruptly as he thought in his heart. I originally thought that my opponent today would only be Duan Lingtian. Yet I never imagined that Bai Hao's strength would be so formidable as well, and he already possesses the qualifications to be my opponent. But no matter if it's Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao. Both of them are bound to become my, Zi Shang's, stepping stones. I, Zi Shang, am determined to obtain the first in the Dynasty Martial competition. Unknowingly, Zi Shang's eyes were filled with confidence, confidence towards his own strength. Next. In next to no time, along with the sounds of discussion in the surroundings of the cage battle arena calming down, the old man spoke once more. At the same time, Xiaofan moved and arrived at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena at the first possible moment. It's Xiaofan. Xiaofan actually went up in such a hurry. I wonder if he'll choose Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao as his opponent. If he chooses Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao, then this battle will surely be extremely exciting. The atmosphere in the cage battle arena that had calmed down slightly became bustling once more. But unfortunately, Xiaofan didn't choose Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao. His gaze locked onto his target at the first possible moment. Yi Xiao, are you going to admit defeat yourself? Or do you want me to defeat you? The person Xiaofan challenged was precisely the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Presently, Yi Xiao was sitting at the first-class spectating area where the members of the Yi clan were seated, and he flew out when challenged by Xiaofan. If you have the strength, then defeat me. Don't even think about asking me to admit defeat. Yi Xiao's words were filled with unyielding pride. As the eldest young master of the Yi clan and the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Yi clan, he had pride and dignity that was more important than his own life, and he wouldn't allow anyone to trample on it. Very good. Xiaofan stood in confrontation with Yi Xiao and nodded with satisfaction. Since it's like this, then I'll personally defeat you. Humph. Yi Xiao grunted coldly and chose to strike first to gain the initiative once more. But unfortunately, even though his speed was swift, Xiaofang's speed was swifter. Along with a zither appearing out of thin air in Xiaofang's hand, origin energy flickered out from the tips of his fingers with a raise of his hand before transforming into 2 tiny vortexes that ceaselessly warped and revolved. Moreover, within these 2 tiny vortexes, wind concept and fire concept followed like shadows, and the fire borrowed the might of the wind, causing the fire concept to gradually strengthen. In the next moment, Xiaofang's hand descended like a bolt of lightning, and his fingers plucked the strings of the zither. Cover your ears. In the surroundings of the cage battle arena, along with the appearance of the zither in Xiaofang's hand, many people couldn't help but shout out in panic. Many spectators with comparatively low cultivations hurriedly stretched out their hands to cover their ears. Right at this instant, the sound of the zither resounded out. Clang! Clang! 2 ear-piercing and unpleasant sounds of the zither instantly resounded out. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, 2 ceaselessly revolving vortexes whistled out from the zither, and they were like 2 extremely swift arrows that left the bowstring. One of the vortexes moved to intercept the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand. Clang! The sound of the zither resounded out as the spirit saber was swept to the side by the vortexes, and the origin energy on it dimmed down slightly. On the other hand, the other vortex pointed directly at Yi Xiao, and it followed him like a shadow as it whistled out towards Yi Xiao with menacing momentum. Yi Xiao's eyes squinted when facing the vortexes that approached menacingly, and with a raise of his hand, he slashed out with his palm to heavily descend onto the vortexes. However, the vortexes easily dispersed more than half of the origin energy on Yi Xiao's palm, and then they heavily injured Yi Xiao and blasted him flying. At the same time that Yi Xiao flew out in a sorry state, he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his countenance was ghastly pale to the extreme. On the other hand, the Grade 4 spirit saber that flew out of his hand had completely dimmed down after losing the supply of origin energy, and it fell to the ground before being taken back by Yi Xiao, who'd barely caught his breath. Xiaofan. Yi Xiao looked at the white-clothed young man that had put away his zither long ago, and his eyes revealed deep fear. When did such a figure appear in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family? He was actually completely unaware in the past. He defeated his opponent in a single move. This Xiaofang's strength is too overbearing. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hasn't completely condensed into form. I can't see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes this Shang is capable of drawing upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to condense into form when he attacks. I suspect that when this Shang attacks with his full strength, it's extremely likely that it exceeds the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. It's possible. As expected, an uproar arose in the cage battle arena when they saw Shang defeating Yi Xiao in a single move. Shang's strength had once again shocked them. Along with Shang and Yi Xiao retreating to the side, the ranking battle continued. Next. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a figure flashed out swiftly to arrive at the center area of the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the violet-clothed young man that took the initiative to enter the arena drew the attention of everyone. Who should I choose? It was the first time Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to enter the arena to choose an opponent, and his gaze flashed past the other 4 people besides Yi Xiao as he carefully sized them up. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. Besides Shang, Bai Hao, and Zhang Shouyong who had calm expressions, the second prince Bai He's expression was slightly unsightly, and his gaze was difficult to unravel. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile when he saw this scene, and his gaze locked onto Bai He. Second prince, if I'm not wrong. You seem to have said that you wanted to teach me a lesson. Now, I'll give you this opportunity, how about it? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the cage battle arena went deathly silent. Numerous strange gazes descended onto Bai He as expected, and all of them felt that Duan Lingtian was truly too evil. With his strength that was capable of defeating Yi Xiao in a single move, he'd challenged Bai He who was obviously inferior to Yi Xiao and even spoke such mocking words. Wasn't this bullying? You? Bai He's expression went grim when he heard Duan Lingtian, and when he recalled his actions of provoking Duan Lingtian at the beginning, he wished for nothing more than to give himself 2 slaps. When he noticed the numerous strange gazes that flashed over from the surroundings, he was unable to restrain himself any longer, and he flew out to stand in confrontation with Duan Lingtian as he sneered. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that I, Bai He, am afraid of you? I didn't think so. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled lightly. Then. Second prince, please make a move. Duan Lingtian's casual attitude caused Bai He's expression to go grim once more. Since you want to court death, then I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Bai He was like a wild beast that had its tail stepped on, and he was exasperated as he flashed out while a spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Right when origin energy raged within the spirit sword in Bai He's hand and his sword concept arrived as expected. Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's speed was so swift that when it entered into Bai He's eyes, he only saw an afterimage that flashed swiftly by, and it directly flashed past him to arrive behind him. When he recovered from his shock, he instantly turned around with the intention of attacking once more. Duan Lingtian is victorious. The old man's voice clearly entered into Bai He's ears. Bai He's expression went grim when he heard this, and when he recalled the scene of Duan Lingtian defeating Yi Xiao earlier, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to wipe his throat, causing his hand to be tainted with blood. Instantly, Bai He's expression went ghastly pale to the extreme, and he was slightly dejected. He knew that he'd lost completely and utterly. Chapter 707. Throat sliced with a single strike again. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian showing mercy, the second prince would have died for sure. What a swift sword! What a swift speed! Even though the people present weren't surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to defeat Bai He, they were still shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed. Duan Lingtian had attacked twice, and it was against Yi Xiao and Bai He respectively. But the outcome of the two of them was almost the same, and both of them had their throats slit before they could react to what had happened. Duan Lingtian. On the second-class spectating area where the members of the Dark Stone Empire were seated, King Yong revealed a smile. Duan Lingtian's display had exceeded his expectations, and it caused him to be extremely pleasantly surprised at the same time. Before this, he'd never imagined that someone from their Dark Stone Empire would actually be able to arrive at this stage. If it wasn't for him confirming that everything before his eyes was real, he would feel that he wasn't dreaming. No matter how shocked the others in the cage battle arena were, the dynasty martial competition still continued like a raging fire. Perhaps it was intentional or not, Duan Lingtian, Zi Shang, and Bai Hao had chosen the other three people as their opponents first. In next to no time, the other three people had each lost at the hands of the three of them. The results of the 4th, 5th, and 6th in the ranking battles of the dynasty martial competition today have been decided. They're respectively Zhang Shouyong, Yi Xiao, and Bai He. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man's voice was like a sonorous bell as he announced. The 6th will obtain 2,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward, the 5th will obtain 5,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward, the 4th will obtain 10,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. Another old man continued. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the scene was in an uproar as expected. 10,000 low-grade origin stones? For a time, numerous gazes that were filled with burning desire descended onto Zhang Shouyong in unison. He's only at the 4th, yet he's able to obtain 10,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward? Then wouldn't the people ranked in the top 3 be able to obtain even more origin stones? The person ranked at the 1st in the dynasty martial competition today would probably count until his hands went soft. The attention of the people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had moved on to the rewards of the dynasty martial competition today. More people were curious about the rewards for the top 3. No one was surprised by the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's wealth. Because they knew that the Dark Han dynasty's origin stone vein was controlled in the hands of the imperial family. Perhaps some other top forces could get a share of the profits, but more than 50% of the primordial stones mined would still be in the hands of the imperial family. The 4th place is worth 10,000 low-grade primal stones? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean that the 1st place winner is extremely likely to receive several tens of thousands of low-grade origin stones? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with yearning for the 1st in the dynasty martial competition today. Meanwhile, after Zhang Shouyong, Yi Xiao, and Bai He received their respective spatial rings that contained spirit stones, they returned successively to the first-class spectating area they were at earlier. Together with the others, they looked towards the 3 remaining young geniuses in the distant sky. A purple-clothed young man and 2 white-clothed young men. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the robes of the 3 people to flutter in the wind. A great battle was about to break out. Now, the 3 of you will decide on the top 3 rankings of the dynasty martial competition today. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and spoke slowly. The 3 of them were competing for the top 3 rankings. In other words, any one of them would face 2 battles. Moreover, there would only be a total of 3 battles, and they were the final 3 battles. Only 3 battles were required to decide on the final rankings. The clamorous noise in the cage battle arena was slowly suppressed and gradually vanished along with the old man's voice. The entire cage battle arena recovered its calm. Whoosh! A figure was the first to flash out and stand at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. It was a white-robed young man. Zi Shang. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. At this moment, Zi Shang only had 2 choices. The first was to choose him as his opponent and challenge Bai Hao in the next battle. The second was to choose Bai Hao as his opponent and battle him in the next battle. In next to no time, Zi Shang made a choice. Bai Hao. Zi Shang's gaze descended onto Bai Hao, and his burning gaze was filled with battle intent. Whoosh! Bai Hao was challenged, and he flew out to stand before Zishang and stand in confrontation with Zishang. Two white-colored figures stood facing each other, and it was extremely dazzling. I wonder who will win in the battle between Zishang and Bai Hao. Based on the current situation, their chances of winning ought to be 50%. After all, from the beginning until the end, we haven't discerned their exact strengths. I feel that Bai Hao's chances of winning are comparatively greater. It wasn't just the surrounding crowd of spectators that didn't know the outcome of the battle between Zishang and Bai Hao. Even Duan Lingtian was similarly unable to deduce who was stronger between the two of them. Zishang and Bai Hao's cultivations were on par. This was the information he possessed up until now. On the other hand, in terms of concept, he wasn't sure until now. As for spirit weapons, if Zishang didn't conceal them, then he would surely be suppressed by Bai Hao in terms of spirit weapons. After all, Bai Hao possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even though it wasn't a weapon that he liked, it could be used as a weapon that he liked, and it wouldn't affect his strength in the slightest. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zishang and Bai Hao moved at practically the exact same time. Zishang soared up into the sky as a zither appeared out of thin air in his hand. At the same time, his palm descended, and the concept of wind and fire fused into his origin energy to form a swiftly revolving vortex at the center of his palm that directly pressed down onto the surface of the zither. Whoosh! At practically the instant Zishang's hand descended, a spirit spear appeared in Bai Hao's hand. When he flashed towards Zishang like a bolt of lightning, material flames skyrocketed from his body, and he seemed to have transformed into a ball of burning clouds that flashed through the sky. The aura in the air suddenly rose in temperature. Along with waves of violent winds blowing over from all directions, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of hot wind assault him, and it enveloped his entire body within it. What an overbearing fire concept! Clang! At the instant Zishang's hand descended, an ear-piercing sound of a zither resounded out. At the same time, a strong wave of air came from Zishang's palm and swept out in all directions through the zither, and it spread out like a ripple. Within the ripples, one could vaguely see faint material origin energy, the azure-colored energy, and the red-colored energy that rose explosively without end. At this moment, Zishang had once again utilized the ability he used to defeat Bai He. Whoosh! When faced with this ability of Zishang's, Bai Hao didn't dodge, and his hands suddenly shook as he swung up the spirit spear in his hand before smashing it towards the wave of air that spread out. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and it was Bai Hao who'd taken the spirit spear in his hand to be a spirit rod and fiercely smashed it out. Instantly, two formidable forces collided together, and the material flames on the spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand spilled out, and it seemed to have transformed into a ferocious demon beast that opened its bloody mouth and pounced over. On the other hand, Zishang wasn't willing to be outdone, and his palm descended once more, and wave after wave collided with Bai Hao's attack. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out, and the spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand shook as he retreated a few meters back in a slightly sorry state. On the other hand, Zishang wasn't in a good state as well, and he retreated a few meters back as well. The forceful collision of probing attacks caused slight rosiness to appear on their faces, yet their battle intent was still rising ceaselessly as they looked at each other. In the sky above them, numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes slowly condensed into form in the end. A total of 31 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Bai Hao. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. 9th level Fire Concept. 2nd level Rod Concept. At this moment, Bai Hao revealed his true strength for the first time. On the other hand, there were originally 32 ancient horned dragon silhouettes on Zishang's side, yet in the blink of an eye, 2 of them had been completely obliterated, and it was as if they'd never appeared. It's the extra strength he obtained by relying on wind concept. Presently, the wind concept and fire concept executed by Zishang have been obliterated successively, and the strength bestowed by wind concept has naturally been obliterated along with it. It was easy for Duanling Tian to figure out what was going on. But he still couldn't help but be surprised. Zishang relied on his wind concept to mobilize his fire concept, and he's actually able to obtain the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. Duanling Tian looked at Zishang as flowing lights flickered within his eyes, and his feelings were slightly complicated. In next to no time, his attention had moved on to the 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Zishang. This was Zishang's strength under the precondition that he didn't rely on wind concept and fire concept. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Grade 4 Spirit Weapon. Besides that, according to Duanling Tian's guess, his wind concept and fire concept ought to be 7th level wind concept and 4th level fire concept respectively. The strength of these two concepts added together was comparable to the strength of 11 ancient horned dragons. Merely in terms of strength, it was on par with the combination of Baihao's 2 concepts. But because the spirit weapon in his possession was a grade lower than the spirit weapon in Baihao's possession, so under the precondition that their cultivations and concepts were equal, his strength was slightly weaker. Of course, all of this was established under the precondition that he didn't rely on wind concept and fire concept. Once he relied on wind concept and fire concept, it was sufficient to allow his fire concept to advance by 2 levels and obtain the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. So, if both of them were to exert their full strength, then in terms of the strength they could exert, Zishang was still superior. Wind concept and fire concept? Baihao's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes vanish in the blink of an eye, and he spoke out with slight astonishment. Your discerning ability isn't bad. Zishang spoke indifferently. Wind concept and fire concept? Baihao's words caused many people present to be filled with bewilderment. Even though they'd never heard of this, but the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were instantly annihilated by Zishang had similarly caused them to be bewildered. Imperial Uncle, this disciple of yours is actually already capable of relying on wind concept and fire concept to advance the might of his fire concept. It's truly shocking. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor looked at the black-clothed old man by his side and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Chapter 708. Of course, there were many people present that knew the meaning of fueling fire concept with wind concept. Along with the discussion of some people that knew the situation, it wasn't long before everyone in the cage battle arena understood what fueling fire concept with wind concept meant. So it turns out that fueling fire concept with wind concept is a type of ability that can rely on wind concept to activate and improve the might of fire concept. Zishang has actually comprehended such an ability. It's truly shocking. According to the experts present, very few martial artists below the void interpretation stage are able to comprehend such an ability. Zishang is the first void initiation stage martial artist they've seen that was able to comprehend such an ability. As expected of a young genius recommended by the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Experts are really numerous like the clouds in the imperial family. Not to mention anything else, just these 2 people that appeared before everyone today are even stronger than the second prince. Similar discussions entered into Baihe's ears without missing a single word, and it caused Baihe's body to tremble as his fists were suddenly clenched together tightly. Zishang. Baihe gnashed his teeth as cold lights flickered within his eyes. He admitted that Baihao was stronger than him. But Zishang, this person that was of lowly birth in his eyes, had actually stepped on him now. How could he endure this? In the sky above the cage battle arena, Zishang and Baihao attacked once more, and the battle was extremely intense. In terms of strength, if Zishang didn't utilize his ability of fueling fire concept with wind concept, then he was inferior to Baihao. But once he utilized his ability of fueling fire concept with wind concept, then he completely defeated Baihao. Of course, when he utilized his ability of fueling fire concept with wind concept, he required a certain amount of time to accumulate strength. It was precisely because of this that Bai Hao was able to grab onto this opportunity to suppress Zishang as much as possible and not allow Zishang to wantonly improve the might of his fire concept. With Zishang's current strength, he was at most able to improve his fire concept by 2 levels. But now, every time he improved a level, he wouldn't have the time to continue improving before he would be pestered by Bai Hao, and he was utterly unable to improve by 2 levels. After improving a level, his strength would be comparable to Bai Hao, and coupled with their combat experience and martial skills being on par, they were tied for a time. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian left the sky above the cage battle arena to return to the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire sat, and he sat back by Su Li's side. Duan Lingtian, who do you think will win? Su Li couldn't help but ask when he saw Duan Lingtian return. I can't tell. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said truthfully, based on the current situation, so long as Bai Hao doesn't give Zishang the chance to improve his fire concept by 2 levels, then it's not very likely for Zishang to defeat him. Whereas if he gives Zishang a chance, or if Zishang is able to seize the opportunity and improve his fire concept by 2 levels in one go, then it wouldn't be impossible for him to defeat Bai Hao. Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one breath. Su Li nodded in realization. He thought so too. Zheng. 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 Zishang held the zither with one hand while the essence energy in his other hand raged. The 2 states of wind and fire followed him like shadows. They continuously landed on the zither strings, giving off ear-piercing sounds. At the same time, numerous attacks that were like wind flame wheels ceaselessly swept towards Bai Hao. Boom! 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 When faced with Zishang's attacks over and over again, Bai Hao wasn't willing to show weakness. He used the spirit spear in his hand like a spirit rod, swinging it up and smashing it down over and over again, and he successively crushed Zishang's attacks. He didn't dare hesitate in the slightest, because he knew that once he gave Zishang an opportunity to seize, he would surely lose. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the battle was intense, and it caused the surrounding spectators to be dazzled. I truly never imagined that one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither Young Master, would actually possess such a formidable strength now. I wonder exactly what fortuitous encounter he obtained. Su Li's gaze was complicated as he sighed lightly. Su Li's words aroused the resonance of Duan Lingtian and Long Yun. Both of them were from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like Zishang, and each of them had a connection with Zishang. So their feelings were even greater. Duan Lingtian, who was originally silently watching the battle, suddenly noticed his spatial ring trembling lightly. Even though the frequency of trembling wasn't great, he still clearly sensed it. What's going on? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his mind sunk into the spatial ring. Instantly, the commotion within the storage space within the spatial ring caused him to be unable to refrain from being stunned. He noticed that the Devil Seal tablet that was originally placed at the side silently had suddenly seemed to have gone mad, and it ceaselessly collided with the storage space within the spatial ring. The things within the storage space were collided into a mess by it, and all the things scattered in all directions as if they'd become a pile of trash. This is, at the same time that Duan Lingtian's face froze, he couldn't help but recall that the storage space within his spatial ring had suffered an indescribable attack yesterday morning, and the things within it were all messed up and scattered all over the ground. At that time, he didn't know what was going on. Now, he completely understood that it turned out that it was the Devil Seal tablet that was playing tricks. What exactly is going on? When encountering something like this, Duan Lingtian was completely uncertain in his heart, as there was utterly no record of something like this in the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Logically speaking, the the storage space within a spatial ring could only accommodate things that didn't have life, and this was the iron law of Cloud Continent. Whereas the Devil Seal tablet was a thing that didn't have life, and the soul within it had even been obliterated that day. Logically speaking, it was impossible for there to be any life within it. But now, the unusual actions of the Devil Seal tablet caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly flustered. Based on the Devil Seal tablet's actions, it wants to charge out of the spatial ring? But even though the Devil Seal tablet's actions were great, it was unable to shake the storage space within the spatial ring. The firmness of the storage space exceeded the imagination of an ordinary person. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had the desire to release the Devil Seal tablet. But at practically the exact same moment, his intuition told him that if he were to take out the Devil Seal tablet, it would absolutely not be a good thing. So, he restrained himself. Wait. There's surely a reason why the Devil Seal tablet is acting like this. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and returned to his senses, and his gaze descended onto the two people that were fighting intensely in the sky above the cage battle arena. With a single glance, he noticed that something was off. The space between Zishang's brows, Duan Lingtian noticed that at this moment, a small black dot had appeared out of thin air between Zishang's brows. The small black dot was still ceaselessly enlarging, and it seemed as if it was taking root and sprouting. What's that? Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck as he looked at the space between Zishang's brows. Meanwhile, he noticed that the Devil Seal tablet within his spatial ring was moving even more strongly. Could it be that the unusual actions of the Devil Seal tablet are related to the small black dot that's ceaselessly enlarging between Zishang's brows? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt it was slightly inconceivable. Even if it was the Emperor Wu of Samsara who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, he'd never encountered such a strange thing, yet now, he'd actually encountered it. Could it be that the small black dot that's appeared between Zishang's brows is related to the Devil Seal tablet? Now, Duan Lingtian could only think like this. But after thinking for a long time, he was still unable to figure out exactly what was going on. Look, quickly. There seems to be something between Zishang's brows. That's a black-colored flame brand. Wait. I remember that Zishang didn't have this brand between his brows earlier. As well. What exactly is going on? The cage battle arena was in a state of panic as everyone was shocked by the strange scene before their eyes. A brand that had suddenly appeared out of thin air on a person's face, and it was such an obvious brand that caused everyone to shudder and feel their scalps go numb. At this moment, even if it was the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, and the black-clothed old man by the emperor's side, their expressions couldn't help but become tense and extremely serious. Because the scene before their eyes similarly caused them to be astounded. That small black dot. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a black-colored flame brand? After the small black dot appeared between Zishang's brows, Duan Lingtian's gaze had never left the space between Zishang's brows, and he clearly saw the changes between Zishang's brows. The Devil Seal tablet seems to have gone even more berserk. Duan Lingtian noticed that after the small black dot between Zishang's brows transformed into a black-colored flame brand, the Devil Seal tablet within Zishang's spatial ring seemed as if it had gone mad and charged around randomly. If it wasn't for the space within the spatial ring being sufficiently firm, it would probably have already broken through. What exactly is the flame brand between Zishang's brows? Why is it capable of? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. But his thoughts hadn't finished revolving when his pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his face was covered in astonishment as if he'd seen something terrifying. At the same time, in the sky above the cage battle arena, Zishang, who had the black-colored flame brand between his brows, put down the zither with his left hand, and his right hand clenched into a fist without the slightest sign. Not many people noticed that at this moment, Zishang's eyes dimmed slightly. Subsequently, he took a step forward in a slightly stupefied manner. It was precisely this step that caused him to vanish before the eyes of everyone, and in the next moment, he'd already appeared behind Bai Hao. This caused Bai Hao to be unable to react in the slightest. Bang! At the same time, Zishang smashed out with his fist, and he didn't even rely on the amplification of his spirit weapon as he smashed it towards Bai Hao. Everywhere his iron fist passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell successively, and the airflow in the air seemed as if it was completely sucked dry. The might of a single punch was earth-shattering. Stay your hand. The expression of the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor went grim as he shouted out in shock. On the other hand, the two old men in the sky above the cage battle arena had reacted as well, and they made a move successively with the intention of stopping Zishang. Even though they didn't know what had happened to Zishang, the strength contained within Zishang's fist caused them to feel terror from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, Zishang wasn't a void initiation stage martial artist in their eyes any longer, and he was an existence that wasn't inferior to them. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two old men flashed out and pounced towards Zishang. But unfortunately, even though their speeds were swift, Zishang's speed was swifter, and a terrifying force raged and rose explosively with a single punch, and he didn't hold back in the slightest as he smashed it towards Bai Hao. On the other hand, Bai Hao's expression instantly went grim when he heard the sound of the sky being torn apart. Chapter 709. Bang! Zishang vanished on the spot and appeared behind Bai Hao before swinging out his fist. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even though the two old men that were in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition had pounced towards Zishang in time, but with their speed, they were obviously unable to stop Zishang in time. Stay your hand. Right when the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the black-clothed old man by his side went grim and intended to make a move. Swish! A sword howl that appeared briefly instantly resounded out in the entire cage battle arena. For a time, the two of them stopped moving and seemed to have thought of something, causing them to heave a sigh of relief in unison as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. In the next moment, everyone saw Decease, who smashed his fist towards Bai Hao, was blasted flying along with the brief howl of the sword, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before his figure was barely able to stop himself. In the sky above Zishang, the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes that hadn't had the time to completely condense into form were completely annihilated in the cradle along with Zishang swinging out his fist. Thank you, Lord Wu Dao, for saving my life. Bai Hao, who'd survived the calamity, couldn't help but take a deep breath before looking at Feng Wu Dao, who sat on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, and then he bowed to express his gratitude. Even though the sword howl only appeared briefly and the origin energy sword light was difficult to capture, he was still able to guess that the person that made a move was surely Feng Wu Dao without a doubt. It was because at the critical moment earlier, amongst the experts present, only Feng Wu Dao possessed the strength to save him. Moreover, Feng Wu Dao himself was an extremely formidable sword cultivator. Thank you, big brother Wu Dao, for lending a hand. Meanwhile, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor thanked Feng Wu Dao as well. Yes. Feng Wu Dao nodded indifferently with a carefree expression, and it was as if he'd done something that wasn't important. But at this moment, his gaze descended onto the distant Zishang instead, and he frowned slightly. At that instant earlier, he even had a feeling. At that instant earlier, the strength contained within Zishang's fist was absolutely something that only a martial artist at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above could possess. When Zishang swung out his fist, he didn't utilize a spirit weapon or concept, and only pure origin energy caused Bai Hao to be unable to fight back at all. All of this is related to the black-colored flame brand between his brows? Feng Wu Dao guessed in his heart. This was the only explanation. Even though he didn't know what the flame brand that appeared out of nowhere between Zishang's brows represented, he was able to guess that it was an extremely terrifying thing. It was capable of allowing a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist to possess a strength at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage or above in the blink of an eye. Could it be something simple? Shang wins. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the two old men heaved a sigh of relief in unison when they saw Feng Wudao interfering, and one of them announced as if he'd been relieved of a heavy burden. Along with the old man's announcement, everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena recovered from their shock. As if they'd discussed this beforehand, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Shang, who stood in the sky above the cage battle arena in unison. They still couldn't help but shudder when they recalled the scene just now. After the black flame mark appeared between Shang's brows, it was as if he was possessed by something. Not only did he seem to have become a completely different person, he even instantly possessed a strength that completely surpassed Bai Hao. Moreover, looking at his attack just now, he didn't show the slightest mercy towards Bai Hao. Could it be that after the flame mark appears on Shang's forehead, not only will his strength increase greatly, but he will also lose his rationality? It's too terrifying. It's simply like he's possessed by a devil. If it wasn't for Lord Wudao making a move in time, Bai Hao would probably have died at Shang's hands. In the surroundings of the cage battle arena, waves of clamorous discussions were mixed with deep terror. Until now, when they recalled the changes that occurred on Shang earlier, they still couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. That flame mark disappeared? Duan Lingtian, whose face was covered in shock and his gaze that never left Shang from the beginning, suddenly noticed that the black flame mark between Shang's brows was gradually fading away before vanishing. The Devil Seal tablet has stopped moving restlessly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed that the Devil Seal tablet within his spatial ring wasn't going crazy any longer, and it lay there silently without any movement. Looks like my guess wasn't wrong. The changes that occurred on Shang earlier are greatly related to the Devil Seal tablet. At this moment, Duan Lingtian completely confirmed it. Whoosh! After the flame mark between his brows vanished, Shang's stiff face eased up slightly, and a wisp of a complacent smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. But in next to no time, his expression went grim as he repeatedly spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Shang's expression eased up after he hurriedly withdrew a healing medicinal pill and consumed it, and then he retreated to the side before looking at Duan Lingtian. Prince Hao, I'm injured, yet you're uninjured. I'll let you battle Duan Lingtian first. As he finished speaking, Shang's face was filled with confidence, as if victory was within his grasp, and as if he firmly believed that he would surely obtain the first in the dynasty martial competition today. Bai Hao nodded, yet the gaze he looked at Shang was filled with fear. Duan Lingtian will battle in 15 minutes. After Bai Hao's gaze left Shang, it locked onto Duan Lingtian and directly issued a challenge. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, at this moment, his thoughts were still on the changes in Shang earlier, and he was unable to figure out exactly what had happened to Shang earlier. It wasn't just Duan Lingtian, the others had similar thoughts as well. Shang's change earlier was too strange. Shang. Meanwhile, a void interpretation stage expert stared at Shang with a burning gaze from a first-class spectating area, and he asked bluntly. Can you tell us what ability you utilized earlier? I felt that in that instant, your strength seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. It was as if you possessed a formidable strength comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. But, you seem to have lost all reason at that moment? Along with this void interpretation stage expert's voice sounding out. Including Duan Lingtian, the gazes of everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena descended onto Shang in unison, as they wanted to know how Shang would answer. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, everyone from the imperial family below the emperor looked at Shang with eyes filled with bewilderment. Big brother, what exactly happened? Ziyan's beautiful face was covered in worry, as the scene of Zishang losing all reason earlier caused her to feel uneasy in her heart. It was precisely because of this that she was unable to feel happy even if Zishang defeated Bai Hao. Actually, it's nothing. Right when most people thought that Zishang wouldn't expose his secret, Zishang spoke instead. What I executed earlier should be considered to be a secret technique. This secret technique is something I was born with, and every time I execute it, it's able to increase the strength contained within the origin energy in my body by a few times. Of course, this secret technique has an extremely great side effect. It's able to cause one to lose all reason. This is something that everyone ought to have seen earlier. Prince Hao, I've offended you earlier. At that moment, I wasn't able to control. Please forgive me. As he finished speaking, Zishang looked at Bai Hao and bowed slightly in apology. It's fine. I never imagined that you, Zishang, would actually know such a terrifying secret technique. But unfortunately, it's something you were born with, and others are unable to understand it. Bai Hao lightly shook his head and revealed his magnanimity, and as he finished speaking, he had an expression of pity. But Bai Hao's eyes contained deep meaning, and he obviously said one thing, yet did another, and he didn't believe Zishang. Zishang naturally noticed the deep meaning in Bai Hao's eyes, yet he didn't mind. So that's how it is. I truly never imagined that Zishang actually innately knew such a heaven-defying secret technique. If I knew a secret technique like this, then wouldn't my strength be able to increase by a few times as well? My God! Zishang knows such a secret technique. Doesn't that mean that so long as he utilizes the secret technique, then even if it's in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it's extremely likely for him to obtain the honor of first place? The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If it's really obtained by Zishang, then our Darkhan dynasty will be completely famous. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and many people were excited to the point their faces flushed red. As far as most people were concerned, since Zishang knew how to execute such a terrifying secret technique, then the first in the dynasty martial competition today would surely be his. Even if it was the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he might not have no chance of obtaining it. After witnessing the secret technique Zishang executed earlier, they were filled with confidence towards Zishang. Imperial Uncle, I really don't know how to describe this disciple of yours. But, it's truly the fortune of our Darkhan dynasty to have him. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor spoke to the black-clothed old man by his side. I didn't expect that there would be such a huge secret hidden in this little guy's body. The black-clothed old man shook his head and smiled, and his beaming face didn't reveal the slightest displeasure or blame. As far as he was concerned, since he was able to take in a personal disciple like this in his lifetime, even if he died now, he wouldn't have any regrets. Secret technique? Unlike most of the people in the cage battle arena that firmly believed Zishang's words, Duan Lingtian didn't believe it at all. Even though he didn't know much about secret techniques, there were many records of secret techniques in the memories of the 2 lifetimes that the Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced. Secret techniques were mostly the abilities of some specific races, and it was utterly impossible for ordinary human martial artists to grasp them. Not a single one of those secret techniques did not have shocking side effects. As far as he was concerned, if Zishang's change from before was because of that secret technique, then the side effects wouldn't be so simple. After all, it was a secret technique that was capable of allowing the strength of the origin energy in Zishang's body to increase by a few levels in one go. The side effect of such a secret technique was only losing one's reason. No matter if others believed it or not, he didn't believe it. Moreover, the biggest reason Duan Lingtian didn't believe it wasn't because of this, but mostly because of the devil seal tablet within his spatial ring. Now, he'd already completely confirmed that the changes that occurred on Zishang couldn't escape being related to the Devil Seal tablet. Chapter 710. Perhaps Zishang's words were able to deceive others, yet it was unable to deceive Duan Lingtian. I truly never imagined that Zishang had such ability. After the flame brand appeared between his brows, his strength had at least increased by a few times. The origin energy contained within the punch he swung out at Baihao earlier was at least at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. As someone that had fused with the memories of 2 lifetimes of Emperor Wu, even if there wasn't a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth, Duan Lingtian was still able to discern this. Even though Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to admit it in his heart, he had to admit that he was absolutely not a match for Zishang at that moment. Looks like the fortuitous encounter Zishang obtained is extraordinary. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When the black flame brand appeared between Zishang's brows and even erupted with a strength comparable to a void interpretation stage expert, he clearly noticed the expressions of the few people on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. At that time, he knew that including Zishang's master, the few members of the imperial family seemed to have utterly not known that Zishang possessed such ability. He could be sure that Zishang's ability was something that only Zishang himself knew beforehand. Moreover, this ability ought to have come from Zishang's fortuitous encounter in the past. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice sounded out by his ears, and it completely pulled Duan Lingtian back from his thoughts. It was Baihao who was in the sky above the cage battle arena that spoke out once more. "I'm fine." Obviously, Baihao had already rested well. Even though he was the loser in the battle from before, he wasn't the one that was injured because Feng Wudao had made a move in time to save him from Zishang. Now, after he consumed a medicinal pill and recovered his origin energy to its prime, he called out to Duan Lingtian to enter the arena to battle. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and didn't hesitate in the slightest to fly out and stand in confrontation with Baihao. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he looked at Baihao. Baihao, the young prince of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, possessed a cultivation that surpassed the second prince, Baihe. He'd comprehended 9th-level fire concept, 2nd-level rod concept, and possessed a grade 3 spirit spear. He was a formidable opponent to Duan Lingtian. Of course, he was only to Duan Lingtian who didn't execute his sole skill, Thousand Illusions. Meanwhile, the spectators in the surroundings of Cage Battle Arena had moved their attention to Duan Lingtian and Baihao, who stood in confrontation to face to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. They knew that the matter with Zishang to Lingtian to Duan Tian s to speak to Duan to speak, Duan Lingtian. Lingtian, Duan Dudo speak to Dudo Duan to Duan to fight. Dudo Dujuan Duan Lingtian and Dudo Lingtian. They felt proud of Duan Lingtian all the way until now, because they were all people that represented the Darkstone Empire to the Darkhan dynasty. So they hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to continue moving forward and defeat Baihao to obtain the second in the dynasty martial competition today. As for the first, they utterly didn't dare think about it now. The strength Zishang revealed caused them to feel shock that came from the bottom of their hearts. It had already exceeded the scope of a void initiation stage martial artist, and it wasn't something Duan Lingtian could go against. At least, Duan Lingtian couldn't now. The payout rate is really low. On the spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Tianwu returned to her seat and muttered. "Young miss, what's the payout rate for Brother Duan's battle?" Elder Kong asked curiously. "Only one. Feng Tianwu sighed. "Then how much did you bet on Brother Duan?" Elder Kong asked. "I naturally bet all the origin stones that Elder Brother Duan earned from 5,000 low-grade origin stones. There's a total of 13,000 low-grade origin stones." Feng Tianwu spoke as a matter of course. The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched as he laughed bitterly. If Brother Duan wins this battle, then he'll be able to earn an extra 13,000 low-grade origin stones. It's not a small amount. The cage battle arena that was originally slightly clamorous gradually quieted down. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the violet-clothed young man and white-clothed young man stood in confrontation, and the battle was about to erupt at any moment. Duan Lingtian. You and I will battle very soon. Even if you admit defeat, I'll surely trample on your dignity and make you unable to hold your head up high for your entire lifetime. Zishang stared fixedly at the violet-clothed young man as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zishang's gaze, yet he paid no attention to it as his attention was completely converged onto Bai Hao who stood before him. When he saw Bai Hao hadn't made a move for a long time, he decided to gain the initiative by striking first. That Zishang even dared to utilize such terrifying methods. Moreover, he casually fabricated a secret technique to disperse a group of curious people. Perhaps I can learn from him as well. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and made a decision. At practically the instant he made a decision, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into an extremely swift gale that swept towards Bai Hao. When he saw a 7-foot-long spear appear out of thin air in Bai Hao's hand and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed to finally transform into material flames that were on the verge of erupting, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. Whoosh! As his figure shook, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of his eyes. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force didn't hesitate in the slightest, and in practically the blink of an eye, it fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul. 1,000 illusions. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian directly utilized his soul skill that belonged solely to him. An unfathomable illusory space was instantly condensed into form, and then it enveloped towards Bai Hao and followed him like a shadow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Bai Hao was trapped within the illusory space created by the spiritual force of a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist as expected. In the world before Bai Hao's eyes, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to arrive nearby Bai Hao before attacking him. He naturally wouldn't sit there and wait for death, and the spirit spear in his hand abruptly swung out to instantly smash out. In reality, outside the illusory space, Duan Lingtian hadn't even approached Bai Hao when he'd already moved to the side, and he arrived behind Bai Hao in a short moment. What's going on? Right at this moment, a strange scene occurred in the eyes of the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. They saw Bai Hao not only didn't dodge when Duan Lingtian flashed behind him, he didn't even turn around, and he instead swung the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand before fiercely smashing it towards the air before him. Has this Bai Hao gone mad? Many people were dumbstruck. Bang! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian who'd moved behind Bai Hao raised his hand and slapped out with his palm to strike Bai Hao's back, and it directly heavily injured Bai Hao and blasted him flying. Pooh! Bai Hao's figure trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body flew out like an arrow that left the bow before stopping in midair in a slightly sorry state. His eyes were filled with rage as he shouted coldly. Who launched a surprise attack against me? But in next to no time, he was stunned. Because when he turned around, he noticed that the person that heavily injured him was actually Duan Lingtian. How could this be possible? Bai Hao had a dumbstruck expression, and he didn't dare believe that everything before his eyes was real. Duan Lingtian was obviously fighting him head-on earlier, and it was precisely because he was fighting Duan Lingtian head-on that he didn't pay attention to his back, causing him to be launched a surprise attack. But when he was blasted flying by the surprise attack, he noticed that the Duan Lingtian he fought had vanished, and another Duan Lingtian had appeared instead. Moreover, it was the person that launched a surprise attack against him. He was 100% sure that it was absolutely impossible for the Duan Ling Tian he fought earlier to instantly circle around behind him and launch a surprise attack against him. At this moment, if it wasn't for only a single Duan Ling Tian remaining, he would even think that Duan Ling Tian had another twin brother. What happened earlier? The surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar now. The scene that occurred earlier caused them to be filled with bewilderment. Originally, when they saw Duan Ling Tian charging towards Bai Hao, they thought that the two of them would fight head-on, but in the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had moved behind Bai Hao instead. They'd seen all of this clearly. Right at this moment, a strange scene appeared. Bai Hao had actually abandoned Duan Ling Tian and attacked the air, as if the air was his opponent. At that moment, they even felt that Bai Hao had gone mad. Subsequently, they saw that under the circumstances that Bai Hao wasn't on guard at all, he was heavily injured by Duan Ling Tian's palm strike, and he was blasted flying and directly defeated. Of course, they felt that there was a reason why Bai Hao lost. So long as it was a discerning person, they would be able to discern that with Bai Hao's current state, it was impossible for him to continue battling Duan Ling Tian. They wouldn't have discussed beforehand and put on an act together, right? Impossible. Bai Hao is the young prince of our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. How could he possibly act rashly in a situation like this? If they aren't putting on an act, then can you explain what happened earlier? The entire cage battle arena was in an uproar, and they were stunned by the strange scene that occurred earlier. Of course, there was no lack of void interpretation stage inscription masters present, and every time they watched the battle, they would unconsciously stretch out their spiritual force. Earlier, at the instant Bai Hao attacked the air, they'd obviously sensed a material spiritual force envelop Bai Hao. Right when they wanted to investigate the depth of that spiritual force, Bai Hao had already been heavily injured and blasted flying by Duan Ling Tian. Whereas that spiritual force vanished without a trace along with this. Old Lu, what ability do you think that was? I don't know. It seems to be a type of ability executed with spiritual force. Not only that, that spiritual force isn't weak, and it's Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force. That spiritual force ought to be at the second level of the void interpretation stage without a doubt. I truly never imagined that a mere 9th level void initiation stage martial artist like Duan Ling Tian would actually possess such a formidable spiritual force. Perhaps he obtained some fortuitous encounter. But this is only secondary. Most importantly, it's the ability he executed earlier. Elder Kong, amongst all of us inscription masters, your spiritual energy is the strongest. Have you noticed anything? Chapter 7:11. In next to no time, the gazes of many inscription masters descended onto an old man on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. Elder Kong couldn't help but be stunned when faced with the questions of these inscription masters via voice transmission. Brother Duan, did you utilize your spiritual force to execute some sort of ability earlier? Actually, Elder Kong had noticed Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force that enveloped Bai Hao earlier, but he didn't know exactly what Duan Ling Tian had done. Subconsciously, he felt that Bai Hao's abnormality ought to be related to Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force. As an inscription master at the void interpretation stage, he asked himself honestly that even if it was him, he didn't have any ability to utilize his spiritual force to directly interfere with another. So he felt that there was surely a reason behind this abnormality, and the problem was Duan Ling Tian. It's similar to Zishang, a secret technique he's born with. Elder Kong's voice transmission sounded out, and Duan Ling Tian didn't hesitate in the slightest to speak of the excuse he'd prepared since long ago. Elder Kong was first stunned when he heard this, and then he scolded via voice transmission. Do you think I'd believe you? Is it important if you believe me or not? Duan Ling Tian replied with a question. Elder Kong was stunned when he heard this. Right, is it important? Now, it was obviously Duan Lingtian that was unwilling to say anything, and if Duan Lingtian didn't say anything, then it would be utterly impossible for him to know the truth. But Elder Kong didn't continue investigating, and he replied to the inscription masters one by one via voice transmission instead. I know a little about this ability of Duan Lingtian's. It's a secret technique he's born with. Elder Kong's words caused the group of inscription masters to be stunned. A secret technique again? Moreover, it's born with as well? For a time, all the inscription masters looked at each other and seemed to be asking each other. Do you believe me? But even if they didn't believe it, they had no choice because they were utterly unable to explain exactly what ability Duan Lingtian had utilized earlier. Demonic technique. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, unlike the emperor, the black-clothed old man, and Baihe that were stunned, Ziyan's beautiful face went grim, and her beautiful eyes were filled with terror. She had personally experienced Duan Lingtian's witchcraft and knew very well how terrifying it was. Brother, instantly, Ziyan looked at Zi Shang who stood in the distant sky and spoke via voice transmission with slight worry. The demonic technique of this Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. In front of him, Prince Hao actually had no power to fight back. There's no need to worry. Earlier, wasn't Bai Hao similarly without the slightest strength to retaliate before me? Zi Shang shook his head lightly as he consoled Ziyan via voice transmission, and his tone was filled with confidence. Hearing this, Ziyan thought of her brother's methods and let out a sigh of relief. However, her beautiful eyes still revealed a bit of worry. Ghost Elder. You're saying that this Duan Lingtian used a soul skill just now? Zi Shang stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. With a single thought, he reached the depths of his mind, as if he was trying to communicate with something. Yes. The ghastly and aged voice sounded out abruptly and resounded in Zi Shang's mind. Although I don't know why a human kid like him is able to execute a soul skill that's similar to a spiritual force attack before the Emperor Wu realm. But I can be sure that he used an illusory realm soul skill to affect Bai Hao earlier, and that's why he was able to defeat Bai Hao in one go. Illusory realm soul skill? What's that? Zi Shang was slightly shocked in his heart. An illusory realm soul skill is a soul skill that utilizes spiritual force to construct an illusory space. With a single thought, one is able to seal one within the illusory space and be at the mercy of the user. The ghastly and aged voice sounded out once more. Zi Shang's pupils constricted as he gasped in his heart. In this way, when I carried out the battle of the 2-year agreement with him in the 7-star sword sect that day, he utilized this illusory realm soul skill to cause me to be in such a sorry state. Moreover, he even caused others to think that I'd gone mad. When he recalled the scene that occurred on the life and death arena at the peak of the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe peak all those years ago, Zi Shang's face went completely gloomy. At that time, he thought that Duan Lingtian had executed some sort of demonic technique. Yet never had he imagined that it was actually an illusory realm soul skill. Elder Ghost. Zi Shang's tone contained slight fear. Duan Lingtian is able to execute such a terrifying soul skill. Doesn't that mean that I'll lose the battle with him for sure? I'm unwilling. As he finished speaking, Zi Shang had an unwilling expression. Humph. Do you really think that illusory realm soul skill is invincible in the world? The ghastly and aged voice grunted in a low voice, and then it continued. An illusory realm soul skill is only effective against a person whose spiritual force is inferior to or similar to the person's spiritual force and isn't an inscription master. So long as you allow me to temporarily control your body, then my incomplete soul will fuse into your soul. At that time, even though your spiritual force is unable to compare to my prime, it would far surpass this kid's second-level void interpretation stage spiritual force, and his soul skill would be utterly unable to be of any use against you. As he finished speaking, the ghastly and aged voice was filled with disdain. Zishang was instantly overjoyed when he heard this. Since it's like this, then I'll trouble you, Elder Ghost. Remember your promise to me. Otherwise, even if I, Ghost Flame, risk the destruction of my incomplete soul, I won't let you have an easy time. You ought to know that I have the ability. Suddenly, the ghastly and aged voice changed to a threatening tone. Yes, yes. Zishang hurriedly replied, and he didn't dare dally in the slightest. Even though it was only a strand of an incomplete soul that was concealed in the depths of his mind that was unable to seize control of his body, but he was clearly aware of the origins and ability of this incomplete soul. He knew that this was an extremely terrifying figure, and it was a double-edged sword in his hand. If used well, he could kill 1,000 enemies. If used poorly, he would injure himself greatly. Duan Lingtian. Perhaps you've never imagined even in your dreams that your illusory realm soul skill is utterly incapable of being of any use before me, right? So long as Elder Ghost's incomplete soul temporarily fuses with my soul and obtains temporary control of my body, then my spiritual force will far surpass you. Zishang stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. At this moment, his heart that was in his throat because he saw Duan Lingtian execute his demonic technique once more was completely at ease, and he was fearless. Duan Lingtian, what did you do to me earlier? Bai Hao stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he asked with a low voice. Along with Bai Hao asking this question, besides the group of void interpretation stage inscription masters including Elder Kong, the gazes of everyone present including Feng Wudao descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. For a time, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention as expected. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian who'd become the center of attention was prepared since long ago, and he said unhurriedly, my situation is similar to Zishang's. I know an innate secret technique as well. Duan Lingtian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena to seethe with excitement. A secret technique again? He wouldn't be deliberately mystifying himself, right? When Zishang executed his secret technique, a flame brand would appear between his brows at any rate, and he would instantly possess a strength comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. Whereas I'm utterly unable to discern any clues about the secret technique he executed. His secret technique wouldn't be to cause Bai Hao to instantly seem to have gone mad, right? It ought to be to cause Bai Hao to hallucinate. If it's really like that, then this secret technique is too strange. Even though many people felt that the appearance of these two secret techniques was truly too much of a coincidence, there weren't many people that doubted Duan Lingtian's words. After all, they were utterly unable to explain everything that had occurred earlier. Secret technique? Duan Lingtian knows a secret technique as well? Moreover, it's such a strange secret technique. Looks like Duan Lingtian still has the chance to compete for the first in the dynasty martial competition with Zishang. The gazes of the group of young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire lit up. Originally, they didn't hold any hope towards Duan Lingtian obtaining the first in the dynasty martial competition. After all, Duan Lingtian had relied on his secret technique to reveal a strength that caused them to tremble with fear. Now, Duan Lingtian had relied on his secret technique to execute an ability that caused them to be shocked, so hope arose once more in their hearts, and they were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Secret technique? Of course, there were also a small number of people that doubted Duan Lingtian's words. Is there really such a coincidence? Imperial Uncle, do you believe it? The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor asked the black-clothed old man by his side. The black-clothed old man shook his head. It's impossible for it to be so coincidental. But, I'm temporarily unable to explain why he's capable of causing Hao, to hallucinate at that instant. This Duan Lingtian is too strange. The second prince, Bai He, frowned and said with a low voice, if he really seizes the first in the dynasty martial competition, then where would the face of our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family be? This doesn't matter. The emperor seemed to be extremely open-minded and didn't care about the past in the slightest. No matter who obtains the first in the dynasty martial competition today, they're all citizens of our Darkhan dynasty, and they'll be participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for our Darkhan dynasty 1 year from now. At the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. Elder brother Duan is so strong. Feng Tianwu returned to her seat and sat down, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze of admiration, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tender feelings that were like water. Young miss, has the battle between brother Duan and Zishang been opened? What are the odds? Elder Kong seemed to be extremely interested in this. Humph. The members of the imperial family looked down on elder brother Duan too much. In the battle between elder brother Duan and elder brother Duan, the odds for elder brother Duan is 1-3, whereas, the odds for Zishang is only 3-1. In other words, if one bet on Duan Lingtian winning and bet a low-grade origin stone, then so long as Duan Lingtian won, besides being able to recoup the cost, one would be able to earn an extra 3 low-grade origin stones. On the other hand, if one bet on Zishang winning and bet 3 low-grade origin stones, then even if Zishang won, besides recouping the cost, one would only earn a single low-grade origin stone. Isn't this very good? So long as brother Duan wins, then the almost 27,000 low-grade origin stones you bet will be able to multiply by a few times. Elder Kong smiled, and then he stood up. This old man will go bet for fun as well. Elder Kong, why are you fooling around with Wu, and that kid Ling Tian? You're so confident in that kid Ling Tian? Feng Wudao shook his head. In any case, I don't have many origin stones in my possession, so I'll just take it as a loss. Chapter 7:12. Yes. Feng Wudao nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a spatial ring shot towards Elder Kong. Help me bet the 100,000 low-grade origin stones within it on that kid Ling Tian, 100,000 low-grade origin stones? The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched as he received the spatial ring, and he was slightly speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to reply directly. Didn't you say I was fooling around? Father. So many low-grade origin stones, aren't you afraid elder brother Duan will lose? Feng Tianwu was shocked by Feng Wudao's extravagance as well. If that kid dares to lose, then I won't marry my precious daughter to him. Feng Wudao spoke indifferently. Father. What are you talking about? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed red as she lowered her head and spoke shyly. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know the situation at the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, nor did he know that Feng Wudao had bet 100,000 low-grade origin stones heavily on him in the battle between him and Zishang. If he knew, he would surely feel even more pressure. The third in the dynasty martial competition today is obtained by Bai Hao. He's obtained 20,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. Meanwhile, one of the old men that was in charge of presiding in the sky above the cage battle arena passed a spatial ring to Bai Hao before announcing. After Bai Hao left, Zishang's figure flashed out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena in a short moment, and he stood in confrontation with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you need to rest? Zishang glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian, and a wisp of disdain suffused the corners of his mouth. So as to avoid saying I had an unfair advantage after I defeat you. Defeat me? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, Zishang, looks like you're still as confident as before. I remember that during the battle on the peak of the 7-star sword Sex Fekta peak all those years ago, you seemed to be so confident as well, but the outcome was that you lost, a crushing defeat. Humph. It's impossible for the miracle from all those years ago to appear once more today. Zishang's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian mention the past that was unbearable to recall, and he grunted coldly. That might not be the case. Duan Lingtian continued. Even though he'd already thrown caution to the wind and intended to directly use his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, against Zishang. However, when he thought about the sudden increase in strength after the strange black flame mark appeared between Zishang's brows, he had to admit that he was still a little worried in his heart. He was worried that Zishang's spiritual energy would increase as his strength increased. If Zishang's spiritual power could increase accordingly, he would have no chance of winning unless a miracle happened. It could be said that he was gambling on this battle. He was betting that Zishang's mental strength would not increase as his strength increased. You'll know soon enough. Zishang's gaze went slightly cold as the origin energy on his body raged and leaped about, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of white-colored flames that enveloped him within it. He didn't have the intention of withdrawing his zither. Looks like you're planning to directly use your secret technique? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. You're very smart. Unfortunately, you'll definitely lose today. I'll let you know that going against me will be the nightmare of Duan Lingtian's life. Zishang's words were extremely arrogant as his white clothes fluttered without the wind, and he was prepared to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, a worker of the cage battle arena appeared on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and he bowed respectfully and reverently to the emperor. What is it? The emperor frowned. Your Majesty, the Feng clan's Lord Wu Dao has bet 100,000 low-grade origin stones in this final battle. The worker took a deep breath and spoke slowly. 100,000 low-grade origin stones? Immediately, everyone, including the emperor, who was sitting with the emperor, was shocked. Yes. The worker nodded. Who did he bet on? The black-clothed old man frowned as he asked. Duan Lingtian. The worker spoke again. Looks like he's extremely confident towards Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, he's probably going to be disappointed. The black-clothed old man sneered. Imperial uncle, you seem to be extremely confident towards Zishang. This Duan Lingtian has an innate secret technique to rely on. The emperor spoke. He was slightly bewildered by the old man's confidence towards Zishang. Even though he felt that Zishang's chances of winning were great as well, he didn't have such great confidence like the old man. Zishang told me earlier that he's unafraid of Duan Lingtian's secret technique. The old man spoke. So that's how it is. The emperor nodded with sudden understanding, and then he revealed a smile. In this way, Zishang's battle is in the bag. Looks like Feng Wudao is going to bleed this time. At this moment, the gazes of the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had descended onto Duan Lingtian and Zishang, who were in confrontation in the sky above the cage battle arena. Most people held their breaths as they waited for the final battle between Duan Lingtian and Zishang. They knew. The battle between Duan Lingtian and Zishang would decide the ownership of the first in the dynasty martial competition today. A battle between two young geniuses that possess secret techniques. This battle will surely be extremely exciting. Who do all of you think has a greater chance of winning? I think Zishang has a greater chance. After all, when Zishang makes a move, his strength is comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. I think Duan Lingtian has a chance of winning as well. His secret technique is extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Most people felt that Zishang had a greater chance of winning, and there was also a small portion of people that felt Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning. In the sky above the cage battle arena, two old enemies had met once more after a few years, and they stood on the battle stage. Last time, Duan Lingtian had used his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, to completely crush Zishang, causing Zishang to flee in defeat. What would be the result of today? At this moment, not to mention the others, even Duan Lingtian didn't dare be sure of the outcome. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that a small black dot had appeared out of thin air between Zishang's brows, and the small black dot was ceaselessly enlarging. Duan Lingtian, I know you're able to rely on your spiritual force to execute an illusory realm soul skill. Besides that, your spiritual force has even attained the second level of the void interpretation stage. But unfortunately, after I execute my secret technique, my spiritual force will far surpass you, and your illusory realm soul skill is utterly useless. Suddenly, Zishang's arrogant voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's face instantly went grim when he heard this voice transmission. This Zishang actually knows that I know how to execute an illusory realm soul skill? Moreover, he even knows the level of my spiritual force? How could this be possible? Not to mention Zishang might not be an inscription master. Even if he was an inscription master and was able to notice his spiritual force, it would be impossible for him to know that he'd executed a soul skill when defeating Bai Hao. Moreover, Zishang's words seemed to even know the specific effects of his soul skill. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his back go cold, and he had the feeling of being completely exposed before another. This feeling caused him to be extremely displeased. You. How did you know? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked with a low voice. I have no obligation to tell you. You, Duan Lingtian, are bound to be trampled beneath my feet today. Zishang replied indifferently, and as he finished speaking, he became even more arrogant. On the other hand, the small black dot between Zishang's brows was still ceaselessly strengthening, and it already possessed the outline of a flame brand. Your secret technique ought to require time to execute, right? Duan Lingtian sneered, and then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot directly toward Zishang, and he didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. He wanted to heavily injure and defeat Zishang in one go before the black flame brand between Zishang's brows completely appeared. As he dashed out, two dim lights started to flash deep within Duan Lingtian's eyes. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's vast spiritual force once again constructed an illusory space that swept towards Zishang and enveloped Zishang that the flame brand between Zishang's brows hadn't completely appeared. When he saw Zishang being enveloped by the illusory space and the illusory space showing no signs of collapsing, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like I'm still in time. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as his feet suddenly moved. Whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's figure arrived by Zishang's side, and his eyes went cold as he raised his hand and blasted out with a punch. Origin energy exploded out with a vast impetus, and it fiercely smashed towards Zishang's head. If this punch were to hit, then even if Zishang didn't die, he would be heavily injured. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't notice that at practically the instant he moved, the black dot between Zishang's brows had instantly transformed into a black flame brand. When Duan Lingtian flashed to Zishang's side and swung out his fist, and his fist was only an inch away from Zishang's head. Zishang moved. Swoosh. Instantly, Zishang vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already over 10 meters away. Naturally, this punch of Duan Lingtian's had missed. Not good. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that when Zishang disappeared under his fist, the illusory space that he created with his soul skill 1,000 illusions had actually dissipated. When his gaze landed on Zishang again, he realized that the black flame brand between Zishang's brows had already appeared. At this moment, Zishang's eyes were clearly a little dim, and he was like a human-shaped puppet that had lost its soul. This Zishang, don't tell me he's possessed by a ghost? Duan Lingtian furrowed his brows. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that the storage ring on his hand, which was already trembling slightly, actually started to tremble even more intensely at this moment. It was obvious that the Devil Seal tablet was rebelling again. It was as if it had been injected with chicken blood. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian no longer had any scruples as he swept his spiritual power out in an attempt to find out how strong Zishang was. Unfortunately, before his spiritual power could even get close to Zishang, it was as if it had hit cotton, and completely disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and his expression changed drastically. Unfortunately, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian didn't have time to think too much because Zishang had already made his move. Whoosh! Zishang flew straight towards Duan Lingtian, and his speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian couldn't react in time. When Duan Lingtian reacted, Zishang was already in front of him. Boom! Zishang raised his hand, and his iron fist flew through the air, causing a deafening explosion as it smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Sword drawing technique. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only had time to raise his sword and block Zishang's iron fist. Bang! The iron fist smashed onto Duan Lingtian's spirit sword, and it directly dispersed the origin energy on the spirit sword, causing it to tremble violently. Chapter 713. Fortunately, when Zishang's iron fist smashed over, Duan Lingtian had slightly let go of the hand that held the sword. Otherwise, his entire arm might have been crippled. A grade 3 spirit sword could continuously break under the bombardment of Zishang's strength, but his arm couldn't. Even if he possessed an extraordinary cultivation, his body was still made of flesh and blood, and it was utterly impossible for him to compare with a spirit weapon. Whoosh! From the moment Duan Lingtian drew his sword to being injured by Zishang's punch, it had only occurred in the blink of an eye, whereas, the phenomenon in the sky above Duan Lingtian was slowly condensing into form as well. The 30-plus ancient horned dragon silhouettes hadn't completely appeared when Duan Lingtian had already executed the movement technique, Whirlwind, and retreated to the distance in a sorry state. Even though the blood on the web of his hand that held the sword had been stopped by his origin energy, he still felt his entire arm go numb, and he was unable to exert the slightest strength. Fourth level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp as he looked at Zishang, who had a pair of lifeless eyes like a puppet. When Zishang attacked by Hao earlier, he'd suspected that Zishang's strength was at the fourth level of the Void Interpretation Stage or above. Now, he'd experienced it himself and completely confirmed it. Even though Zishang's iron fist that smashed out like a cannonball only contained origin energy, the strength of this origin energy was comparable to a fourth-level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist. No matter if it was a spirit weapon or concept, a fourth-level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist was capable of exerting the strength of 60 ancient horned dragons when using only origin energy. Such strength was almost 2 times the strength of Duan Lingtian's full strength. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Ha ha ha. At this moment, extremely arrogant laughter sounded out abruptly from the depths of the mind of Zishang, who was like a puppet, yet it didn't sound out. If Duan Lingtian heard this arrogant laughter, he would surely be able to discern that this laughter belonged to Zishang himself. Even though Zishang didn't have control over his body now, he was still able to see everything in the outside world. Ghost Elder, even if you can't kill him, I hope you can seriously injure him. I want to step on his head and ruthlessly humiliate him, letting him know the difference between him and me. Zishang's voice continued to reverberate, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Are you ordering me around? The sinister and old voice harumphed coldly, sounding very displeased. No. I'm begging you, Ghost Elder. Zishang immediately panicked. Although the old man's remnant soul couldn't take over his body, the old man could use self-mutilation to turn him into an idiot. That wasn't something he wanted to see. Moreover, to a certain extent, the old man's existence could be considered one of his trump cards. This trump card was very useful. Just like now. Originally, it was utterly impossible for him to go against Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill with his spiritual force at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. But it was precisely because of the existence of the old man's remnant soul that not only did it allow him to escape calamity, it even allowed him to willfully crush Duan Lingtian. Even though his body wasn't controlled by him now, he still felt extremely satisfied, as if the person that crushed Duan Lingtian from all directions wasn't Ghost Elder but himself. After his strength increased to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force increased along with it. My soul skill is utterly useless against him. Since my soul skill is useless, it also means that it's not very likely for me to defeat him. Duan Lingtian stared at Zi Shang from afar, who had a soulless gaze, and he had an expression of fear. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that the person controlling Zi Shang's body now wasn't Zi Shang, but another extremely terrifying existence. Merely a strand of the remnant soul was capable of allowing Zi Shang's 9th level void interpretation stage origin energy and spiritual force to directly improve to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. 1,000 illusions. A dim light flickered within the eyes of Duan Lingtian, who didn't believe it, and he executed his soul skill once more. But unfortunately, his spiritual force had just constructed a completely new illusory space when it was directly shattered at the instant it came into contact with Zi Shang. Duan Lingtian's secret technique seems to be useless against Zi Shang. A void interpretation stage inscription master that had been stretching out his spiritual force since the beginning couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Even though he didn't know what Duan Lingtian's secret technique was. But his spiritual force was able to notice that Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was directly crushed when it approached Zi Shang, and it was utterly unable to execute the secret technique. Duan Lingtian's secret technique is useless against Zi Shang. The words of this inscription master quickly spread out. At the beginning, most people only knew a little. In the end, through the explanations of the other inscription masters, everyone came to a sudden understanding and knew that the secret technique Duan Lingtian executed was closely related to spiritual force. I never imagined that Duan Lingtian is still capable of releasing his spiritual force. Looks like he's an inscription master as well. Such a monstrous genius in the martial Tao is actually an inscription master. His natural talent is truly shocking. Duan Lingtian's secret technique is useless, yet Zi Shang's secret technique is. Looks like there's no suspense in this battle. Zi Shang will surely win. The entire cage battle arena was filled with similar discussions, and more than 90% of the people felt that Duan Lingtian would lose without a doubt. Brother Duan is in big trouble this time. Elder Kong took a deep breath, and his eyes contained slight fear mixed within. Elder Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu had a worried expression. Only Feng Wudao had a calm expression as he looked at the scene before him, and it was as if the matter had nothing to do with him. He completely didn't have the intention of helping Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you're really unable to defeat him, then admit defeat. There's no need to persist. Obtaining the second in the dynasty martial competition is already not bad. Everyone from the Dark Stone Empire, including the King of Yong, persuaded him via voice transmission one after another. Congratulations, Imperial Uncle, you've taken a peerlessly good disciple. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor congratulated the black-clothed old man by his side. This is the fortune of our Dark Han dynasty. The old man tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but his excited eyes had imperceptibly betrayed him. You're right. With Zi Shang's strength, it isn't difficult for him to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It's even to the extent that relying on his secret technique, it's extremely likely that he'll be able to charge for the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As he spoke up to hear, the emperor had an excited expression. The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? What sort of honor was that? A young expert that obtained this honor would also mean that the young expert would become the #1 young expert in the 10 great dynasties including the Dark Han dynasty, and the young expert's name would spread throughout the 10 great dynasties and go down in history. When he thought of how his personal disciple had the opportunity to obtain such an honor, the excitement in the black-clothed old man's eyes grew deeper. If his disciple was really able to obtain the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then as the master, his name would surely spread throughout the 10 great dynasties and be known by future generations. When one lived, one had to live with vigor. If one was able to leave behind some traces in this world, then even if one died in the future or transformed into a pile of dirt, one wouldn't have the slightest regret. Brother. Ziyan looked at Zishang with a face filled with adoration, and her pink fists were clenched tightly from excitement. Why? Why don't I have a secret technique like this to rely on? On the other hand, the second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, Bai He, who sat by Ziyan's side stared at Zishang with an expressionless face, yet the depths of his gaze seemed to contain boundless envy mixed within. If it was said that there was someone that was comparatively composed on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty, then it would only be Bai Hao. Even though he'd successively lost at the hands of Zishang and Duan Lingtian, Bai Hao wasn't dejected in the slightest, and his entire body was instead filled with battle intent. He was a person that became stronger when facing a strong opponent, and during these past few years of wandering in the various dynasties, he'd already become indifferent to victory and defeat. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such a shocking cultivation at such an age. Swoosh! Zishang moved, and he once again transformed into a white bolt of lightning that arrived before Duan Lingtian in a short moment. Bang! He smashed out with his fist once more, and the origin energy that skyrocketed seemed to have transformed into dazzling and gorgeous fireworks that gave rise to a wave of continuous sounds of air exploding as it swept towards Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian utterly didn't have the time to dodge, and he could only swing out his sword once more. At the same time, the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed, causing the sound of wind and thunder to explode out as he hurriedly utilized the force to flee. Bang! This time, Zishang's fist descended like a meteor, and it directly blasted the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flying. Swoosh! The palm of Duan Lingtian's hand that held the sword was blasted open once more, and it caused fresh blood to drip from it. Could it be that I really have to admit defeat? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. At this moment, Zishang was utterly not someone he could go against, and he'd utilized all his ability earlier, yet he was still unable to gain the slightest advantage. A strength comparable to a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist was too terrifying. The strength of 60 ancient horned dragons attacked, and it was extremely shocking. He didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Admit defeat. Right when Zishang moved once more and transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed towards Duan Lingtian once more, a clear voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Feng Wudao's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, then he opened his mouth and was already intending to admit defeat. Right at this moment, the spatial ring on Duan Lingtian's finger that ceaselessly trembled caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being slightly hesitant. What's actually going on with the Devil Seal tablet? Why would it become restless after the small black dot appeared between Zishang's brows? At this moment, the Devil Seal tablet within the spatial ring gave Duan Lingtian the feeling of a hunter that was impatient to kill its prey after discovering it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian understood the pattern of the Devil Seal tablet's restlessness to a certain extent. After the small black dot became the black-colored flame brand, the Devil Seal tablet became even more restless, and now that Zishang had attacked him, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it had gone mad, and it rammed randomly within the space within the spatial ring. It wants to come out just like that? In a flash, a crazy thought arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. I wonder what terrifying thing will happen if I take out the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was something Duan Lingtian obtained from the Swamp of Death in the Crimson Sky Kingdom all those years ago. He still remembered that the place he obtained the Devil Seal Tablet was an underground palace. At that time, his body was almost seized by the strand of soul sealed within the Devil Seal Tablet. Chapter 7:14. Since then, the Devil Seal Tablet had been kept within Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. But he never imagined that the Devil Seal Tablet would suddenly take action recently. Especially after the small black dot and the black-colored flame brand appeared between Zishang's brows, the Devil Seal Tablet seemed as if it had been injected with stimulants and was extremely excited. Bang! Zishang arrived before Duan Lingtian, and his iron fist that contained origin energy that skyrocketed swept out once more towards Duan Lingtian. At this instant, the air in the area Duan Lingtian was at seemed to have been sucked out, and at the same time that it caused him to feel extremely oppressed, he felt extremely uncomfortable. At this point, I can only withdraw the Devil Seal Tablet and treat it as a last resort. I keep having the feeling that something crazy is about to happen. But, it ought to not be aimed at me. As soon as his thoughts spun up to here, Duan Lingtian noticed Zishang's iron fist was right before him, and he didn't have the time to think any further. At this instant, Duan Lingtian only had a single thought in his mind before he took out the Devil Seal Tablet from his spatial ring and placed it in front of him. He wanted to see if the Devil Seal Tablet could block Zishang. Truthfully speaking, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was still slightly perturbed in his heart. Bang! At practically the instant the Devil Seal Tablet appeared, Zishang's iron fist had already smashed onto the Devil Seal Tablet, and it emitted an enormous bang that was like a thunderclap that shook the hearts of all. Whoosh! 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 With the place Zishang's fist descended as the center, the terrifying force gave rise to waves of terrifying strong winds that swept out in all directions, and it blew the clothes of many people to the point of fluttering. On the other hand, the Devil Seal Tablet lay before Duan Lingtian and floated there without moving in the slightest. When Zishang's fist that contained the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons descended onto the Devil Seal Tablet, it was like scratching an itch for the Devil Seal Tablet, and not to mention it didn't cause any harm, it didn't even move in the slightest. Looks like I made the right bet. Duan Lingtian was the first to react, and his eyes lit up. The second person to react was Feng Wudao. When Feng Wudao saw Duan Lingtian's grade 3 spirit sword being blasted flying by Duan Lingtian, and then he saw Zishang attack Duan Lingtian once more. At this moment, he already intended to make a move to obstruct Zishang. But right at the instant he intended to make a move, he noticed that a broken stone tablet had appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian. There was nothing special about this stone tablet. It was missing a large hole, and there were many words engraved on it. It looked like a stone tablet that was recording something. But the following scene caused Feng Wudao. Zishang's iron fist swept through the air and smashed onto the broken stone tablet, yet the stone tablet actually didn't move in the slightest. What tablet is this? After Feng Wudao reacted, he couldn't help but gasp. He had seen a lot of strange people and strange things in his life, but this was the first time he had seen something so strange. That broken stone tablet was obviously not a spirit weapon, yet it was able to easily block Zishang's attack after he executed his secret technique. It was truly astounding. What's that? It seems to be a stone tablet, but I don't see anything special about it. There are words on the stone tablet. Do all of you recognize the words? I actually don't recognize a single one of these words. There's something strange about this stone tablet. Of course. If it wasn't strange, then how could it not move in the slightest after blocking Zishang's attack? This broken stone tablet belongs to Duan Lingtian? Could it be that it's Duan Lingtian's trump card? It's possible. Even though this stone tablet looks to be extremely ordinary, but as the saying goes, returning to simplicity, I think it's surely a rare treasure. The topics in the surroundings of the cage battle arena completely revolved around the broken stone tablet that appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian. Besides Duan Lingtian and Zishang, everyone else felt disbelief. All of them were curious. What exactly is the stone tablet Duan Lingtian took out? Devil sealing. Why is the devil seal tablet in your possession? Right at this moment, a gloomy and aged voice muttered to itself in a somewhat panicked manner. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by many void interpretation stage martial artists with profound cultivations. The gazes of these void interpretation stage martial artists descended onto Zishang in unison. The voice was precisely emitted from Zishang's mouth. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that even though Zishang, who'd originally lost his reason, still had dim and lusterless eyes, he seemed to have suddenly recovered his reason. But this voice doesn't seem to belong to Zishang, right? Right when Duan Lingtian was extremely bewildered, the scene that suddenly occurred before his eyes caused him to be dumbstruck. After the devil seal tablet was struck by Zishang's fist, it instantly moved, and it flew swiftly towards Zishang before fiercely smashing mercilessly onto Zishang's face. It seemed as if it was taking revenge for the punch Zishang had smashed onto it earlier. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as Zishang was blasted flying by the devil seal tablet, causing him to repeatedly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, causing his face to be covered in a green and red color, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and the others were stunned as well. Who could tell them exactly what was going on before their eyes? Everyone including Duan Lingtian didn't have the time to recover from their shock when the devil seal tablet whistled out once more to smash onto Zishang once more, and it blasted Zishang flying. Bang! 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 When facing Zishang, the devil seal tablet seemed as if it didn't know exhaustion, and it whistled out over and over again to smash Zishang flying time and time again. During this entire process, Zishang didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Look, quickly! The black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows is growing fainter and fainter. Could it be that it's about to vanish? Could it be that this broken stone tablet of Duan Lingtian's is the bane of the secret technique Zishang executed? Once the flame brand between Zishang's brows vanishes, his strength will be reduced greatly, and at that time, the victor might not be him. This stone tablet is too abnormal. Zishang, who executed his secret technique, possesses the strength of a void interpretation stage expert at any rate, yet it's utterly insufficient before this stone tablet. Yeah, even though Zishang's attacks are extremely strong, yet when they descended onto the stone tablet, it was like scratching an itch, and it was utterly unable to make the stone tablet move in the slightest. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto the space between Zishang's brows as well. Along with the devil seal tablet completely crushing Zishang, the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows gradually dimmed down before completely vanishing in the end. It was as if it had never appeared. After the black-colored flame brand vanished, Zishang's originally dim and lifeless eyes finally recovered their spirit. Whoosh! After the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows vanished completely, the devil seal tablet seemed as if it had completely lost its target, and it stopped on the spot for a moment before returning to Duan Lingtian's side in the end. Zishang's secret technique was destroyed? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. On the other hand, Zishang, who stood in the distance, had suffered a heavy injury and was beyond recognition, and he was barely able to utilize his origin energy to staunch the injuries on his body, yet his breathing was extremely rapid. This Duan Ling Tian actually obtained the Devil Seal tablet. Could it be that he's really my bane? Zi Shang stared hatefully at Duan Ling Tian, and he gnashed his teeth slightly. Elder Ghost, could it be that there's no way to deal with the Devil Seal tablet? Zi Shang took a deep breath and communicated with the strand of incomplete soul that was concealed in the depths of his mind. This strand of remnant soul had come from a broken stone he'd obtained in the past. According to the owner of the remnant soul, Ghost Flame, that broken stone was a small part of the Devil Seal tablet. Ghost Flame was precisely a formidable existence that was suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet's fragment. Ghost Flame had once said that his soul was originally extremely formidable, and it was precisely because it was suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet's fragment that he was sealed within the Devil Seal tablet's fragment, that only a strand of incomplete soul remained until today. The Devil Seal tablet is only effective against devils, or devil path martial cultivators. A martial artist like you that hasn't come into contact with devil path cultivation methods doesn't have the qualifications to make the Devil Seal tablet deal with you. So you don't have to think about how to deal with the Devil Seal tablet. But so long as the Devil Seal tablet exists, it's impossible for me to help you like before. If you want to deal with this Duan Ling Tian, you can only rely on your own strength to achieve victory. The ghastly and aged voice sounded out, and it contained deep terror mixed within. It was terror towards the Devil Seal tablet. Rely on my own strength to achieve victory? The corners of Zi Shang's mouth twitched. This was something that he knew very well. Since long ago, when he found out that Duan Ling Tian possessed an illusory realm soul skill and the scope of effect of Duan Ling Tian's illusory realm soul skill, he knew that if he didn't have the assistance of Ghost Flame, it would be utterly impossible for him to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Besides that, the ghastly and aged voice continued to resound within Zi Shang's mind. No matter what, you can't allow this Duan Ling Tian to obtain that fragment of the Devil Seal tablet in your possession. Otherwise, once the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in his possession is combined with the fragment of the Devil Seal tablet in your possession, and the last fragment of the Devil Seal tablet is found, the complete Devil Seal tablet will once again appear in the world. At that time, Devil Path martial cultivators will once again welcome a calamity. As he finished speaking, the ghastly and aged voice was filled with fear. Today, if the Devil Seal tablet in his possession is the complete Devil Seal tablet and not the incomplete Devil Seal tablet, then even if I hide in the depths of your mind, I'll still be annihilated without a doubt. Zi Shang couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. A complete Devil Seal tablet is actually so terrifying? Of course. That's the Devil Seal tablet, a super saint weapon that's entered the 10 great saint weapon rankings. The ghastly and aged voice continued to sound out. 10 great saint weapon rankings? Super saint weapon? Zi Shang couldn't help but be stunned, and he only recovered from his shock after a short moment. Even though he didn't know about the 10 great saint weapon rankings, nor did he know about the super saint weapon, but just by listening, he was able to discern that these two weren't simple. How did this Duan Ling Tian obtain the Devil Seal tablet? Zi Shang spoke with slight jealousy and resentment. I don't know about this. I only know that the Devil Seal tablet was split into 3 many years ago for a certain reason. Amongst them, the most important part is the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in his possession, and the other 2 fragments of the Devil Seal tablet are secondary. One of them is in your possession. Chapter 7:15. Don't worry, Elder Ghost, unless I die. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible for the Devil Seal tablet fragment in my possession to be taken away by Duan Ling Tian. Zi Shang vowed solemnly. The ghastly and aged voice replied, and then it said, if it's possible, I hope you can seize the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Even though it's only an incomplete Devil Seal tablet, the most important part of the Devil Seal tablet is within it. How do I seize it? Zishang asked. Even though I don't know the reason why that incomplete Devil Seal tablet acknowledged him as its master. So long as you can kill him, then the Devil Seal tablet will become an ownerless object. At that time, with my help, you might be able to make it acknowledge you as its master. As the ghastly and aged voice spoke up to hear, it was faintly slightly excited. Elder Ghost, didn't you say that once my strength is sufficient in the future, you'll pass down the Devil Dao cultivation method to me and allow me to become a formidable Devil Dao martial cultivator? Since it's like this, what use do I have for this Devil Seal tablet? Could it be that you wanted to seal me? Zishang was slightly puzzled. Humph. Do you think the Devil Seal tablet only has the ability to seal devils? The ghastly and aged voice continued. As a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapon rankings, besides being able to suppress and annihilate the soul of a Devil Dao martial cultivator, it's also able to extract the energy of the Devil Dao martial cultivators sealed within it. Whereas after the energy of those Devil Dao martial cultivators is extracted by the Devil Seal tablet, it'll be sealed within. Whereas the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in that kid's possession is precisely the medium used to contain the energy of the Devil Dao martial cultivators that have their souls dispersed. If a martial cultivator that hasn't cultivated a Devil Dao cultivation method is able to make the Devil Seal tablet acknowledge him as its master, then once that martial cultivator cultivates a Devil Dao cultivation method in the future, he'll be able to rely on the energy of the countless Devil Dao experts to cultivate and advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, from then onwards, the Devil Seal tablet will completely lose its ability to seal devils. Because, it'll gradually be demonized and completely lose its instincts. As he spoke up to hear, the ghastly and aged voice paused for a moment before continuing. You're very lucky to be able to encounter this damaged Devil Seal tablet before cultivating a Devil Path cultivation technique. You have to know, if it was another Devil Path martial cultivator that had already cultivated a Devil Path cultivation technique, not only would it be impossible for the Devil Seal tablet to recognize him as its master, he would even suffer a backlash and be sealed by the Devil Seal tablet. As he spoke, his voice was filled with fear that came from the depths of his soul. Every word of Ghost Flame's words entered Zishang's ears. Yes, I'm very lucky. However, it won't be an easy task to seize the damaged Devil Seal tablet from him. Zishang stared at Duan Lingtian in the distance, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes that were filled with ruthlessness. He never would have thought that after so many years, he, who thought that he could completely destroy Duan Lingtian, would actually be completely destroyed by the Duan Lingtian once again. He was very unwilling. But he knew that it was useless even if he was unwilling. What he had to do now was to seize the damaged Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian, because it would affect the advancement of his cultivation in the future. Humph. If you don't want to be restrained and sealed by him with the Devil Seal tablet after cultivating a Devil Path cultivation technique in the future, then feel free to give up on yourself. Ghost Flame's ghastly and aged voice reverberated within Zishang's mind, and it caused Zishang's expression to become even more unsightly. I didn't say I should give up on myself. Zishang spoke with a low voice. That's for the best. Besides that, I have to remind you that I can't directly interfere in the battle between you and him like I did in the past. The damaged Devil Seal tablet in his possession is capable of restraining and suppressing me. Ghost Flame continued. So, you can only rely on yourself to deal with him in the future and seize the damaged Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Of course, I can't directly interfere, but I can do my best to assist you in improving your strength. It's for no other reason than to kill him and seize the damaged Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Thank you, Elder Ghost, I'll surely do my best. Zishang took a deep breath and agreed. You don't have to do your best, you must kill him. I can tell you that so long as you're able to make the damaged Devil Seal tablet acknowledge you as its master before cultivating a Devil Path cultivation technique, then once you cultivate a devil path cultivation technique in the future and rely on the strength of the numerous devil path experts sealed within the devil seal tablet, your strength will skyrocket, and it wouldn't be impossible for you to become the leader of the entire devil path in the future. Ghost Flame continued to tempt Zishang. The facts proved that Ghost Flame's temptation was extremely useful. The leader of the devil path? Zishang's eyes flashed, and his mood surged completely. Bang! Suddenly, Zishang felt an enormous force assault him from behind, and it fiercely descended onto the back of his neck. In the next moment, he felt dizzy before he completely lost consciousness. Useless thing. In the depths of Zishang's mind, the ghastly and aged voice was slightly exasperated. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were completely in an uproar, and they ceaselessly shouted out Duan Ling Tian's name. Presently, Duan Ling Tian had just used his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to construct an illusory space that enveloped Zishang, and under the circumstances that Zishang wasn't on guard at all, Duan Ling Tian had moved behind Zishang and knocked him out. Zishang, who didn't have the assistance of Ghost Flame, was only an ordinary 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and he was utterly unable to resist Duan Ling Tian's soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Whoosh! On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, the black-clothed old man flew out to catch the unconscious Zishang, and then he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian before returning to his seat. Brother! The old man had just brought Zishang back when Ziyan came over with a worried expression. He's fine, he's only fainted. The black-clothed old man shook his head, and then he stretched out his hand to rub Zishang's temples. After a short moment, Zishang moved and woke up in a daze. Ziyan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't obtain the first. After Zishang woke up, he realized what had happened. He who wasn't possessed by Ghost Flame and merely relied on his 9th-level Void Initiation stage spiritual force to resist Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill. Even though he was unwilling to lose at the hands of Duan Ling Tian, he knew that it was something that couldn't be helped. The Devil Seal tablet countered Ghost Flame, and Ghost Flame was unable to help him resist the illusory realm soul skill. Presently, he was bound to not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. You don't have to blame yourself. Being able to obtain the second in the Dynasty Martial competition today is already not bad. The old man shook his head and didn't have the slightest intention of blaming Zishang. Yeah, brother, you're already extremely formidable. Ziyan spoke out as well. So what if I'm formidable? Didn't I still lose at the hands of Duan Ling Tian? Zishang laughed with self-ridicule, and then he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who stood in the distant sky and was receiving the cheers of the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Kid, with your current strength, it isn't an easy thing to seize the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. I suggest that you rely on the strength of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family and ask the imperial family to seize the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. Suddenly, Ghost Flame's voice sounded out in Zishang's mind. Get someone else to do my dirty work? Zishang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he seemed to have thought of something and sighed. Elder Ghost, even if I describe the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession to an extravagant degree, and even if the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family arouses greed and seizes it away, wouldn't we still be paving the way for someone else? Zishang wasn't willing to do something like paving the way for someone else. Paving the way for someone else? Ghost Flame said with disdain, even if we really paving the way for them, so what? If they aren't willing to give the Devil Seal tablet to you, then kill your way back a few years later and annihilate them to seize the Devil Seal tablet back. In terms of strength, even though Duan Ling Tian is far inferior to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family now, needless to say, his potential is shocking. If the Devil Seal Tablet is always in his possession, then you might not be able to seize the Devil Seal Tablet from him a few years later. If the Devil Seal Tablet is in the hands of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, then with my help, I'm 100% confident in allowing you to possess the strength to crush the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family and seize the Devil Seal Tablet back in a few years. Ghost Flame's words were extremely clear. The Devil Seal Tablet in the hands of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family was much better than in the hands of Duan Lingtian. The potential threat of Duan Lingtian was much greater than the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Ghost Elder is wise. Zi Shang wasn't an idiot, and he instantly understood the meaning behind Ghost Flame's words. Don't worry, Ghost Elder, after the Dynasty Martial competition ends today, I'll discuss it with my master and the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. I believe that so long as I exaggerate a little, they'll surely be interested in the incomplete Devil Seal Tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. Zi Shang was filled with confidence. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the young expert of the Dark Stone Empire, Duan Lingtian, has obtained the first in our Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, and he'll obtain 50,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. The old man directly announced. Instantly, the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar once more. Especially the people of the Dark Stone Empire, all of them were grinning from ear to ear. Swish! The other old man directly passed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to receive the spatial ring and dripped his blood on it to establish ownership. After confirming that there were 50,000 low-grade origin stones within, he casually put away the spatial ring. The second in the Dynasty Martial competition today is the young expert, Zi Shang, recommended by our Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, and he'll obtain 30,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. As for the announcement the old man made after that, Duan Lingtian didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, his attention was completely on the broken stone tablet that floated in midair. Now that I think about it, it's strange that this Devil Seal Tablet is actually still pestering me. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he shot towards the second-class spectating area where the people of the Dark Stone Empire were seated. Whoosh! At practically the instant Duan Lingtian descended, the Devil Seal Tablet appeared by his side and floated in midair like a shadow. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that there seemed to be a slight and imperceptible connection between him and the Devil Seal Tablet. This sort of connection wasn't unfamiliar to him. Chapter 7:16. Could it be that the Devil Seal Tablet has taken me as its master? A crazy thought arose in Duan Lingtian's heart, a thought that even he felt was unbelievable. But when did the Devil Seal Tablet take him as its master? He actually didn't know in the slightest about this. At this moment, even though Duan Lingtian had already returned to the second-class spectating area where the members of the Dark Stone Empire were, the numerous gazes in the surroundings of the cage battle arena still locked onto him and locked onto the Devil Seal Tablet that floated by his side. Even though Duan Lingtian had already obtained the honor of being the first in the Dynasty Martial competition, the process behind this caused everyone present to be deeply puzzled and even feel it was unbelievable. To them, everything that had occurred earlier was truly too strange. The battle between Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang to compete for the honor of being the first in the Dynasty Martial competition. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian's secret technique had failed, and he was one-sidedly crushed by Zi Shang, who'd executed the secret technique, causing him to be in imminent danger. Right when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was about to be defeated, an unexpected event occurred abruptly at the critical moment. Duan Lingtian withdrew an extremely ordinary-looking stone tablet out of thin air. Moreover, it was a broken stone tablet, and it looked as if it was picked up from the roadside. But it was precisely a stone tablet like this that smashed Zi Shang to the point he was completely helpless. After he executed the secret technique, even though Zi Shang's strength was formidable, he didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before that stone tablet. Subsequently, everyone saw that along with the black-colored flame brand vanishing between Zishang's brows, Zishang's secret technique had failed, and the broken stone tablet returned to Duanlingtian's side along with this. In the end, Zishang, who'd suffered quite a heavy injury, stood on the spot in a daze. Right at this moment, Duanlingtian had easily moved behind Zishang before casually raising his hand and slashing out with a chop, directly knocking Zishang unconscious and obtaining the first in the dynasty martial competition. The Dark Han dynasty's martial competition had come to an end. No matter if it was the process or the outcome, it had exceeded the expectations of everyone. Originally, everyone was still looking forward to how exciting the final battle would be. Who would have thought that the ending would be so simple, direct, and full of drama? Some people even thought that Duanlingtian and Zishang had discussed this beforehand and were just putting on a show for them. Whoosh! When he saw the unusual actions of the Devil Seal tablet had attracted more and more gazes, Duanlingtian thought to himself and put the Devil Seal tablet away in his spatial ring. Duanlingtian, congratulations! The Prince of Yong gazed at Duanlingtian, his face brimming with an excited smile, somewhat forgetting himself. Even though he was the #1 expert in the Dark Stone Empire and was usually extremely solemn before others, but when he saw Duanlingtian obtaining the first in the dynasty martial competition and obtaining extremely great honor for the Dark Stone Empire, he'd instead tossed his identity to the back of his mind. You really live up to that saying. As long as it's gold, no matter where it goes, it will always shine and not be buried. Su Li said to Duanlingtian. Brother Lingtian, looks like I've still underestimated you in the past. Xiaofan sighed. Besides Long Yun, the other young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire congratulated Duanlingtian one by one at this moment. Long Yun stared at Duanlingtian with a flickering gaze, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. The curtains to our Dark Han dynasty's martial competition has come to an end. 10 young geniuses have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year from now. In the sky above the cage battle arena, one of the old men announced with a loud voice. Subsequently, another old man looked at the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty. Now, let us invite the most respected emperor of our Dark Han dynasty to speak. Whoosh! At practically the instant the old man finished speaking, the emperor had already appeared by his side, and he looked at the surroundings as he said slowly, "The dynasty martial competition today has given me an extremely great pleasant surprise. The 10 young geniuses that obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, especially the few that are ranked at the top, have even caused me to be extremely shocked. I won't say anything else. Half a year from now, I invite the 10 young geniuses to gather at the Imperial Palace. At that time, I'll personally lead the group to head to the Northern Desert and witness the competition between the 10 great young geniuses of my Dark Han dynasty and the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties." After he finished speaking, the Emperor's palanquin with 8 carriers appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena. After a short moment, the Emperor walked into the palanquin and vanished before the eyes of everyone. On the other hand, the remaining members of the imperial family left one by one. Duanlingtian, let me see if you'll still be able to protect the Devil Seal tablet in your possession when the imperial family arouses interest in it. Zishang glanced coldly at Duanlingtian before leaving, and then he walked shoulder to shoulder with Ziyen and left behind the black-clothed old man. As soon as the members of the imperial family left, many people left along with them. At the same time, Duanlingtian noticed that many people were heading towards the spectating area he was at, and their targets had locked onto the group of people from the Dark Stone Empire. Su Li, I'll be leaving first. When he saw the situation wasn't right, Duanlingtian bid his farewells to Su Li before directly fleeing. Swoosh! Su Li hadn't even reacted and Duanlingtian had already left the second-class spectating area and ascended the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. On the first-class spectating area of the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch and the other higher-ups weren't present, and only Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong remained. Fortunately, I ran quickly. When he saw the group of people from the Dark Stone Empire including King Yong being surrounded by many enthusiastic people, Duan Lingtian felt slightly fortunate. Even though some people had noticed that Duan Lingtian had left, yet not a single person dared follow him. The first-class spectating area wasn't a place that just anyone could ascend. Brother Duan, I never imagined that there would be a time when you fled in defeat. Elder Kong teased. Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed, and then he looked at the red-clothed young woman that stood by Feng Wudao's side, and his gaze lit up. Tianwu, how much did you earn? Feng Tianwu said with a smile, Elder Brother Duan, it's better if you look for yourself. Feng Tianwu said as she passed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian dripped a drop of blood on the spatial ring to identify it, and with a command in his heart, he looked inside. With a single glance, he saw low-grade spirit stones that were piled up like a mountain. These low-grade spirit stones. There's at least a little over 100,000, right? Because the reward for the first in the Dynasty Martial competition was 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the spirit stones before him were more than twice the amount of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. So Duan Lingtian was able to easily guess the amount. More than 107,000. Feng Tianwu smiled as she spoke. So many. Duan Lingtian was surprised, and then he seemed to have thought of something. With a raise of his hand, he withdrew the spatial ring he obtained as the reward for the first in the Dynasty Martial competition and passed it to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, I never imagined that you'd help me earn so much. Take these 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. But Feng Tianwu didn't receive it and directly refused. Elder Brother Duan, I've said it since long ago. No matter how many spirit stones you earned, they're all yours. I won't take them. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. But I never imagined that I'd be able to earn so much. Just take it. Even if you've taken these 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, I've still earned an additional 50,000 plus spirit stones. Originally, after his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, was useless in the final battle with Zishang, Duan Lingtian didn't hold on to any hope. At that time, he'd once thought of the pile of low-grade spirit stones he'd placed at Feng Tianwu's place, and he felt that those spirit stones would surely be wasted. But never had he imagined that fate would play an enormous joke on him. As soon as the Devil Seal tablet appeared, it directly suppressed Zishang and even heavily injured Zishang, allowing him to turn defeat into victory. Elder Brother Duan, I don't lack spirit stones. Moreover, my father even took advantage of you. Feng Tianwu shook her head firmly, and as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression. Elder Brother Duan, you still don't know, right? Your odds for the battle between you and Zishang was 1-3, and my father bet 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on you. Feng Tianwu smiled as she spoke. Betting 100,000 low-grade spirit stones at odds of 1-3, and earning an extra 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Duan Lingtian's face froze when he heard this, and then he cursed. Who set this odds? Aren't they looking down on me too much? Even though I don't know who set the odds, but I can be sure that fellow is surely regretting it to death now. Elder Kong smiled, and then he shook his head and sighed. It's the eldest young master who has the courage to directly bet 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on Brother Duan. I only bet 10,000 spirit stones. If I knew earlier, would have bet the other 20,000 spirit stones as well. As he finished speaking, Elder Kong was slightly regretful. Grandpa Kong, you still don't believe Elder Brother Duan? Feng Tianwu angrily rolled her eyes at Elder Kong, and then she held Feng Wudao's arm and smiled. It's still father who has confidence in Elder Brother Duan. I was already prepared to throw away the 100,000 low-grade primordial stones. But Feng Wudao's words caused the smile on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face to completely freeze. In next to no time, Feng Tianwu changed the topic, and her beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. "Elder brother Duan, what's that broken stone tablet you took out earlier? It doesn't seem to be a spirit weapon." Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Feng Wudao said, "We'll talk about it when we get back." Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu noticed that many people on the other 7 first-class spectating areas were staring at them with burning gazes, or more precisely speaking, they were staring at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao's group of 3 soared into the sky and headed towards the Feng clan estate. When they saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish before their eyes, the tranquil atmosphere on the other 7 first-class spectating areas was directly broken. This son-in-law of Lord Wudao is truly extraordinary. Yeah, that Duan Lingtian looks to be around the age of 25, and his true age is surely not more than 30. Suppressing the group of young geniuses of our Dark Han dynasty at such an age and obtaining the honor of first in the dynasty martial competition is truly difficult to come by. In my opinion, his first in the dynasty martial competition was obtained by relying on that mysterious stone tablet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for Zishang. I wonder what that stone tablet is, it's actually so terrifying. Chapter 717. Brother Ling Tian's improvement is truly monstrous. Zhang Shouyong stood within the group of Zhang clan members as he shook his head and sighed. But his face quickly revealed a heartfelt smile. As a friend of Duan Lingtian, he felt happy for Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian was able to possess such accomplishments. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyuan, who stood nearby, Zhang Shouyong's eyes that were suffused with terror when he looked at Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down after Duan Lingtian's figure completely vanished. Even if we can't become friends with that Duan Lingtian, we absolutely can't become enemies with him. The Yi clan's patriarch spoke with an extremely heavy tone. The Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao, who stood at the side, nodded and deeply agreed. As for the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang, who stood at the side, he was already terrified to the point his legs shivered. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually be able to obtain the glory of first in the dynasty martial competition. The words of the Yi clan's patriarch spread throughout the 7 first-class spectating areas in a short moment, and it caused the group of figures that stood at the peak of the Dark Han dynasty to deeply agree. In next to no time, these words continued to spread out and obtained the acknowledgement of everyone. From today onwards, the unknown Duan Lingtian will become a famous person in our Dark Han dynasty. A young man from an empire has suppressed numerous top young experts of our Dark Han dynasty. His strength is so shocking that it's sufficient to leave his name in history. Looks like the Dark Stone Empire is indeed a good place. I'll go take a look over there in a few days. Perhaps I'll bring my family over to stay there. Even though the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had already started to disperse, the sounds of discussion still rose and fell without end. The topic of most people moved on to Duan Lingtian. A young man that was shockingly young had obtained the first in the dynasty martial competition today, and it had exceeded the expectations of everyone. Along with the crowd of spectators leaving the cage battle arena, it wasn't long before the entire Dark Han dynasty's capital was filled with the name and deeds of Duan Lingtian. Practically everyone knew that the person that obtained the first in the dynasty martial competition held by the Dark Han dynasty this time was a young expert from the Dark Stone Empire. This young talent looked to be around 25 years old, so young that it was frightening. Also, his name is Duan Lingtian. Right when the entire Dark Han dynasty's capital was discussing Duan Lingtian himself was drinking tea in a residence within the Feng clan. I obtained that stone tablet by chance in my hometown. When faced with the questions of Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong, Duan Lingtian didn't conceal too much and spoke of the origins of the Devil Seal tablet. Of course, he did not mention the powerful soul inside the demon's sealing tombstone that had attacked him. That soul was so strong that it was even more formidable than Emperor Wu of Samsara. He was able to survive by luck because his soul was comparatively special and didn't belong to this world. Moreover, the fact that his soul didn't belong to this world had always been the greatest secret in Duan Lingtian's heart, and even his parents and 2 fiancés didn't know of it. So long as it was related to this secret, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not easily speak of it. Even though it was said that there were no secrets in the world, Duan Lingtian was sure that so long as he didn't speak of this secret, it would absolutely be impossible for a second person to know of it. It was precisely because of this that he'd never intended to share this secret with anyone. So in this way, you put it away because you noticed that the words on this stone tablet were special? Elder Kong asked. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he asked. Elder Kong, you're knowledgeable and talented, yet I wonder if you recognize these words on the Devil Seal tablet. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Devil Seal tablet that was partially broken appeared by Duan Lingtian's side and floated there. Elder Kong sized up the Devil Seal tablet seriously when he heard this. After a short moment, he shook his head. I don't recognize it. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu, and the latter shook their heads to indicate they didn't recognize it. Alas! Looks like I can only look for someone outside to recognize these words when I arrive at the foreign lands in the future. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh. Elder Kong nodded. The foreign lands is boundlessly vast, and there are experts as numerous as the clouds within it, so there might be knowledgeable people that recognize these words. Besides that, since this stone tablet is capable of suppressing Z decease who executed his secret technique, I presume it isn't an ordinary thing, and it might be able to give Brother Duan many pleasant surprises in the future. It's fine if it's a pleasant surprise, but I'm most afraid it'll give me a fright. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he stared at the Devil Seal tablet with a complicated gaze. Even though he didn't know the exact background of the Devil Seal tablet, nor did he know its origins, but his encounter at the Swamp of Death that day allowed him to realize that the Devil Seal tablet was extremely extraordinary. The Devil Seal tablet was actually capable of sealing such a formidable soul within it. If it wasn't for him releasing that formidable soul, then perhaps that formidable soul would still be suppressed within the Devil Seal tablet. A soul that was even more formidable than the soul of Samsara Emperor Wu was suppressed by this Devil Seal tablet. I can be sure that this Devil Seal tablet is absolutely not an ordinary thing. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of. This stone tablet isn't simple. Feng Wudao, who'd been silent all along, spoke out for the first time. At the same time, there was obviously slight fear in Feng Wudao's eyes. Father, have you noticed anything? Feng Tianwu asked curiously. Instantly, Duan Lingtian and Elder Kong looked at Feng Wudao in unison. No. Feng Wudao shook his head. Then earlier, Feng Tianwu was stunned. Intuition. Feng Wudao continued. Duan Lingtian was speechless. He originally thought that Feng Wudao had really noticed something, yet he never imagined that Feng Wudao would only say this in the end, and it caused him to be slightly disappointed. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong. I intend to leave the capital tomorrow. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and he spoke to Feng Wudao and the others. Elder brother Duan, we'll be heading to the northern desert half a year from now to converge with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties and carry out the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Why do you want to leave at this time? Feng Tianwu asked with a puzzled expression. Isn't it better to stay in the capital to cultivate and improve during this half a year? Feng Wudao and Elder Kong nodded, and they both agreed with Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, if there's nothing else, then it's fine for me to stay in the capital. But I'm leaving the capital this time because I have to deal with some things. As Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, cold lights flashed within his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a dormant venomous snake that would explode out and injure and kill at any moment. Feng Tianwu's group of 3 were able to notice the killing intent contained within Duan Lingtian's words, and Feng Tianwu couldn't help but ask. "Elder brother Duan, can you tell me about it?" When he saw Feng Tianwu looking at him with a gaze of yearning, Duan Lingtian, who originally didn't intend to speak of it, sighed, and then he spoke of the matter related to the 7-Star Sword Sect being annihilated a few years ago. 7-Star Sword Sect? The sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that you mentioned when we were in Phoenix Nest City earlier? Feng Tianwu was stunned. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his eyes were suddenly dyed with a wisp of scarlet red, and even his breathing started to become hurried. At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scenes that occurred at the peak of the 7-Star Sword Sect's Dubhe Peak all those years ago. At that time, the members of the Azure Forest Trisect descended domineeringly and carried out a slaughter of the members of the 7-Star Sword Sect, causing blood to flow into rivers and corpses to pile up into mountains on Dubhe Peak. When he recalled the price the 7-Star Sword Sect higher-ups had paid for the sake of allowing him to leave, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes in pain. Originally, this enmity had already been buried deep within his heart, but now, it was recalled by him of his own accord. That was because he now had the ability to take revenge. "Elder brother Duan, I want to return with you," Feng Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian. "Tian Wu, that's only a personal matter of mine, Duan Lingtian knew that Tian Wu had good intentions, yet he still refused, as it wasn't difficult for him to deal with the Azure Forest Trisect with his current strength. But Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Feng Tianwu. "Elder brother Duan, I have nothing to do at home anyway, so let me go with you. Going to relax is good as well." Duan Lingtian hadn't even had the chance to speak when Feng Wudao had already spoken out. "I'll go with the 2 of you." "Huh. Since eldest young master is going, I naturally have to go as well." Elder Kong spoke out as well. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He knew that this matter could be considered to have been decided. Right when Duan Lingtian was curious why Feng Wudao would take the initiative to return with him. Feng Wudao spoke out once more. "Lingtian, Tian Wu and I will go with you this time to see your parents on the way. It can be considered as meeting in advance between in-laws." "Father, what are you talking about?" Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed red when she heard Feng Wudao, and it seemed as if blood would drip out. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian finally knew the reason Feng Wudao wanted to return with him. So it turned out that Feng Wudao was going for his parents, and he knew something was off. "Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong. I'm going back to rest first." Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to the 3 of them before fleeing in panic. After he returned to his own small courtyard, Duan Lingtian locked himself in his room before withdrawing the Devil Seal tablet once more and carefully studying it. "I keep having the feeling that the black-colored flame brand that appeared between Zishang's brows ought to not be formed by some secret technique. What secret technique is capable of allowing a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist to improve his origin energy and soul to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage in a short period of time? Most absurd of all, the side effect is only to lose one's reason during the execution of the secret technique. This can be considered as a side effect?" This was something that Duan Lingtian wouldn't believe even if he was beaten to death. Besides that, when I'd just taken out the Devil Seal tablet, Zishang, who should have lost his reason after executing the secret technique, spoke abruptly instead. The voice at that time was a ghastly and aged voice, and it wasn't Zishang's voice. Chapter 718. If Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary Void Initiation Stage martial artist, he would naturally not think so much. The reason he was able to think so much and make such educated guesses was all because of the memories of the 2 lifetimes of reincarnation Emperor Wu that were fused with his mind. Moreover, he'd encountered 2 powerful souls that wanted to destroy his soul and seize his body. So no one knew more about soul seizing than Duan Ling Tian. According to the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, if the soul is strong enough, it can directly destroy the soul of another and seize their body to replace them. However, if the soul suffered a great blow, and only a strand of remnant soul remained, it would be difficult to destroy the soul of another and seize their body. However, even though it can't completely seize their body, it's not a problem to do so for a short period of time. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but gasp. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct. Also, when I first saw the Devil Seal tablet, a powerful soul was sealed within it. In other words, the Devil Seal tablet can seal souls. When the black flame mark appeared between Zishang's brows, it should be when his body was occupied by another soul for a short period of time. I was wondering why the Devil Seal tablet was so agitated when the black mark appeared between Zishang's brows, and even took the initiative to attack Zishang after leaving the spatial ring, and only stopped attacking after the black flame mark between Zishang's brows disappeared. Now that I think about it, it's completely in line with my guess. The Devil Seal tablet is targeting the independent soul in Zishang's body. When that independent soul occupies Zishang's body for a short period of time, it would cause the Devil Seal tablet to fight against it. Once it hides, the Devil Seal tablet can't do anything to it. Duan Lingtian's thoughts gradually became clear. Looks like Zishang's fortuitous encounter is really extraordinary. There's actually the soul of an expert hidden within his body. According to the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Ling Tian knew very well. A soul that could leave the body and live, besides certain conditions, must be at the Emperor Wu stage or above. In other words, the other soul in Zishang's body was once a powerful expert like Emperor Wu. The soul of that expert, Emperor Wu, should only be a strand of remnant soul. Otherwise, Zishang's body would have been completely occupied by him long ago. Duan Ling Tian was absolutely certain of this. After a mere strand of remnant soul occupied Zishang's body, it was able to raise Zishang's strength by 4 levels in a short period of time. Moreover, it even crossed a great realm. Even Samsara Emperor Wu at his peak might not be able to do this. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian frowned. According to reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, no matter if it was his first or second lifetime, he was the strongest person on Cloud Continent. No one could rival him. Perhaps there really is an existence that's even stronger than reincarnation Emperor Wu in the boundless sea. Moreover, reincarnation Emperor Wu had once guessed that it wouldn't be strange for there to be an existence that's even stronger than him in the boundless sea. Perhaps this was what it meant by, there's always someone stronger. Standing at the peak of Cloud Continent didn't mean that one stood at the peak of the entire world. In this world, besides Cloud Continent, there was also the boundless and mysterious sea. Besides Cloud Continent, many experts might be hidden in the depths of the boundless sea. Could it be that the Emperor Wu in Zishang's body came from the sea outside Cloud Continent? Duan Ling Tian guessed once more. Lying on the bed, Duan Ling Tian looked at the ceiling as his gaze flickered. The Devil Seal tablet seems to be able to counter the soul of that Emperor Wu. In this way, so long as the Devil Seal tablet is in my possession, then the soul of that Emperor Wu in Zishang's body won't be able to help Zishang deal with me. Needless to say, after confirming this, Duan Ling Tian felt extremely pleased in his heart. Truthfully speaking, even though encountering Zishang today was out of his expectations, he wasn't willing to lose at Zishang's hands. Before he took out the Devil Seal tablet, at the moment he was about to lose at Zishang's hands, his heart was bitter because he was about to be trampled beneath the feet of someone he'd once defeated. That was a scene he wasn't willing to see, and it caused him to feel extremely displeased. Fortunately, he took out the Devil Seal tablet in time and turned defeat into victory. In the dazzling audience hall of the Imperial Palace. Imperial Uncle, is there an urgent matter that both of you have come to look for me so late at night? The Darkhan Dynasty's emperor looked at the black-clothed old man and white-clothed young man that walked into the audience hall and asked slowly. I don't know the specifics as well. But, Zishang said that he'll tell us once he sees you. The old man spoke. Zishang, have you encountered something that's troubling you? No matter what it is, feel free to speak. So long as it's within the ability of the imperial family, we'll surely help you deal with it properly. The emperor spoke warmly to Zishang. Zishang's brows raised. After the dynasty martial competition today, he noticed that most people in the imperial palace had a different attitude towards him, and this included the Darkhan dynasty's emperor before him. Of course, he knew that the reason for all this was because of the strength and value he revealed during the dynasty martial competition. His value was sufficient to make the emperor think highly of him and the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Your Majesty, it isn't that I've encountered something that's troubling me, but it's something that's related to the interests of the imperial family, so I have to speak. Zishang lightly smiled as he spoke. Something that's related to the interests of the imperial family? Merely these words had whetted the appetite of the emperor and black-clothed old man. Speak. The emperor. Yes. Zishang nodded. Your Majesty, Master. I presume both of you saw the key to Duan Lingtian defeating me today, the broken stone tablet? The emperor and old man nodded in unison. Today, the most unforgettable scene for them was the scene of Duan Lingtian suddenly turning the tables at the instant he was about to lose at Zishang's hands. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to turn defeat into victory was all because of that broken stone tablet that seemed extremely ordinary. If they didn't see it with their own two eyes, they would find it hard to believe. Such an ordinary stone tablet actually broke through Zishang's secret technique and became the key to Duan Lingtian's victory. Even now, they were still filled with curiosity towards the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand, and they were curious about the profundity contained within that seemingly ordinary stone tablet. After this battle, they naturally wouldn't naively think that it was an ordinary stone tablet. What a joke! If it was an ordinary stone tablet, would it be able to assist Duan Lingtian to seize first place in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition? I wonder if your Majesty and Master are interested in knowing the details of that stone tablet? Zishang spoke slowly and whetted the appetite of the emperor and old man. You know? The emperor's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask. Even though the old man didn't speak, he stared fixedly at Zishang, and he was obviously waiting for Zishang's answer. Zishang nodded, and then he said, it's a saint artifact that surpasses spirit weapons. This saint artifact isn't restricted by the amount of amplification it possesses, and it's mostly focused on various aspects of utilization. Besides amplification, saint artifacts possess various extremely miraculous abilities. Zishang paused when he spoke up to hear. Saint artifact? The emperor and old man had bewildered expressions when they heard this, as it was the first time they'd heard of the existence of a saint artifact. But they'd heard something clearly. That was. A saint artifact was an existence that surpassed spirit weapons. Zishang, how do you know all this? The old man asked with a low voice. Zishang said, Master, I presume you're curious as to why my cultivation improved so quickly. Actually, all of this is because of the fortuitous encounter I obtained some time ago. During that fortuitous encounter, I found out about many things I didn't know in the past, and one of these things included the saint artifact. Fortuitous encounter? The emperor and old man looked at each other before nodding. They'd guessed since long ago that Zishang had surely obtained some fortuitous encounter to possess his current shocking cultivation. Otherwise, not to mention surpassing Bai Hao, he might not even be a match for Bai He. What you mean is that the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession is actually a saint artifact? The emperor's eyes lit up, and even his breathing became slightly hurried. Yes. Zishang nodded, and then he said, Your Majesty, you've seen the saint artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession today. Besides being an offensive saint artifact, his saint artifact also possesses the ability to counter various secret techniques. It was precisely because of this that I was defeated by him today. On the other hand, if origin energy is fused into an offensive saint artifact, then it's usually able to provide an amplification of 2 times, and it surpasses a grade 1 spirit weapon. Zishang finished speaking in a single breath, and the depths of his eyes contained slight perturbation. Now, he was waiting for the fish to take the bait. As for if the fish would take the bait, he wasn't sure, so he was slightly perturbed. An offensive saint artifact? An amplification of 2 times? The emperor's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he heard Zishang. Moreover, it possesses the ability to counter various secret techniques? What ability does that Duan Lingtian possess to actually be able to obtain such a heaven-defying saint artifact? As he finished muttering, the emperor frowned slightly, and greed suffused his eyes. Zishang, this isn't a joke. Are you sure? The old man asked for further confirmation. Master, I'm naturally telling the truth. Zishang hurriedly replied. Although the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession wasn't complete, no matter how bad it was still a part of the Super Saint artifact, the Devil Seal tablet. It wasn't difficult to provide an amplification of 1 strength by fusing origin energy into it. After all, even the small piece of the Devil Seal tablet in his possession would be able to provide an amplification of 1 strength by 2 times as long as he was willing to fuse his origin energy into it. Of course, he didn't dare rashly use it in a place where there were many people. Even if it was only a small piece of the stone tablet, an item that could provide an amplification of 1 strength by 2 times was sufficient to cause any martial artist to covet it. Although he had the help of the ghost flame, because his cultivation was too low, the ghost flame's help to him was limited. Chapter 7:19. Thus, Zishang wasn't worried that the imperial family would expose his lies after they seized the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. Of course, even though everything he said was concealed, it wasn't a lie. Your Majesty, Master, this is what I wanted to tell both of you tonight. If our imperial family is able to obtain that saint weapon, then it's extremely beneficial to our imperial family. As Zishang finished speaking, he was slightly agitated. Zishang, you've spoken so much. It wouldn't be that you're unconvinced of your loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian today and want to rely on the imperial family to eliminate Duan Lingtian, right? Suddenly, the emperor calmed down, and his wise eyes stared at Zishang as he spoke slowly. Zishang doesn't dare. Zishang hurriedly shook his head, and then he added. If your Majesty doesn't believe what Zishang said earlier, then Zishang is willing to swear on the tribulation of oaths. Zishang didn't wait for the emperor and his master to recover from their shock as he'd already pinched open his finger, causing a drop of fresh blood to shoot into the sky, and then he swore with a clear voice. I, Zishang, swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that if the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession isn't a saint weapon and doesn't possess a strength of 100% amplification, I, Zishang, am willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Subsequently, 9 claps of thunder resounded out successively in the sky above the imperial palace, and it shocked most of the people in the imperial palace. The people that were close to the surroundings of the imperial palace heard these 9 claps of thunder as well. For a time, the corner of the capital where the imperial palace was located was completely bustling with noise and excitement. So many claps of thunder, could it be that it's about to rain? Gooden, quickly help mother put away the clothes that are hanging in the courtyard. All right. This was a voice that sounded out from a slum behind a remote alley near the imperial palace, and it belonged to a widow and her son. They were figures at the lowest level of the Darkhan dynasty and were only ordinary people, so they didn't know what the 9 claps of thunder meant. It's the 99 heavenly tribulation. Looks like someone in the imperial palace has sworn on the 99 heavenly tribulation, but I wonder who it is. Many martial artists guessed the meaning of the 9 claps of thunder. Not long after that, the news that someone in the imperial palace had sworn on the 99 heavenly tribulation spread throughout the capital, and it was known to everyone. The 99 heavenly tribulation was also the tribulation of oaths. Once an oath was made, no one could violate it. Otherwise, he would be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation. In the main hall. After Zishang swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation, the 99 heavenly tribulation no longer made any movements and had no intention of punishing Zishang. The emperor and the black-clothed old man completely believed Zishang's words. Zishang, you go back first. Don't tell anyone else about this, including your sister. The old man in black looked at Zishang and said solemnly. Don't worry, master. Zishang knows what to say and what not to say. Zishang solemnly nodded, and then he turned around and left the hall. When he turned around, a sinister smile appeared on Zishang's face. His eyes revealed a cold light as if he was about to devour someone. You did very well. As soon as he walked out of the hall, a ghastly and aged voice started to reverberate within Zishang's mind. Thank you for your praise, Elder Ghost. Zishang hurriedly replied and didn't dare dally in the slightest. I'm able to discern that your master and the Darkhan dynasty's emperor have already aroused greed for the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. It wouldn't be long before they ought to make a move. Ghost Flame continued. But unfortunately, that Duan Lingtian can't die at my hands. It's rather regretful. Zishang sighed. Humph. Ghost Flame said with disdain, even though that Duan Lingtian's natural talent and comprehension ability aren't bad. But in the outside world, there are numerous people with higher natural talent and comprehension ability than him that can be found everywhere. Once you walk out of this small rural place in the future, you'll know how huge the outside world is. Before some genius experts of the outside world, that Duan Lingtian is utterly nothing. Ghost Flame said slowly, at that time, when you think back to now, you'll realize how laughable you are now. Understood. Zishang nodded, and the pity on his face vanished without a trace. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that the imperial family was plotting against him. Presently, he'd already fallen into a deep sleep and entered into dreamland. He was leaving the Darkhan dynasty tomorrow and returning to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and his feelings were extremely agitated, and he was utterly unable to calm down to cultivate and comprehend concept. Duan Lingtian slept all the way until daybreak before he finally woke up. After he woke up, Duan Lingtian unexpectedly withdrew the Devil Seal tablet from his spatial ring. I had a dream last night, and I dreamt that the Devil Seal tablet can be used as a spirit weapon. As the saying goes, what one thinks in the day, one dreams at night. I wonder if my dream will come true. Whoosh! When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate and directly fused his origin energy into the Devil Seal tablet. Right at this moment, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and they coiled down with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. Along with the Devil Seal tablet being enveloped by a layer of origin energy, Duan Lingtian noticed that another 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared beside the 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. At this moment, his actions were only done on a whim. Even though he'd had a dream last night, that dream only told him that the Devil Seal tablet could be used as a spirit weapon. It didn't say that the Devil Seal tablet could provide an amplification of one's strength when used as a spirit weapon. An amplification of one's strength, this seemed to be something that only the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that came from the Samsara Emperor Wu all those years ago was capable of accomplishing, right? Duan Lingtian possessed a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, and it was precisely the sword that belonged to the white-clothed sword monarch that he obtained from the sword monarch's treasure earlier. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was capable of providing an amplification of one's strength. Now, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbstruck when he noticed that the Devil Seal tablet in his possession possessed the ability to provide an amplification of one's strength as well. He only returned to his senses after a short while. Looks like this Devil Seal tablet isn't simple. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian continued to study the Devil Seal tablet, but he didn't discover anything else after studying it for a while. Elder brother Duan. After an unknown period of time, Feng Tianwu's voice sounded out from outside his room. Duan Lingtian put away the Devil Seal tablet, washed up, changed his clothes, and walked out of his room. Good morning, Tianwu. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and bathed under the gentle sunlight of the early morning, and he smiled as he greeted Feng Tianwu who stood outside the courtyard. Elder brother Duan, let's go have breakfast together. We'll leave after breakfast. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. After they finished eating, Duan Lingtian notified Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong before making a trip to the Darkstone estate that the members of the Darkstone Empire were staying at. He'd come this time mainly for the sake of bidding farewell to Su Li and King Yong. After bidding farewell to King Yong, Duan Lingtian found Su Li, I intend to make a trip to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Do you want to go back with me? Asking like this was actually something that Duan Lingtian had thought of on the spur of the moment. The Crimson Sky Kingdom wasn't just his hometown, it was Su Li's hometown as well. Duan Lingtian originally thought that Su Li would agree, because according to his knowledge, Su Li hadn't returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom for many years, let alone meet and catch up with his good friends from the past. But Su Li refused instead. Duan Lingtian, I won't be going back first. I have to go look for Master in 2 days, and I ought to go wander in the other dynasties for a period of time. Su Li, I presume your strength will shock me greatly the next time we meet. Duan Lingtian smiled. As far as he was concerned, it was surely Su Li's master that intended to allow Su Li to improve his strength a step further before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties arrived, and that was why he aroused the intention of bringing Su Li to wander in the other dynasties. With Su Li's current cultivation, not to mention competing with the top young geniuses of the various dynasties, even in the Darkhan dynasty, there were many people that could defeat him. I'm afraid your strength will be even more shocking the next time we meet. Su Li sighed. In the past, along with his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds repeatedly, he felt that he ought to be able to surpass Duan Lingtian. But when he saw Duan Lingtian once more and witnessed the strength that Duan Lingtian revealed, it caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness that came from the bottom of his heart. There seemed to be a chasm that was impossible to surmount between him and Duan Lingtian, and no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to surmount that chasm in the end and catch up to Duan Lingtian. But he didn't feel defeated because of this, and his fighting spirit surged instead. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a year from now, he would surely work hard to catch up to Duan Lingtian's footsteps and even surpass Duan Lingtian. This was his goal for the next year. After you return, help me greet Tianhu, Xiaoyu, and the others, Su Li spoke to Duan Lingtian. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to leave, King Yong called out to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I almost forgot to tell you. Vice President Xiang asked me to tell you that if you have nothing to do in the future, you can go to Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion to catch up with him. Okay. Duan Lingtian replied and nodded with a smile to King Yong before leaving the Darkstone estate. In the sky above the capital of the Darkhan dynasty. Swoosh! An enormous sword soared through the sky with an extremely swift speed that was difficult for an ordinary person to capture with the naked eye. If one looked carefully, one would notice that this enormous sword wasn't a material sword, but a sword condensed into form from origin energy. Obviously, someone had intentionally condensed it into form from their own origin energy as a means of transportation. After a short moment, the enormous sword left the sky above the capital. There was a layer of faint origin energy light barrier on the enormous sword, and it enveloped the entire enormous sword and obstructed the strong wind that assaulted the sword. The body of the enormous sword was extremely spacious and could accommodate a few tens of people, yet only 4 people were standing on it now. This speed is much swifter than the three-eyed flame tiger. Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings and thought in his heart. The other 3 people were precisely Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong. Presently, the 4 of them were heading to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The enormous sword beneath their feet was condensed into form from Feng Wudao's own origin energy, and its speed was so swift that it was comparable to a formidable demon beast at the void interpretation stage. Chapter 720. With the speed of the enormous sword, it only spent close to 10 days of time to already pass through the vast Darkstone Empire and enter the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Kid Ling Tian, where are we going now? Feng Wudao controlled the enormous sword to stop, then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Go to our 7-star sword sect's estate first. It's over there. Under the guidance of Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao controlled the enormous sword to head all the way towards the southwest direction, and it wasn't long before he saw 7 sword peaks that shot into the sky appear before his eyes. The 7 sword peaks were like 7 enormous swords that were stabbed into the boundless earth, and their imposing auras were shocking as if they wanted to pierce through the boundless sky. Elder brother Duan, this is the 7-star sword sect's estate. Feng Tianwu looked down at the 7 sword peaks and asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He originally thought that he would be moved by the scene, but when the 7 great sword peaks appeared before his eyes, his originally surging feelings had instead instantly calmed down. All the sorrow seemed to have transformed into boundless hatred that ceaselessly accumulated and was ready to explode out at any moment. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong. I'll go down to look for 2 people, all of you wait for me here for a moment. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong as he spoke slowly. Feng Wudao and Elder Kong nodded. Whereas Feng Tianwu instead said, Elder brother Duan, I'll go down with you. Okay. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, and he brought along Feng Tianwu to flash through the sky before diving down to directly head towards the peak of Migres Peak, and they descended onto the peak of Migres Peak after a short moment. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he stood at this familiar place, and he suppressed his restless feelings. Feng Tianwu was able to discern that Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely unstable, and she sensibly didn't say anything, and silently followed by Duan Lingtian's side as if she was Duan Lingtian's shadow. This is where I used to cultivate. Duan Lingtian walked to the side of the peak of Migres Peak and stood at the edge of the cliff with his head lowered. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds and see that familiar crooked tree. Feng Tianwu stood by Duan Lingtian's side and looked down as well. A moment later, she followed Duan Lingtian down from the sky. Only now did she know why Duan Lingtian said that this was the place where he used to cultivate. It turned out that on the outside of this cliff, there was actually a cave passage that led to the heart of the mountain. At the entrance of the cave, there was a crooked tree. I seem to have been gone for a long time. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree, gently stroking the branches and leaves, his eyes filled with reminiscence. At that time, he'd noticed this place when he'd just entered the 7-star sword sect. It could be said that this place meant a lot to him. It even gave him a monstrous talent, allowing his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Crooked tree, 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he'd just arrived here all those years ago. He still remembered that when he'd just arrived, there was only a crooked tree here. The cave passage was blocked by a layer of cliff, and it was forcefully opened by him with brute force. It was precisely because he'd opened up the cave passage that he was able to enter and find the 10,000-year stalactite milk, allowing him to be reborn. Many traces of him were left behind here, and there were too many memories of him. His spiritual force stretched out, and Duan Lingtian noticed the two people that were cultivating in the 10,000-year stalactite cave within the cave passage at the first possible moment. The auras of the two people weren't unfamiliar to him. One of them was precisely the former peak master of the seven-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, and also the master of his fiancée, Qin Xiang. The other person was the closed-door disciple of the former seven-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, Mou. After he noticed the two people, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a rare smile. Suddenly, swish! A wave of wind howls that tore through the sky swept over from high above in the distance, and it grew closer and closer to a deafening sound. Elder brother Duan, watch out! Feng Tianwu's face went grim, and with a raise of her hand, the grade 3 spirit whip Duan Lingtian helped refine for her appeared out of thin air, and the origin energy in her body raged as she was prepared to attack at any moment. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked towards the source of the howls of wind that grew closer and closer, and an exceedingly enormous figure appeared before his eyes. The figure that grew clearer and clearer before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian's body to lightly tremble, and his pupils constricted as if he'd seen something unbelievable. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who was prepared to attack, withdrew the origin energy that raged within her body. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that hadn't condensed into form in the sky above her dispersed along with this. Because she noticed that no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or this unexpected guest, there wasn't any hostility between them after they saw each other. Elder brother Duan knows it? As she looked at the grand rock that flapped its wings that were like clouds that covered the sky, Feng Tianwu thought in her heart. In next to no time, she obtained her answer. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian couldn't restrain his excited feelings any longer, and he cried out before his figure flashed out to instantly vanish on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before the nearby Grand Rock. The Grand Rock that appeared before Duan Lingtian now was precisely the former sect guarding revered elder of the seven-star sword sect, Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Elder Peng was actually still alive. After Elder Peng sent him off that day, he turned back without hesitation and wanted to live and die with the seven-star sword sect. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that Elder Peng and the seven-star sword sect higher-ups had died at the hands of those old fellows from the Azure Forest Trisect, yet he never imagined that Elder Peng had actually survived. As he stood in the air before Elder Peng, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with excitement that was impossible to restrain. Not bad. Not bad. I'm actually unable to see through you in the slightest now. Looks like you've improved greatly in these past few years. Elder Peng was slightly excited when he saw Duan Lingtian once more, and he spoke via voice transmission. At that time, he and the seven-star sword sect higher-ups had come to an agreement to send Duan Lingtian away because they felt that Duan Lingtian was the hope for the seven-star sword sect to rise once more in the future. So, the seven-star sword sect higher-ups had risked their lives to open up a path of escape for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they'd smoothly sent Duan Lingtian away. Elder Peng, how did you survive? Duan Lingtian's mood gradually calmed down, and he couldn't refrain from asking. Elder Peng was only a void initiation stage demon beast and was unable to speak, so he sighed via voice transmission. After I sent you off that time and returned, I noticed that everything had already ended. It was already meaningless for me to make a move again, so I hid myself and waited for the time when I could help you rebuild the sect in the future. Elder Peng, your decision was wise. Duan Lingtian said. At the beginning, I was unable to wrap my head around why all the experts of my 7-star sword sect would die so quickly at the hands of the Azure Forest Trisect. Later on, I found out from little girl Xiang that it turned out that Zhao Ming had betrayed the sect. When Elder Peng spoke via voice transmission, his aged voice was filled with rage. Later on, I'd repeatedly trespassed into the Azure Forest Trisect and successively killed 2 of Zhao Ming's grandsons. But unfortunately, that Zhao Ming had always been hiding and didn't make an appearance. Otherwise, even if I had to risk my life, I would still take him down with me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to sense Elder Peng's rage, and he shook his head. Elder Peng, there's no need for you to give up your precious life for a mere Zhao Ming. Even though that Zhao Ming is still alive now, it's no different than being dead. Zhao Ming, the Elder Ming of the 7-star sword sect's Xian Ming elders, had already been tricked into an inscription formation in the Dark Stone Empire by him all those years ago. It had only been a few years, and unless an expert intervened, otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhao Ming and the other guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect to escape. Elder Peng's sharp eyes were filled with bewilderment when he heard Duan Lingtian. After he heard Duan Lingtian's explanation, Elder Peng came to a sudden understanding, and his sharp eyes were filled with gratification. You're really not bad. Our decision that day was right. I was wondering why Zhao Ming hadn't made an appearance all along, yet I never imagined that he'd been trapped in that inscription formation by you since long ago. If the sect leader and the others knew about this, they would surely be extremely gratified. Elder Peng spoke via voice transmission. Elder Peng, have there been any movements from the Azure Forest Trisect recently? Do you know the reason they annihilated the Mountain Split sect and our 7-star sword sect all those years ago? Duan Lingtian asked Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian had always been puzzled by the actions of the 3 great sects combining into the Azure Forest Trisect all those years ago and annihilating the Mountain Split sect and 7-star sword sect successively. He didn't know why the 3 great sects combined into one and even abandoned the independent inheritances of their respective sects to allow their sects to become history. Elder Peng didn't have the time to speak when a voice sounded out and broke the short period of silence. Senior brother. Suddenly, 2 figures had appeared on the crooked tree. One was a graceful and beautiful woman, and the other was a young man that looked to be almost 30 years old. Presently, the young man looked at Duan Lingtian who stood nearby in midair, and he had an excited expression. The beautiful woman revealed a gratified smile as well. The little fellow that gathered a myriad of glories in the past had now grown to an extent that even she was unable to see through him. After a few years, I presume he ought to have already broken through to the first level of the void initiation stage. The beautiful woman was precisely the former peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian being able to break through to the first level of the void initiation stage now had already caused her to be extremely pleasantly surprised, and she felt that the 7-star sword sect had hope of rising. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up when he heard this voice, and he turned around to look at the 2 people that stood on the crooked tree before greeting his senior, Qin Xiang, first. Peak Master. Besides being the former peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang was also the master of his fiancée, Ker. Thus, he'd always respected Qin Xiang. Even if his strength had already surpassed Qin Xiang in all aspects now, it didn't reduce the respect he had towards Qin Xiang. You've returned. Qin Xiang revealed a warm smile. Yes, I've returned. Duan Lingtian nodded as his face revealed a smile, and then his gaze descended onto the young man beside him. Mou, long time no see. You haven't slacked off in these past few years, right? Chapter 721. No. Senior brother, I didn't slack off. Mou was anxious when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and he hurriedly spoke as if he was deeply afraid that Duan Ling Tian would be disappointed in him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Marshal Aunt Qin Xiang. Mou indeed didn't slack off. With the cultivation environment of the 10,000-year stalactite cave, he's already broken through to the 5th level of the void prying stage now. Qin Xiang smiled as she spoke to Duan Ling Tian. You brat, I was just joking. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw Mou's reaction was so great. Actually, early on when he saw Mou for the first time, his spiritual force had already detected Mou's current cultivation, and he knew that Mou was already a 5th-level void prying stage martial artist. Even though Mou's advancement in cultivation was far inferior to his own. But in the entire younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, based on the current situation, only he, Zi Shang, and Long Yun were above Mou. Even genius martial artists like Crazy Young Master, Flame Young Master, and Sword Young Master didn't possess such accomplishments when they were at Mou's age. If the sect leader was still alive, he would surely be extremely gratified when he saw you possess such accomplishments. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something and sighed. For a time, the atmosphere went silent. After a short moment, Qin Xiang spoke out to break the silent atmosphere. You asked about the Azure Forest Trisect earlier. Up until now, we still don't know the objective of the Azure Forest Trisect joining together. But 4 months ago, the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect came out in full force and came to our 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. What did they come here for? Could it be that they wanted to set the Azure Forest Trisect's base here? As he finished speaking, cold lights flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes. That's not it. They seem to have come for the sake of searching for something. Moreover, their group only ascended the main peak of our 7-star sword sect, Dubhe Peak. Qin Xiang shook her head and continued. During that period of time, Elder Peng and I had once wanted to go investigate, yet we were stopped. Fortunately, Elder Peng's speed far surpassed them, otherwise, it would have been difficult for Elder Peng and I to escape from their hands. They've left now? Duan Ling Tian asked. He'd only just arrived at the 7-star sword sect when he directly came to the peak of Migra's Peak, so he didn't know anything about the situation on Dubhe Peak. Yes, he left. Qin Xiang nodded. They stayed on Dubhe Peak for 3 months and just left last month. With me and Elder Peng here, they didn't dare casually leave people here. So, besides me and Mou, there isn't a third person present on the 7 great sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect. Busy for 3 months? Could it be that they are plotting something? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Elder Peng and I also went to Tianshu Peak to take a look after the incident, but we didn't find any clues. Qin Xiang said again. I want to take a look. Duan Ling Tian said. When Duan Ling Tian turned around, he found that he had forgotten about Feng Tianwu. He was a little embarrassed. After that, he hurriedly introduced Qin Xiang, Elder Peng, and Mou to Feng Tianwu. Tian Wu, this is Peak Master Qin Xiang, a senior of my sect. This is Elder Peng, the sect-guarding revered elder of our 7-star sword sect. As for him, he's my junior brother, Mou. Peak Master Qin Xiang, Elder Peng. Feng Tianwu hurriedly greeted the 2 seniors, and her tone was slightly respectful. Hello. In the end, Feng Tianwu looked at Mou and lightly smiled as she greeted him. This is? Qin Xiang revealed a surprised expression as she looked at Feng Tianwu. In terms of appearance, the young woman before her wasn't the slightest bit inferior to her personal disciple, Kerr. Moreover, unlike Kerr's pretty girl from a humble family, the young woman before her naturally emitted an aura as she stood there, and she obviously had an extraordinary background. She's called Feng Tianwu, she's my friend. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he introduced Mou. Elder Peng nodded lightly, whereas Mou's gaze lit up instead as he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and then he said via voice transmission, "Senior brother, this ought to be my senior sister-in-law as well, right? F***K off. What nonsense are you talking about?" Duan Lingtian glared angrily at Mou as he replied via voice transmission. Qin Xiang greeted Feng Tianwu, and with just a few glances, she discerned that Feng Tianwu was interested in Duan Lingtian, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Your man really knows how to womanize. But, with his outstanding ability, it's indeed sufficient to attract many outstanding women to like him without hesitation. At this moment, Qin Xiang couldn't help but think in her heart. If she was 20 years younger, would she be moved by this violet-clothed young man before her as well? This was something that she didn't dare deny. If she was able to encounter such an outstanding man during her youth, she believed that she ought to have no immunity. But unfortunately, during that era, even the most outstanding man by her side wasn't much stronger than her. Where's senior brother Zheng Song? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly curious when he didn't see Zheng Song appear after standing in midair at the side of the peak of Migres Peak for a long time. That day, after he saved Zheng Song in the cage battle arena in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, he asked the little gold mouse to send Zheng Song back to the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak's 10,000-year stalactite cave. Logically speaking, Zheng Song ought to be here. But Duan Lingtian's spiritual force instead noticed that Zheng Song wasn't within the stalactite cave. Zheng Song is busier than us, he's in charge of looking for our 7-star sword sect's external affairs elders and inner court disciples that were lucky enough to survive all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and gather them together. 2 months ago, he returned once and said he'd already found over 30 survivors. Qin Xiang said to Duan Lingtian, but, considering that our 7-star sword sect might suffer a surprise attack from the members of the Azure Forest Trisect at any time, they were placed at another place and didn't return to the sect. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. In the future, they don't have to hide anymore. Because I've returned. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. I'll go take a look at Dubhe Peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recalled his earlier plan. Senior brother, I'll accompany you. Mou hurriedly volunteered when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to go to Dubhe Peak. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. In next to no time, the 4 people led by Duan Lingtian and Elder Peng flashed towards Dubhe Peak together, and they ascended Dubhe Peak in a short moment. Compared to before, Dubhe Peak hadn't changed much. If there was really a difference compared to before, then it was none other than the numerous dried bloodstains that could be seen all along the way. Besides, many of the bloodstains on the ground belong to our 7-star sword sect disciples, there's also many that belong to the Azure Forest Trisect disciples. Qin Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian looking at the dried bloodstains all along the way as she spoke slowly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found out from Qin Xiang that Elder Peng had launched a slaughter upon returning to the 7-star sword sect that day, and he'd killed all the Azure Forest Trisect disciples that were guarding the 7-star sword sect. Elder Peng, thank you. Duan Lingtian abruptly stopped moving, then raised his head to look at the grand rock that flapped its wings in the sky before bowing respectfully. Thank you for what you've done for the 7-star sword sect. A wisp of surprise appeared on Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face when she saw Duan Lingtian's actions. She was extremely clear about what sort of person this elder brother Duan of hers was. On that day, even when facing the Supreme Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty, Duan Lingtian didn't bow, and it was sufficient to show how proud Duan Lingtian was. Yet now, when facing the sect-guarding demon beast of a sect from a tiny kingdom, this elder brother Duan of hers had instead directly bowed and expressed his gratitude. This caused her to have a rather deep feeling. Kid Lingtian, don't forget. The 7-star sword sect isn't only your sect. Elder Peng's aged voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. No matter what, Elder Peng, everything you've done for the 7-star sword sect is worthy of the respect of every single 7-star sword sect disciple. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. The gazes of Qin Xiang and Mo Yu flashed when they heard Duan Lingtian, and they bowed to Elder Peng one by one. Elder Peng, thank you. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian heard Qin Xiang speak of many things about Elder Peng going to the Azure Forest Trisect to cause trouble and specially picking on the weak. He sighed with emotion towards this. With Elder Peng's speed, so long as the Azure Forest Trisect didn't have a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, practically no one was capable of catching up to Elder Peng. In this way, not only did the inheritance of the Azure Forest Trisect not strengthen during these past few years, it instead showed signs of weakening because of Elder Peng's frequent visits? Duan Lingtian asked with slight surprise. Yes. Qin Xiang nodded, and then she said, sometimes, even I don't know exactly why the 3 great sects merged into one. Based on the current situation, the development of the Azure Forest Trisect is even slower than when they hadn't merged into one, and they're simply lifting a rock to smash their own feet. The matter ought to not be so simple. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he said with a low voice, since they chose to merge into one and even didn't hesitate to give up the foundation left behind by their respective ancestors, they surely have something they're seeking. Perhaps, Dubhe Peak can tell us the answer. Yes, let's observe carefully. Qin Xiang nodded. Elder Peng and I only roughly observed it the other day, and we didn't notice anything wrong. Perhaps we'll be able to notice something if we observe deeply. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 and Elder Peng started to observe every single corner of Dubhe Peak. After the first round of observation, they didn't notice anything. The grass and trees on Dubhe Peak weren't destroyed by the members of the Azure Forest Trisect, and the 9 palaces that resided above the spirit points were still standing there in perfect condition. Truly strange. Could it be that they've stayed here for 3 months only for the sake of looking at the scenery? Duan Lingtian frowned. He dared confirm that the matter was absolutely not so simple. Let's observe carefully again. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 and Elder Peng started to get busy once more. This time, Duan Lingtian was even more serious than before. Wait. Duan Lingtian stood on the pavilion in Mizar Hall that he'd frequently visited in the past, and after he reminisced about the days he drank tea and chatted idly with the peak master of Mizar Peak, Xiaofan, he finally noticed that something was off. Chapter 722. There was a total of 9 great spirit points on the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, Dubhe Peak. Above each of the 9 great spirit points stood a palace, and Mizar Hall was one of them. When he was in the 7-star sword sect in the past, so long as he approached the palace above the spirit point, Duan Lingtian would be able to sense the exceedingly dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, but he didn't feel anything today. Even if he stood in Mizar Hall, Duan Lingtian felt it was no different than any other place. Thus, there was only one possibility. There's a problem with the spirit point. Not to mention the other spirit points for now, there's surely a problem with the spirit point below Mizar Hall. I'll go take a look at the locations of the other 8 spirit points. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian left Mizar Hall. In next to no time, he went to Alcade Hall, the place that belonged to the former peak master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang, of the 7-star sword sect. When he arrived at Alcade Hall, Duan Lingtian didn't sense the dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. Continue. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian went to Fekta Hall, Merak Hall, Dubhe Hall, and the other palaces, and he even went to the places that belonged to the Xian Ming elders. In the end, he obtained an answer. The 9 great spirit points on Dubhe Peak were completely crippled. 4 months ago, all the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect came out and stayed at Dubhe Peak for an entire 3 months. 3 months of time was sufficient for them to use special methods to empty out the dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth that provided for the circulation of the spirit point and cripple the spirit point. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly unsightly. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards spirit points. Spirit points were comparatively common and superb places of cultivation on Cloud Continent. So long as one was able to cultivate on a spirit point, one's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, this spirit point had an extremely close relationship with an origin stone vein. Many years ago, every primordial stone mine was actually just a small spirit cave. Because the spirit cave was constantly absorbing and gathering the primal chi of heaven and earth within it, the primal chi of heaven and earth would liquefy and solidify, forming the primal stones. Of course, not all spirit points had the chance to transform into origin stone veins, and only those spirit points that weren't discovered or utilized by others had the chance to transform into origin stone veins. Not to mention anything else, just take the 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect as an example. If no one utilized these 9 spirit points to cultivate, and if no one sees the spirit energy of heaven and earth accumulated within the spirit points, then after a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, it would surely form 9 origin stone mines. However, once someone cultivated on top of the spirit cave, they would absorb the rich heaven and earth essence energy accumulated in the spirit cave in a manner that was close to robbing. It would indefinitely delay the transformation of the spirit cave into an origin stone vein. Actually, many people understood this principle. But if one were to ask someone to leave the spirit cave and not utilize it, then for the sake of their descendants in a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, it would be impossible to help the spirit cave transform into an origin stone mine. After all, after a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, who could be sure if the spirit cave they didn't utilize would become a gift to another? No one was willing to gamble, so no one was willing to leave the spirit cave and not utilize it. Not to mention the spirit caves in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are scarce, even the spirit caves in the Darkstone Empire are far from enough to be utilized by the martial artists of the Darkstone Empire. The reason the Darkhan dynasty was able to possess an origin stone vein was because the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family had been passed down for a few thousand years and possessed numerous spirit caves, allowing them to leave behind an origin stone vein for their descendants. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The hearts of men were greedy. No one was willing to easily give up the benefits they possessed. Unlike the Darkhan dynasty, the origin stone veins in the foreign lands are much more numerous. The reason it's like this is precisely because spirit caves are everywhere in the foreign lands. The stronger a power is, the longer its inheritance is. Because there's no lack of spirit caves, the ancestors of those powers left behind many origin stone veins for their descendants. Because some of the origin stone veins had a long history and accumulated the spirit energy of heaven and earth to the limit, so many mid-grade origin stones and even high-grade origin stones appeared. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian gradually withdrew his thoughts. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit cave to be completely absorbed by a single person. Even if 1,000 people cultivated on the same spirit cave, it would at most slow down the speed they absorbed the spirit energy, and it would be impossible for it to affect the spirit cave itself. Because when the spirit energy within the spirit cave was absorbed to a certain extent, the spirit cave would automatically weaken its connection with the outside world and recuperate. This was something that Duan Lingtian was able to find out through the memories of Emperor Wu. If one wants to completely absorb the spirit energy within the spirit cave and cripple the spirit cave, one can only use external force to forcefully destroy it. What exactly did the members of the Azure Forest Trisect do? Duan Lingtian's expression became even more gloomy. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd caught his breath, converged with Feng Tianwu, Qin Xiang, Mou, and Elder Peng, and he explained what he'd noticed. No wonder I kept having the feeling that something was missing, so it turned out to be because of this. The members of the Azure Forest Trisect are truly vicious, they actually severed the foundation of our 7-star sword sect. Qin Xiang spoke with resentment. The 9 great spirit caves of the 7-star sword sect could be said to be the foundation of the 7-star sword sect. It was even to the extent that the 7-star sword sect was able to produce so many experts in the past and was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for a very long period of time, and it was all because of the 9 great spirit caves. Yet now, the spirit energy of the heaven and earth accumulated within the 9 great spirit caves had been completely extracted, causing the 9 great spirit caves to be completely crippled. If they were allowed to slowly recover by themselves, it would at least take over 100 years to recover to normal. Azure Forest Trisect. Mou's expression was unsightly to the extreme as well. As for Elder Peng, he was currently flapping his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky as he floated in the sky, and his pair of sharp eyes flickered with ghastly hatred. The Azure Forest Trisect had gone too far. Peak Master Qin Xiang, Elder Peng, Mou. All of you follow me to the Azure Forest Trisect. Duan Lingtian's tone suddenly calmed down at this moment. Within the calmness was a sense of oppression. All right. We'll go to the outer area of the Azure Forest Trisect and kill a few more ordinary disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect before properly calculating the interest with them. With Elder Peng's speed, it's impossible for the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to catch up to us. Qin Xiang agreed and leaped onto the Grand Rock's broad back at the first possible moment. I want to kill some more Azure Forest Trisect disciples as well and take revenge for my dead brothers and sisters. Mou followed up and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Kill some more ordinary disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect? With Elder Peng's speed, it's impossible for the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to catch up to us? Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed with Qin Xiang's words. He'd never thought of only killing some ordinary disciples when he went to the Azure Forest Trisect this time, nor had he thought of relying on Elder Peng's speed to flee for his life. His objective was to completely annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. All those years ago, he was like an ant before the group of experts of the Azure Forest Trisect, and he couldn't withstand a single blow. But now, he had the confidence to overturn the entire Azure Forest Trisect. Sect Leader, Peak Master Xiaofan, Elder Bai, Senior Sisters Wuxia. All of you watch carefully. Give me a few days of time, and I'll surely eliminate the Azure Forest Trisect from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky, and his eyes flickered with frightening fierce lights as he silently recited numerous familiar names in his heart. At the same time, familiar and tragic figures flashed through his mind one after another. He was able to survive the calamity of the 7-star sword sect all those years ago entirely because of the desperate efforts of these people. If it wasn't for them laying down their lives and spilling their blood, it would be impossible for him to survive. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Bang! Under his extreme rage, Duan Lingtian's legs abruptly stomped on the ground, and he relied on the force to rise up. Instantly, the ground was stomped apart by him, and numerous cracks seemed to have formed into a spiderweb that ceaselessly spread towards the surroundings, and it spread out for over 10 meters before stopping. Elder brother Duan, Feng Tianwu was able to sense Duan Lingtian's rage as she looked at the savage cracks on the ground, and she didn't say anything further before silently soaring up into the sky to follow by Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian, you and your friends get onto Elder Peng's back. Elder Peng's speed is faster than us. Qin Xiang called out to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. She originally wanted to say that Elder Peng's speed was faster than them, but Duan Lingtian's figure that instantly vanished before her eyes instead caused her to be dumbstruck. So fast! Mou couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. On the other hand, the rock's pair of sharp eyes looked at the direction Duan Lingtian left towards, and it revealed traces of astonishment. Hiss, Qin Xiang couldn't help but gasp. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian's speed would be so swift, and it seemed to be even swifter than Elder Peng's speed. Could it be? He has already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage? This thought had only just arisen in Qin Xiang's heart when it was suppressed by her after a short moment, and she felt her current thoughts were truly too absurd. Whoosh! In next to no time, the red-clothed young woman vanished before Qin Xiang's eyes, and it caused Qin Xiang's face to go grim. The speed of this friend of Duan Lingtian's isn't inferior to Elder Peng? Could it be that I'm really old and my eyesight is failing me? What a swift speed! Mou exclaimed once more in a low voice. Never had he imagined that the red-clothed young woman that looked to be 5 or 6 years younger than him would actually possess such a swift speed. In the next instant, she'd vanished from his field of vision. Swish! The fierce eyes of the rock now revealed traces of disbelief, and its wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky flapped as it swiftly chased up to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. After passing through the boundless clouds and mist to arrive at a higher altitude, an enormous sword appeared before the eyes of the rock, and it caused the rock's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. That's, as she looked at the enormous sword that floated in the horizon, and especially when she felt the suffocating aura that was faintly emitted from it, Qin Xiang's face went grim. Mou who stood by Qin Xiang's side lost his composure because his cultivation was low, and he was pressured by the aura emitted by the enormous sword to the point he directly collapsed on the back of the rock, and he was out of breath. Right when the rock stopped moving and looked at the enormous sword in the horizon with a perturbed expression with Qin Xiang. Elder Peng, come up. Chapter 723. Senior Brother? The spirit of Mou who lay limp on the ground with a ghastly pale countenance couldn't help but shake when he heard this voice. After the Grand Rock heard Duan Lingtian's voice, it continued to soar into the sky, and in next to no time, it saw Duan Lingtian who stood on the enormous sword. Besides Feng Tianwu that it already knew, there was also an unfamiliar middle-aged man and an unfamiliar old man by Duan Lingtian's side. As it looked at the middle-aged man and old man, the Grand Rock's pair of sharp eyes revealed a strand of deep fear. Although it was unable to see through the depths of the two people before it. But as a demon beast, it subconsciously felt that the two people before it weren't simple, and they were existences it couldn't offend. Whoosh! Along with the Grand Rock approaching, the enormous sword that lay horizontally in the sky expanded explosively once more, and the area above it became large enough to accommodate the Grand Rock that was like a small mountain. Under Duan Lingtian's call, the Grand Rock carried Qin Xiang and Mou to descend onto the enormous sword. After they descended onto the enormous sword, Mou heaved a sigh of relief, and he felt the terrifying aura that pressed down on him vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qin Xiang and Mou successively descended by Duan Lingtian's side, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with bewildered expressions. This is Uncle Feng, Tian Wu's father. This is Elder Kong, Tian Wu's senior. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he introduced Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong to Qin Xiang, Mou, and Elder Peng. Subsequently, he introduced Qin Xiang, Mou, and Elder Peng to Feng Wu Dao and Elder Peng. Both of them looked at each other and nodded with a smile, and it could be considered as a form of greeting. Peak Master Qin Xiang, where's the Azure Forest Trisect's encampment? Duan Lingtian asked Qin Xiang. The Azure Forest Trisect was formed from the merger of the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect, Origin Convergence Sect, and Snow Moon Sect. In the past, he'd only been to the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect, and he didn't know the location of the other two sections. Moreover, he didn't know where the Azure Forest Trisect that had merged into one was located. There were originally 3 residences in the Azure Forest Trisect, and they were respectively the residences of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, the Origin Convergence sect, and the Snow Moon sect. But because of Elder Peng's frequent visits during these past few years, it forced everyone from the Azure Forest Trisect to gather at the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Qin Xiang slowly said. Demonic Lotus Valley? Duan Lingtian nodded. He didn't know where the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect resided, but he clearly remembered the location of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Uncle Feng, over there. Duan Lingtian greeted Feng Wudao, and after glancing towards the east, Feng Wudao controlled the enormous sword to tear through the sky and head towards the location of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's former base. Whoosh! The enormous sword tore through the sky, its speed so swift that it caused Qin Xiang and Mou's expressions to be unable to refrain from changing for a moment. Even the sharp eyes of Elder Peng who stood at the side of the enormous sword couldn't help but reveal traces of fear that came from the bottom of his heart when he inadvertently looked at Feng Wudao. Duan Lingtian, who exactly is this Uncle Feng of yours? Qin Xiang took a deep breath and couldn't refrain from asking via voice transmission. Senior brother. Mou looked at Duan Lingtian as well, and he asked the bewilderment in his heart via voice transmission, and he had the same bewilderment as Qin Xiang. He's an expert from the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian replied to each of them via voice transmission. An expert from the Dark Han dynasty? Instantly, Qin Xiang and Mou's pupils couldn't help but constrict as they nodded at the same time. If it was like this, then everything could be explained. It was naturally impossible for an expert from the Dark Han dynasty to be easy to deal with. Your cultivation has broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage? After she calmed down her shocked feelings, Qin Xiang recalled the speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier, and she couldn't refrain from asking. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It's not. Qin Xiang was stunned, and then she frowned. But the speed you revealed earlier has obviously surpassed Elder Peng. Why aren't you a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist? I'm indeed not. Duan Lingtian shook his head once more, and then he said unhurriedly, my current cultivation isn't at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, but is at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? Qin Xiang was completely stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian. Didn't that mean that this little fellow's current strength had already left her far behind? Even she had barely broken through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage half a year ago. At the same time, Qin Xiang recalled the accomplishments Duan Lingtian obtained all along the way in the 7-star sword sect, and when she thought of Duan Lingtian's current strength, at the same time that she felt extremely shocked, she couldn't help but sigh. The little fellow whose name shook the entire 7-star sword sect and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius since the sect was established by everyone in the 7-star sword sect had already stood at a height that was difficult for her to reach after a few years. After all, besides their 7-star sword sect's founding ancestor who was at the Void Interpretation stage. In the history of the 7-star sword sect, the existences that had broken through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage could be counted with one's fingers. I originally thought that I would have to wait another 8 or 10 years before I'd be able to wait for you to possess the strength to annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. Yet never had I imagined that in a short few years, you'd already possess the strength to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect. Qin Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze as she muttered. In next to no time, Mou found out about Duan Lingtian's current cultivation from Duan Lingtian, and for a time, he fell into boundless shock just like Qin Xiang, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. In Mou's eyes, his former master, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong, had a cultivation at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, and it was already an existence he looked up to. Yet now, this senior brother of his actually possessed a strength at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, and it even far surpassed the master he respected the most. For a time, he was both excited and shocked. The enormous sword soared through the sky with a speed so swift that it was difficult for an ordinary person to imagine. Not long after, a gorge that was like a demonic lotus appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group, and it grew closer and closer. Demonic Lotus Gorge. Demonic Lotus Blade Sect. Duan Lingtian stood on the spacious enormous sword as he looked down at the demonic lotus gorge beneath his feet, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This place had a piece of memory that belonged to him. In the past, he'd come with the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, to this place that originally belonged to the demonic Lotus Blade sect to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, it was the first time he'd made a name for himself in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He still remembered that the first time he met the saber young master, Long Yun, was at this place. And it was precisely because he'd defeated Long Yun that he'd become famous in one fell swoop. It's here. Duan Lingtian spoke when the enormous sword arrived in the sky above the demonic lotus gorge. Instantly, Feng Wudao controlled the enormous sword to stop before slowly descending at the same time. When it arrived at a low altitude, he commanded in his heart and the jade sword instantly vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's group stood in the sky as well, and they slowly descended towards the demonic lotus gorge. When they were getting closer and closer to the demonic lotus gorge, Duan Lingtian frowned. At this moment, he felt a vast and overbearing aura sweeping over from the north of the demonic lotus gorge, and it filled the entire demonic lotus gorge. What's happening there? Feng Tianwu looked towards the north of the demonic lotus gorge with surprise. At this moment, the sky there was red, and it seemed to have become a crimson-red world. That vast and overbearing aura came precisely from there. Ling Tian Kid, didn't you say that the strongest person in the Azure Forest Trisect is only a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist? Feng Wudao seemed to have noticed something, and he couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had obviously noticed something as well, and he couldn't help but shake his head when he heard Feng Wudao's question. I don't know what's happening as well. Let's go over and take a look. Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong flew by themselves, whereas Qin Xiang and Mou stood on the back of the rock and were barely able to keep up with the speed of Duan Lingtian and the others. Senior brother, meanwhile, Mou had already completely recovered from his shock, and his gaze flickered as he looked at Duan Lingtian's figure, and his body even trembled with excitement. At this moment, he felt that the figure of his senior brother Ling Tian was so tall to the point he could only look up at it. At the same time, he felt extremely excited. As far as he was concerned, with this senior brother's current strength, the enmity of the sect would surely be avenged as he wished. Master. Today, senior brother will take revenge for you and the various peak masters and elders that died. If you know this in the netherworld, you can rest in peace. Mou silently said in his heart. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's group arrived in the sky above the north of the demonic lotus flower gorge, and they stood in the sky as they looked down at the scene beneath their feet. The disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect have all gathered here? Qin Xiang couldn't help but be surprised as she looked down at the dense crowd below. At this moment, the vast gorge at the north of the demonic lotus flower gorge was extraordinarily bustling as people surged from all directions, and numerous Azure Forest Trisect disciples were ceaselessly stretching their heads out to look towards the center of the gorge. At the center of the gorge, a group of middle-aged men and old men stood in the sky, and they floated at a low altitude as they surrounded a rock that was enormous like a small mountain. The rock was completely crimson red, and besides emitting an extremely hot aura, it emitted a vast, overbearing, an aura that caused one to be unable to help but feel fearful. Lu Yuan, Shui Rui. and the former sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of middle-aged men and old men that stood in the sky around the crimson-red rock, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. There's also these other people. All of them were present when our 7-star sword sect was annihilated that day, and they're all the culprits. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were tainted with a wisp of crimson red, and his face was enveloped in a layer of killing intent as the origin energy on his body unconsciously leaped about. At this moment, the rage of Qin Xiang, Mou, and Elder Peng wasn't inferior to Duan Lingtian. Even though he was furious, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force still enveloped down and swept towards the group of Azure Forest Trisect higher-ups, and he quickly detected their cultivations. Humph. The strongest is only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. A group of useless fellows, they actually haven't improved in the slightest after a few years. Suddenly, a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Chapter 724. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force touched the crimson-red enormous rock that all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect had surrounded, and a formidable energy actually stretched out from within it. Moreover, this energy was ceaselessly increasing. At this moment, the attention of all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect were on the crimson-red enormous rock, otherwise, they would have probably noticed Duan Lingtian and the others that stood nearby in the sky since long ago. Long Wei. Lu Yuan, the former sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect, looked at the former sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Could it be that the spirit energy we poured into it isn't sufficient? Long Wei frowned. Logically speaking, it ought to be sufficient. Shui Rui, try pouring a little more in. As he spoke, he looked at the nearby middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar was precisely the former sect leader of the Snow Moon sect, Shui Rui. Shui Rui nodded when he heard this, and with a raise of his hand, a pearl that flickered with a dense milky white sheen appeared in his hand. Along with his origin energy pouring into it, a strand of spirit energy that was almost liquid stretched out from the pearl and ceaselessly fused into the crimson-red enormous rock. The crimson-red enormous rock was like a greedy child that didn't refuse anything that came, and it swallowed all the spirit energy that stretched out. This is the last origin drawing pearl. If the spirit energy within it is still insufficient, then we can only extract the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of our respective sections. Shui Rui frowned when he saw the spirit energy within the origin drawing pearl was about to be completely consumed. Long Wei, didn't you say that the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect would be sufficient? Now, not only are we using the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of the 7-star sword sect, it seems to be insufficient. Lu Yuan's face sank slightly. Could it be that you intend to extract the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of my Origin Convergence sect and Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect? I'll be frank, even if we want to extract it, we have to first extract the spirit energy within the spirit points of your demonic Lotus Blade sect. Lu Yuan, your Origin Convergence sect, Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect, and our demonic Lotus Blade sect? Don't forget, we've already merged into a sect long time ago. Or perhaps, you intend to withdraw from the Azure Forest Trisect? If it's really like this, then I and Shui Rui will absolutely not stop you. Long Wei laughed. Dragon's might. Lu Yuan's expression changed drastically and he said in a solemn voice, "What do you mean by this? You want to burn the bridge after crossing it? Don't forget, if it wasn't for the assistance of our Origin Convergence sect all those years ago, would your demonic Lotus Blade sect and Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect be able to annihilate the 7-star sword sect? Of course, I have not forgotten the help of the Gui Yuan sect." Long Wei said indifferently, "But, the words you spoke earlier were referring to yourself as the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. Don't forget, you're the sect leader of our Azure Forest Trisect now. So long as we successfully open this fire breath rock, our Azure Forest Trisect will soar into the sky and even surpass the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Even if we rule the Darkstone Empire or even the Darkhan Dynasty, we'll still be able to occupy a place. Remember, you have to look at the long term. You think you can achieve great things with your petty nature? Long Wei's words were not polite at all. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. In the end, he did not flare up again. He said sarcastically, "I only hope that it will succeed. No matter what, we are now in the same boat. This won't do, it's still slightly lacking." At this moment, the origin drawing pearl in Shui Rui's hand had completely transformed into a translucent and crystalline pearl, and the dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within it had completely vanished. Whoosh! At the same time, the aura emitted from the crimson-red enormous rock became even more powerful and vast, and it brought enormous pressure to many Azure Forest Trisect disciples present. Some Azure Forest Trisect disciples with low cultivations even had ghastly pale expressions as they hurriedly retreated to the edge of the gorge, and they didn't dare approach it. The conversation of Lu Yuan, Long Wei, and Shui Rui resounded out in this quiet gorge, and it entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group that stood at a higher altitude in the sky. Their three great sects merged into one and first annihilated the Mountain Split sect before annihilating our Seven-Star Sword sect. It was all for the sake of the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the spirit points of our two sects. Qin Xiang's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Now, she finally knew the reason why the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect had merged into one. For the sake of extracting the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect and Seven-Star Sword sect, and pouring it into the crimson-red enormous rock through the origin drawing pearl. The crimson-red enormous rock seemed to be some fire breath rock. Origin drawing pearl? Duan Lingtian's face sank. I finally understand why the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the 9 great spirit points of the Seven-Star Sword sect vanished without a trace. This origin drawing pearl is indeed capable of extracting the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the spirit points. The origin drawing pearl belonged to an extremely special treasure that was capable of extracting the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within spirit points and origin stones, but the spirit energy extracted couldn't be directly used to cultivate. Otherwise, it would cause one's body to explode and die. After all, the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the origin drawing pearl was liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. So long as one's origin energy fused into it, the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within it would directly gush out, and the meridians of martial artists below the martial monarch stage were utterly unable to endure such an impact. Even if it was a martial monarch stage expert, he wouldn't dare rashly take the risk and use the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth to cultivate the Mountain Split sect and Seven-Star Sword sect. They're only sacrifices for the sake of opening this fire breath rock. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had clenched his fists tightly, and the cold lights in his eyes grew even colder as if he was about to swallow someone up. I truly never imagined that the legendary fire breath rock would actually exist in this tiny imperial kingdom. Feng Wudao stared at the crimson-red enormous rock within the gorge, and his gaze shone. "Father, what's a fire breath rock?" Feng Tianwu asked curiously. "You'll know very soon. If I'm not wrong, this fire breath rock only needs to be poured in some liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, and it ought to be able to open." Feng Wudao kept her in suspense, and it caused Feng Tianwu to be both angry and anxious. "Ling Tian, what do you plan to do? Do you want to go down and meet these old friends of yours now? Or wait for a while longer?" Feng Wudao asked Duan Lingtian. "Wait for a while longer. I've already waited for a few years, there's no hurry." A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and cold lights flickered within his eyes as if he was waiting for something. "Alright, it's more interesting like this." Feng Wudao's calm face revealed a rare smile. Besides Elder Kong, besides Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, Qin Xiang, and Mo, you had bewildered expressions as Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao kept them in suspense. As for Elder Peng, he seemed as if he utterly didn't hear the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao, and his sharp eyes stared fixedly at the higher-ups of the Azure Forest trisect below. So long as Duan Ling Tian gave the order, he would pounce down without the slightest hesitation and carry out a bloody slaughter. At the same time, in the gorge at the north of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, the numerous Azure Forest trisect disciples maintained silence from the beginning until the end. At this moment, their burning gazes were staring at the three sect leaders and all the elders in the sky above the gorge. Of course, even more people stared at the crimson-red enormous rock. "Long Wei, you ought to be extracting the spirit energy within the spirit point of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge now, right?" Lu Yuan looked at Long Wei and said indifferently, "The demonic Lotus Blade Gorge is one of the three great grounds of our Azure Forest trisect. Moreover, it's close at hand, Take it." Lu Yuan hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Long Wei, and with a raise of his hand, a pearl that flickered with a white light shot out from Long Wei's hand and flashed directly towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand to receive it, and his pupils constricted as he looked at the pearl in his hand. Origin Drawing Pearl? Moreover, it's filled with liquid spirit energy. Long Wei, where did you get it from? Haven't the spirit energy extracted from the 7-star sword sect and mountain split sect spirit points been completely used up? Don't worry, it wasn't extracted from the spirit points of your origin convergence sect. The spirit energy within it was extracted from the spirit point of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Long Wei mocked and ridiculed. Lu Yuan's face froze when he heard this, and he was slightly embarrassed. Earlier, he'd even expressed his displeasure to Long Wei, and he said that if the liquid spirit energy was insufficient, then he'd ask Long Wei to extract the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge first. Unexpectedly, Long Wei had extracted the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge long ago, and he seemed to have the bearing of a brave warrior cutting off his own losses. Lu Yuan, quickly. I feel that the spirit energy within this origin drawing pearl should be enough after fusing with the fire breath rock. Shui Rui urged Lu Yuan. If it's not enough, then extract the spirit energy within the spirit points of the origin convergence sect that I used to live in. Long Wei, I didn't admire you in the past, but today, I admire your courage. Lu Yuan looked at Long Wei and spoke sincerely. All right. If the origin drawing pearl in your possession isn't enough, then I still have two. The demonic Lotus Blade Gorge has a total of 7 spirit points, and I extracted the spirit energy accumulated in 3 spirit points. I originally only thought of being prepared, yet I never imagined that it would really be of use. Long Wei spoke indifferently. 3. Lu Yuan and Shui Rui looked at each other when they heard Long Wei, and their pupils constricted. Never had they imagined that Long Wei would have such courage. This was the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, the demonic Lotus Blade sect that he controlled in the past, and it had a total of 7 spirit points, yet he'd actually extracted all the spirit energy accumulated in 3 spirit points. For a time, they were able to sense Long Wei's resolution. I'm inferior to him. Lu Yuan and Shui Rui spoke simultaneously via voice transmission, and for a time, both of them couldn't help but be stunned. After a short moment, both of them looked at each other and smiled before returning to their senses. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate any longer and poured his origin energy into the origin drawing pearl in his hand. Instantly, dense liquefied spirit energy stretched out and fused once more into the fiery red enormous rock. On the other hand, the fiery red enormous rock continued to greedily swallow the liquefied spirit energy, and the crimson red sheen on its surface became even deeper. When more than half of the liquefied spirit energy within the origin drawing pearl was swallowed, the fiery red enormous rock finally stopped swallowing, yet it suddenly expanded as if it was about to explode, and it seemed to be extremely strange. Slap. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.